everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Naruto, Infinite Copy, synopsis. As a veteran Naruto fan, Yuta downloaded a mobile game that was said to be the latest and most anticipated Naruto game online. When the download finished, a bright light flashed. When he opened his eyes again, he realized he had become an orphan of Konoha. How was he supposed to survive in the chaotic ninja world with such an ominous name? Chapter 1 to 48, Chapter 1, First Arrival at Konoha. 1552 words. Chapter 1, First Arrival at Konoha. As a big fan of Naruto, Yuta loved to collect anything related to the series. His room was filled with action figures. On his computer, he had saved almost every Naruto game, all the theme songs, and many fan-made comics. But even with all of that, he still felt like it wasn't enough. So recently, he had started collecting mobile games too. After downloading a few games that were recommended on different websites, Yuta started looking for smaller, less popular ones. That was when he found a mobile game that was said to be the most popular in Japan at that moment. According to the description, the game had just been released. It wasn't very famous yet, but the file size was 500 MB. Yuta thought that meant there had to be a lot of content inside. So without hesitating, he downloaded it. Once the installation finished, he opened the game and started to register. A prompt appeared on the screen asking him to enter a name. Yuta tried to use Uzumaki Naruto, but the system wouldn't accept it. What was even stranger was that the reason wasn't because the name was already taken. Instead, the system said that this character name was not available to choose. Yuta didn't think too hard about it. He randomly typed in his own name, Yuta, but the system prompted him to enter a Japanese name instead. Feeling a little annoyed, Yuta thought for a moment. Then he wrote down the first Japanese name that came to his mind, Idagawa Conan. Finally, the character creation was successful. But before Yuta could even start playing, right as he was waiting to enter the game, a flash of white light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. It was so bright that he couldn't keep his eyes open. When Yuta finally opened his eyes again, he saw a giant fox with 9 tails in the distance. Behind it, he could also see the iconic Hokage faces carved into the mountain. His mouth fell open in shock. What the hell? Did I just time travel? Suddenly, a dark figure wearing a bird-like mask appeared in front of him. The man pulled Yuta out of a woman's arms. Only then did Yuta realize that his body had shrunk. He had become a baby. He tried to move his arms and legs, but it was extremely difficult. When he tried to speak, only a soft "ah" came out. It seemed like those functions hadn't developed yet. He was probably only a few months old. The bird-masked ninja held Yuta in his arms and quickly left the area. From where Yuta was being held, he could see the woman who had been holding him just moments ago. Her arms and legs were twisted at strange angles, and blood was coming out of her mouth. But even so, she was smiling. What was she smiling about? Was she happy that her child had survived? Yuta suddenly felt how real this world was. And he also felt the pain that existed here. The masked Umbu moved very fast. Yuta could feel the cool wind blowing against his lower body. In his head, Yuta cursed, "Slow down, bird mask. You're freezing my..." But he couldn't say it out loud. The problem was that Yuta was wearing crotchless baby pants. If that Umbu had known what Yuta was thinking, he probably would have strangled him. Right now, Yuta was just another victim of the 9 tails. If the Umbu moved too slowly, they might both die. It didn't take long for the bird-masked men to carry Yuta to an emergency shelter in Konoha. He handed the baby over to a plump, middle-aged woman and quickly said to her, "This should be the last child. He is the child of the Idagawa clan shinobi. His mother died protecting him. I'm leaving the child with you. I need to go back and provide support." Yuta didn't have time to wonder why he could understand Japanese. He also didn't think about what would happen if he couldn't understand the language. He just watched the Umbu's back as he ran away, and Yuta couldn't help but feel worried. Even though he had been cursing at the moon in his head just moments ago, Yuta still hoped the Umbu would come back alive. After all, this was the first person he had met in this new world, and he was the one who had saved him. Soon, the plump woman carried Yuta to a baby room. Inside, many other babies were crying and screaming. The noise was giving Yuta a headache. He wanted to shout at them to be quiet, but all that came out of his own mouth was a soft woo-woo. Yuta suddenly felt very frustrated. He lay down on the bed and cried silently. He swore to himself, "I really hate children." Suddenly, a beautiful woman with blonde hair walked into the room. She came straight over to Yuta and hung a small tag around his neck, like a dog tag. Yuta looked down and saw that it read, Idagawa Konan. It turned out that Konoha already had a complete family registration system. Every newborn child was recorded in the village registry. After learning Yuta's family name, the staff had found his name through their records. They put the tag on him so that someone could claim him later. Oh no, Yuta thought. I really did become Idagawa Konan. He suddenly remembered a popular joke from his previous life, Naruto, Luffy, Gintama. I'm going first. The job of boiling Konan to death is up to you guys. The blonde beauty held Yuta in her arms and said softly, so this is Ranpo and Miko's child. How pitiful. He lost both his father and mother not long after he was born. When Yuta heard this, he understood right away. His cheap father was probably dead too. He immediately started to feel anxious. But Yuta wasn't anxious because he felt a deep emotional connection to the parents of this body. He was anxious because he knew very well that orphans were in serious danger in a world like this. It wasn't just about the various experiments he might face. Just thinking about what happened to Kabuto was enough to scare him. Unless he pretended to have no talent at all, he would definitely be targeted by that old man, Danzo. Of course, this was only a possibility. But Yuta understood that the possibility was very high. What was a Konoha orphan, really? It was a training ground for Root. Even if there was no immediate danger, Yuta didn't want to spend his whole life pretending to be weak just to stay safe. Thinking about this, Yuta's mind started working hard to come up with a plan. The blonde beauty looked at Yuta with pity. She gently wiped away his tears with her finger. You're still crying, she said. Do you know that your mom and dad aren't here anymore? Yuta thought silently, if I don't want to become an orphan, someone has to claim me. This beautiful woman in front of me seems to know my family. Judging by how respectfully the other women treat her, she must be someone important. She's the perfect choice for a new mom. So Yuta shamelessly used his young baby appearance to act cute. He hugged the woman's neck, cried, and tried to say, Mom. Sure enough, the blonde beauty started to cry too. She wasn't just feeling sorry for the baby. She was also worried about her own husband. The blonde beauty picked Yuta up and said to the people standing nearby, I will take this child to my house first. The person next to her quickly responded, Yes, Lady Asaka. So this beautiful woman was named Asaka. Yuta didn't know her last name yet, but he wondered if she was from a big clan. Soon, Yuta got his answer. Asaka carried him to another room that was much nicer than the first one. There were fewer babies in this room, and most of them were being cared for by special staff members. Of course, Yuta thought. Privileged classes exist everywhere. Asaka placed Yuta into a crib. Then she pointed to the small child in the crib across from him and said, This is Ino. She is half a month younger than you. You cannot bully her. Then Asaka told the staff to take care of both children, turned around, and left to go back to work. It seemed that Asaka was Ino's mother. The Yamanaka clan was definitely a good family to latch onto. They weren't the most powerful clan, but because of that, no one would try to suppress them. At the same time, the clan was very useful to the village. They had also formed an alliance with other clans, and they owned property. It wasn't too flashy, but it was secure. Yuta immediately decided that this was the strong family he needed to hold on to. Through the shaking of the underground shelter, Yuta could imagine how fierce the battle was above ground. This world was very dangerous. How could he not try to find a big tree to hold onto for protection? Chapter 2, Good Start 1522 words Chapter 2, Good Start. That night was destined to be loud and chaotic. Even though Yuta was staying in the underground emergency shelter, he could still hear all kinds of mixed sounds. There were the sounds of fighting coming from the ground above. There were wails coming from other shelters. He could hear the cries of dying people, the sobs of families who had lost loved ones, and the screaming of babies. People were praying. Others were discussing how the battle was going. All of a sudden, these sounds mixed together into a buzzing noise inside his head. Every kind of sound made Yuta very upset. Was this the sound of pain in this world? Yuta knew much more than other people, so he also thought much more than others. He thought about his own future. He thought about the future of Konoha. He even thought about the future of the entire ninja world. He understood very deeply that this was only the beginning. If he just wanted to eat and wait for death, that would be very easy. But how could he not take part in the journey ahead? That night, Yuta could not sleep. While Yuta was thinking about serious things like the fate of the village and the country, he suddenly had a bad feeling. He suspected that this strange, hot, wet feeling was coming from looking at little Ino, who was still smiling even though she had just wet her bed. Yuta was speechless. The amount was really impressive. Her crib wasn't that big. If he wasn't careful, he would get caught in the splash zone. With no other choice, Yuta cried out loudly in frustration. Soon, one of the caretaker ants came over to check on them. Oh, she said. The child brought back by Lady Asaka has peed all over the young lady. Yuta felt very sad. He wanted to cry even more. The next morning, Yuta and some of the other children were brought back up to the ground. The older children were taken away to be managed together in groups. But the younger babies, like Yuta, stayed in the hospital. Looking at all the crying babies in front of him, the sounds were so constant that they could make up a symphony. Yuta wondered when these kinds of days would ever end. Asaka, who had been busy working all night, walked into the baby room. She looked very tired. Fortunately, her husband, Inoichi, was safe. Asaka finally felt the heavy stone lift off her chest. But then she looked at this child who was staring at the world with curious eyes, and she felt pity for him again. His parents were gone. Lady Asaka, the caretaker, and said quickly, bowing in respect. Asaka waved her hand, and then crouched down in front of the crib. She looked at the two children in front of her with a smile on her face. Yuta was holding Ino in his arms with a big, bright smile on his face. He just wanted to show Ino how friendly he was. This was the only way he could think of to please the ant in front of him. But little Ino was squirming and twisting around. She would not cooperate. Finally, she burst into tears. Yuta thought to himself that he wanted to cry too. At that moment, the caretaker and standing nearby said, "This child is very restless. He barely slept at all last night. He just crawled around everywhere. And he even peed on the young lady." Yuta thought, "Auntie, I didn't do anything to offend you. If you hadn't said that, we could still be friends." He suddenly felt like the world was full of mean people. "Oh, really?" Asaka said. As she spoke, she looked at the child in front of her. She noticed that his bright eyes were completely different from the blank, empty look of normal babies. Then she said, "He's really full of energy." "Oh, that's right," the ant spoke again. If Yuta could move his body properly at that moment, he would have tried to shut her mouth. This child hasn't eaten anything all night. Of course not, Yuta thought, looking at the ant's figure. Just looking at your face is enough to ruin my appetite. "Let me try," Asaka said. She unbuttoned the top of her shirt, then gently picked up Yuta. "Is this the legendary kind of benefit?" With an expression of pure enjoyment on his face, Yuta shamelessly showed off his cuteness. He held on tightly with his little hands and said in a vague baby voice, "Mom." "See," Asaka said. "This child is destined to be with me." Looking at the lovely child in front of her, Asaka silently made a decision in her heart. A few days later, at the funeral of the fourth Hokage, Yuta was held in Asaka's arms as they stood in the crowd. That day was not only the funeral of the fourth Hokage, but also the funeral of Yuta's cheap parents. At the funeral, Yuta saw many familiar faces. He saw the third Hokage, the two elder advisors, Kakashi, Kurenai, and many others. All of them had sad expressions on their faces. Yuta also felt very sorry that he could not see the fourth Hokage alive. For a fan of the Hokage, that was a real tragedy. Looking at the tombstone of the fourth Hokage in front of him, Yuta remembered the words of the third Hokage, "Wherever the leaves dance, fire burns. The shadow of the fire will shine on the village and cause new leaves to sprout." When you want to protect the people you cherish most, a ninja's true power is revealed. At that moment, Yuta suddenly felt how strange it was to be witnessing history like this. Had he been reborn into such a great era? After going with Asaka to offer flowers to the fourth Hokage, Asaka took Yuta to the tombstone of his cheap parents. Looking at the stone marker in front of him, Yuta suddenly remembered the woman who had held him in her arms that day, the one who had died while smiling. For a while, he felt very sad. "Conan," Asaka said sadly, "these are your parents." Yuta's mood got even worse. Just thinking about the awful name, Conan, that would follow him for the rest of his life made his whole body feel bad. Asaka held Yuta's little hand and placed a bouquet of flowers at the grave. Then she turned around and left with Yuta in her arms. Looking in the direction they were walking, Yuta saw that they were heading toward the Yamanaka clan residence. That evening, at the Yamanaka clan residence, inside the home of Inoichi Yamanaka. "Inoichi," Asaka asked her husband, "I want to adopt this child. Is this the orphan?" Inoichi looked at the child in front of him and thought of someone. "Yes," Asaka said. "His parents died in this disaster. He has no other relatives in the clan. It's so pitiful for him to be all alone." Asaka looked at Yuta tenderly and sighed. At that moment, Yuta knew this was a critical moment. He quickly smiled as big as he could. At the same time, he thought to himself, "I never knew that smiling could be so much work." "I have no objections," Inoichi said. "Ranpa was our classmate, after all." It just so happens that the third Hokage held a meeting with the clan heads of several families. He asked each family to raise a few of the orphans. Except for the Uchiha clan, who did not want to adopt anyone, each of our families was given a certain number of spots. Our family can also raise one. When Inoichi Yamanaka thought about how many orphans this disaster had created in Konoha, he felt sad for a moment. "He can also be a companion for our Ino," Inoichi said as he gently patted Yuta on the head. "Yes," Asaka said. "When I was young, I always wanted to have an older brother." She hugged Yuta closer. "Conan, you have to protect your little sister in the future, okay?" Hearing this, Yuta finally let go of the worry in his heart. He had finally grabbed onto a thigh that was just the right size. Was he already winning at the starting line? He wouldn't have to worry about being captured by terrorists like Orochimaru for experiments. He wouldn't have to be afraid of being brainwashed by ambitious people like Danzo because of his talent. He wouldn't have to live in embarrassment like Naruto, eating only instant noodles. And he wouldn't have to worry about not having the right people to teach him ninjutsu. Thinking about all of this, Yuta suddenly felt relieved. No matter what happened in the future, at least he had a good start. At the same time, Yuta took a deep breath and sighed silently. The world of Naruto was really not easy. Here he was, a newborn baby, and he already had to work hard just to survive. Chapter 3, Be a Good Boy. 1830 words. Chapter 3, Be a Good Boy. Mom, I'm full. "I'm going out to play," Yuta said. "No, it should be Conan now." He hurried out the door right after finishing his lunch. Don't play too late, Asaka called after him. Brother, I'm coming too. Ino saw him leaving and quickly tried to follow, but Asaka pulled her back. Ino, we agreed that you would learn flower arranging with me today, Asaka said. Her voice was gentle, but there was no doubt in it. Our Ino needs to become a proper lady in the future. Otherwise, you won't be able to get married. Little Ino reluctantly pouted her lips. Conan headed straight to the eastern part of the village. That was where the best tailor shop in Konoha was located. Why was he going to a tailor shop? Because Conan was really tired of how he looked right now. He looked at his plain clothes, which were no different from what the other children wore. On top of that, his mother insisted that he keep the same hairstyle as his father. Conan felt very upset about this. Blonde hair with a ponytail could still be called handsome. But with black hair and a ponytail, wouldn't that just be Shikamaru? Thinking about Shikamaru's lazy, unmotivated look, Conan suddenly felt like a crow was flying over his head. Last time, someone said that he and Shikamaru had grown up together like twins. That really made him angry. Hello, pretty auntie. Is the outfit I ordered last time ready? Conan looked up at the ant in front of him, who was much taller than he was. If there was one bad thing about being a child, it was that everyone had to look up at everything. That had to be one of the worst parts. If this kept up, the young master was going to get neck problems. Oh, isn't this our little Conan? Come here and let Auntie give you a hug. The clothes you wanted are already finished. I've been waiting for you to come pick them up, the pretty aunt said as she hugged little Conan. If you wanted to talk about the good things about being a child, getting hugged by pretty women had to be one of them. Oh, I can't breathe, Conan thought as he struggled between pain and happiness. Looking at the white Hokage robe on his body, Conan felt very satisfied. Yes, it was the white Hokage robe modeled after the one worn by the fourth Hokage. To be fair, there were many different kinds of clothes in the ninja world. Of course, most of the designs still looked strange. And the most important thing was that they weren't cool enough. Without a cape, it would affect combat effectiveness. After thinking about it for a while, Conan decided that the fourth Hokage's style was the coolest. It was also very bright and sunny, which fit perfectly with his own handsome self. That was why he chose the Hokage robe. Speaking of which, at first Conan thought that the Hokage robe was only for the Hokage. He was worried that it would be disrespectful for someone else to wear it. But later he realized that the Hokage's formal robe, the one worn during meetings with the other Kage, was completely different from this one. One had no sleeves, one had a collar, and the other had no collar. Of course, to honor the memory of the fourth Hokage, adults rarely wore white anymore. Now that he had the clothes, the next thing was the hairstyle. He walked a long way to the most popular barbershop in the village. Why was it called the most popular instead of the best? Because the barbers there were several pretty women. Pretty sister, I want a haircut, Conan said. His cute eyes were his secret weapon, and it had never failed him. Oh, isn't this our little Conan? Come here and give your sister a hug. Conan once again struggled between pain and happiness. He had run all this way, wasn't this exactly what he wanted? Sister, the hairstyle I want this time is different from before, he said. Then what hairstyle does our little Conan want? The pretty sister asked in a soft voice. Conan pointed to the four giant heads carved into the mountain in the distance. That one, he said. You mean the first Hokage's hairstyle? Got it, the sister said as she got ready to start cutting. No, not that one. Conan said, his face turning pale with fright. You mean the third Hokage's hairstyle? Got it, she said again, moving closer with the scissors. It's the fourth Hokage's hairstyle, sister. Don't you have any sense of style? Little Conan shouted, getting angry. Haha, I could tell just by looking at your clothes. I was just teasing you, kid. Everyone in the barbershop was laughing so hard they were bent over. Conan felt like he had brought shame to all time travelers. He had been tricked by a young woman. He pretended to be a child every day, but he was starting to become a real child. His IQ seemed to be dropping. After finishing his haircut, Conan looked at his new style with satisfaction. Sure enough, the fourth Hokage's style was the coolest. Even though his hair wasn't blonde and didn't have that sunny look, his black hair gave him a little more elegance. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger. He turned around. How cute. Let me give you a hug. One woman said. Let me hug him. Said another, said a third. Conan once again fell into the struggle of pain and happiness. Oh no, he thought. Aunties, I don't want you to hug me. Don't come any closer. After finally breaking free from their grasp, Conan walked through the streets looking for his friends. If you wanted to know Conan's biggest achievement in the nearly 4 years he had lived in Konoha, it was that he had become the king of the children. Boss, you're here, a group of kids who were playing ninja games said when they saw Conan approaching. They quickly saluted him. This was the result of Conan's training. Don't call me boss from today on, Conan said calmly. Suddenly, everything went quiet. No one answered him. Conan admitted to himself that his attempt at being dramatic had failed. The training of his subordinates had not been successful. From now on, you will call me Lord Fourth Hokage, Conan said with great passion. Yes, Lord Fourth Hokage, the kids said together. Nodding with satisfaction, Conan continued, today, we are playing a game where we have to recover a stolen forbidden jutsu scroll. As he spoke, Conan pulled 3 leftover candy wrappers from his pocket. He casually pointed to a few boys who were usually the fastest runners. Why does it have to be us again? Several of the children muttered in complaint. Of course. If other people got caught right away, it wouldn't be any fun. You have 30 seconds to run. 29. Conan counted. With a whoosh, the boys disappeared. Conan sighed. This really is the ninja world, he thought. The speed of these children can already match adults from my previous life. Lord Fourth Hokage, we have found the traitor ninjas. Sagi has brought 3 jonin to intercept them, one of the remaining kids reported. Okay, I'll be there right away. Watch me. Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Conan announced. If you only heard the words, you might think it was a real, fierce battle. But in reality, it was just a group of kids having fun. I've caught you. You have no chance to make a move in front of me, Conan said. How can you be so strong? One of the running boys shouted back dramatically. I told you, you have no chance. You're all too slow, Conan said. Just as Conan was getting really into this dramatic atmosphere, he suddenly heard a voice call out, Samu. Panasonic. Your mothers are calling you to come home for dinner. Oh, I have to go back now, one boy said. It's getting late. I should go home too, said another. Let's go. See you tomorrow, said a third. In an instant, Conan was the only one left on the field. Ah, he sighed to himself. Life really is lonely as snow. Life was like a play, and it all depended on acting skills. If he didn't show his love for Konoha and the Hokage, how could he be safely accepted into the third Hokage's circle? To be Hokage, one had to have a good foundation. Conan thought about this lightly. That evening, Conan returned home. Hey, why is dinner so fancy today? He asked. The food at home was usually pretty good, but today it was a bit too rich. Happy birthday, Conan, Inoichi, Asaka, and Ino all said together. Happy birthday, brother. Ino added. Is today my birthday? I forgot, Conan said. He told himself that he didn't pay attention to these small details because he was always thinking about bigger things. Wow, Conan, you look so handsome in that outfit. Come here and let Mom give you a hug, Asaka said. After a warm dinner, Inoichi called Conan into the study. Conan, he said, Dad knows that you are a thoughtful child. You have been different ever since you were little. You have always wanted to be a ninja. I've even noticed that you've been training yourself quietly. I haven't given you the method for practicing chakra before. You also know that practicing chakra too early is not good for the body. Now I think it's time. He handed Conan a scroll. A long time ago, Conan had wanted to practice chakra and become a ninja. But Inoichi had told him that practicing chakra too early would cause serious damage to the body. It wouldn't just affect his future strength. It would also affect how long he would live. Usually, children had to be at least 6 years old to start practicing chakra. Only big families with special secret medicines and secret techniques could start earlier. As for those famous geniuses, many of them had to sacrifice their potential because of the needs of war. They didn't care about the future. They traded it for strength that they could use right away. After giving Conan instructions on how to create his first bit of chakra, Yamanaka Inoichi left. Before he went, he told Conan, remember, do not use up all of your cell's energy to make chakra. Right now, your chakra level is too low to give anything back to your body. You have to save some of your cell's energy for your body to grow normally. After Inoichi left, Conan's eyes lit up with excitement. Because he had finally seen the special advantage that had followed him through time. Chapter 4, Systems and Tasks 1949 words Chapter 4, Systems and Tasks. The moment Conan created chakra for the first time, something appeared in his mind, the Naruto copy system. As the name suggested, the function of this system was to drop items that would improve his strength by clearing dungeons one by one. It would also give him real combat experience through lots of fighting. If he died inside a dungeon, he wouldn't actually die in real life. But he would still feel what it was like to die. So he should still be careful if he could help it, unless he wanted to experience the taste of death. Looking at the dungeon list in front of him, Conan saw simple beginner dungeons like Konohamaru, Udon, and Moegi. After those, there would be dungeons for the Konoha 12 when they graduated from the academy. Then there would be dungeons for the Konoha 12 as adults. There were also dungeons for Jonin like Kakashi, Guy, and Kurenai. Basically, every character that had appeared in the Naruto manga was included. In the end, there were even dungeons for Pain, Madara, and the Sage of Six Paths. These dungeons would drop the skills that each character possessed. They would also drop useful items and skill experience books. Having said that, Conan needed to explain the unique experience system of this dungeon. It didn't directly increase levels to raise strength. Instead, every skill had its own level. For example, physical attributes could be divided into agility, stamina, and spirit. Taking agility alone as an example, its levels were divided by rank. He would need 1,000 experience points to complete the Genin level agility. Then he would need another 1,000 points to reach Chunin level agility. The Chunin level agility experience book only dropped in dungeons for agile type Chunin characters. The same went for Jonin level and Kage level. When the Kage level was maxed out, there would be a challenge task. After completing that, a special ability would be unlocked. For example, for agility, the special ability could be Super Speed Nerve Response, which meant reflex nerves with almost no delay. For stamina, the special ability could be Super Speed Regeneration, like the first Hokage. For spirit, the special ability could be mental manipulation of tailed beasts or something similar. Ninjutsu could be divided into 7 basic natures: water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, yang, and yin. These were also divided into Genin level, Chunin level, Jonin level, and Kage level for nature affinity. In reality, everyone was born with a certain level of nature affinity. For example, if a person's natural affinity was water, the level of affinity they had basically determined what rank of water-style ninjutsu they could use. And they would use more chakra than someone with higher talent. Of course, everyone could improve their nature affinity level through understanding and familiarity with that nature. When a nature reached Kage level, it could also unlock a secret ability. The same was true for genjutsu and chakra control. In addition, meeting the basic nature standards did not mean that a ninjutsu would have enough power. It also depended on the skill level. Skill proficiency was divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, and secret. Each level could produce a different amount of power. For example, the water dragon bullet technique required at least Chunin level water affinity to use. But the power at Chunin level would be lower than at Jonin level. And the power at beginner proficiency would be lower than at intermediate proficiency. At the same time, the dungeon system had a limit on the number of dungeons per day. At Genin overall strength, the limit was twice per day. At Chunin strength, it was 3 times per day. At Jonin strength, it was 4 times per day. At Kage strength, it was 5 times per day. After the system introduction ended, Conan felt a little dizzy, but he still understood most of it. Without another word, he chose a beginner-level dungeon for Konohamaru and went inside. Just moments later, Conan was lying on the ground and never wanted to get up again. That was because Conan had just been killed inside the dungeon. Time inside the dungeon was almost still compared to the outside world. After the dungeon finished, only a moment had passed outside. And in that one moment, Conan had been killed. Conan had forgotten one thing. No matter how sloppy Konohamaru was, he still had some skill. He was not something that a brat like Conan could handle. Conan had only just created a little bit of chakra, and had secretly practiced a small amount of taijutsu. That was not nearly enough. It took Conan a long time to recover. So this was what death felt like. With nowhere to let out his grief and anger, Conan shouted, "Konohamaru, just wait for me. You'll see how I get back at you in the future." Konohamaru, who wasn't even born yet, was doomed to a tragic life from that moment on. It seemed that he could only train by himself for now, Conan thought. But when he checked his attributes, he almost went blind from what he saw. Why were all 7 nature attributes empty? Most people had at least one nature, even if they didn't have 2. Everyone had to have at least one ninja nature. And why was his chakra control 0? He didn't even meet the requirements for the lowest level ninjutsu. And what was this ridiculous upper limit on his chakra reserves? It required meridian level just to measure. The moment he saw these attributes, Conan understood that he would be cut off from ninjutsu for a long time. And what did it mean that his genjutsu resistance was 0? Any random academy student could probably beat him with a simple genjutsu, right? Looking at his stamina value of 20 out of 1000 and his agility value of 25 out of 1000, these were probably the attributes he had added through his own training. Seeing this, Conan felt sad and angry. He had worked hard for half a year just to add this many points. How many years would it take to beat Konohamaru? The future looked very dark. Suddenly, Conan noticed a small icon on the system interface. It said daily task, do one good deed every day. Upon completion, the reward would be a random ninja level plus 10 experience book. Hey, Conan said to himself. I was worried there was no way forward. The next day, Conan walked alone on Konoha's main street early in the morning. Boss, let's play together, several familiar children said when they saw Conan from far away. They wanted him to come play with them. Call me Lord Fourth Hokage, Conan said. I still have things to do. Go play by yourselves. Suddenly, Conan realized that he would really have to work hard from now on. He needed to do system tasks starting today. He might not be able to play with them anymore. I might not have much time to play with you in the future, he said. You can find another boss. After he finished speaking, he turned and left without looking back. Conan felt a little sad in his heart. After all, he was different from them. Boss, what's wrong with him today? He feels different than usual, one child said. Idiot, said another. It must be because you called him boss and made him angry. You're supposed to call him Lord Fourth Hokage, got it? Yeah, the boss is in a bad mood today. Let's just play with him again tomorrow, said a third. Listening to the whispers from behind him, a smile appeared on the corner of Conan's mouth. A bunch of idiots, he thought. By the way, what was today's task? Feed 20 stray cats and dogs, right? To be fair, Konoha was considered a fairly wealthy village. There weren't many stray cats and dogs on the streets. Except for the ones that were too ugly, most of them had been adopted. The Inuzuka clan would specially take them in. After walking all the way, Conan only found 2 ugly cats in the garbage dump to feed. Thinking about this, he turned his head and asked himself, "Hey, do you know where there are more stray cats and dogs? Was it here?" Looking at the cemetery in front of him, there was nothing to eat. It didn't look like a place where cats and dogs would gather. Was it because it was quiet here? When Conan went further into one area, he suddenly found that there really was a group of stray animals gathered together. There were cats, dogs, foxes, and all kinds of different small animals. They were all gathered together peacefully. Many of them were missing limbs. Counting roughly, there were about 40 or 50. Conan was amazed. Conan didn't think too much about it. He took out the food he had prepared and fed it to them. These animals weren't afraid of people. They started eating right away. For a while, Conan enjoyed watching the scene of so many different kinds of animals mixing together. It was very interesting. After seeing that he had completed the task, he was given a Genin-level stamina experience book. That was worth 3 months of his own training. He couldn't stop smiling from ear to ear. I didn't expect anyone else to come here besides me. And still a child too, a slightly deep female voice suddenly said from behind Conan. Conan turned around and saw a woman with 2 red fang marks on her face. "Little brother, why did you come here?" The woman was looking at him with interesting eyes. Yes, it was definitely interesting. I just saw a lot of stray animals here, and wanted to feed them, Conan said. He suddenly felt that this woman looked familiar. "You really are a kind little brother," the woman said with a laugh. She took out some food and started feeding the animals too. "Pretty sister, you said you come here often. Why are there so many animals here?" Calling a woman pretty was Conan's way of surviving in the world. "Well, I come here whenever I have time. As for the animals here..." She paused for a moment, then sighed. "They are all here to keep their masters company." Conan immediately understood. He stared blankly at the tombstones in front of him. These animals are not ordinary animals. They are ninja hounds and ninja cats trained by shinobi. It's just that their masters died in battle or from illness. They stay here because they miss their masters. Our Inuzuka clan has tried to take them back and feed them, but they don't want to leave. And even if we take them, they always come back here eventually. Conan didn't know what he was feeling. Maybe it was being touched. Maybe it was sadness. He was silent for a while. After playing with the animals for a bit, the woman was about to leave. But suddenly she turned around and said, "By the way, my name is Inuzuka-tsum." "What's your name, little brother?" "My name is Idagawa Conan," he said. So that was why this woman looked so familiar. Wasn't this Kiba's mother? If you get a chance, come by our Inuzuka clan compound. You already know how to be kind to animals at such a young age. That makes you a good man. I'll introduce you to my daughter sometime, she said. Then she turned and left with a very confident, strong back. Conan started sweating. Big sister, he thought, don't you even look at how old I am. Chapter 5, The First Meeting with Naruto. 1547 words. Chapter 5. The first meeting with Naruto. Conan had become very busy ever since he got the daily tasks from the system. Some days he would help the grandmother in the eastern part of the village take care of her children. Other days he would help the old man in the western part of the village with his farming. On top of that, Conan had his own daily practice time. He almost had no free time at all. But because of all this, people had given him the nickname Little Sunday. You could often see scenes like this. When Conan walked down the street, the aunts and uncles would give him food and snacks. They would pat his head and give him hugs. Conan always said things like, "This is so troublesome." But slowly, he couldn't help but become more serious about helping others. Even when there was no system task, he would still do things to help people. Conan suddenly felt that this kind of feeling was actually not bad. No matter what time it was, being needed by others gave him a strong sense of purpose. In his previous life, he had never felt anything like this. Back then, he always thought that doing things for others felt like he was losing something. But in reality, there were always rewards for giving. Slowly, Conan started to feel at home in Konoha. He no longer looked at the village like a stranger. Suddenly, Conan understood why so many people, like Itachi, would sacrifice everything for this village. This was the magic of this place. It was a kind of tradition, or maybe an atmosphere. What exactly was it? Conan himself couldn't put it into words. That morning, Conan went out early as usual to do his system tasks. Before he even left the house, he saw a little girl with pink hair walking toward the front door. When she saw Conan coming out, the little girl shyly moved to the side to get out of his way. Conan had a guess in his mind. "Who are you?" he asked, "and why are you at my house?" The little girl lowered her head shyly. "My name is Sakura," she said. I'm here to play with Ino." Even though Conan had guessed that the girl in front of him was Sakura, he hadn't expected her to be this shy. Oh, right. He remembered that Sakura had always felt insecure when she was little because of her wide forehead. Thinking about how he wanted to be helpful and also get on the good side of a future main character, Conan reached out and put his hand on Sakura's forehead. When Sakura felt Conan put his hand on her forehead, she got so nervous that she didn't know what to do. She just stared at Conan blankly. "Your forehead," Conan paused on purpose. "Here it comes again," Sakura thought. She closed her eyes. "He's definitely going to laugh at my forehead again. Isn't it cute?" Conan said, looking at Sakura's funny expression. He had to admit, teasing children was kind of fun sometimes. "That lazy Ino is still sleeping. She's right in that room. I'm leaving first." Conan pointed to the room, then turned and left. Sakura just stood there blankly, like she hadn't processed what had just happened. After finishing his daily tasks, Conan looked for a place to practice for a while. Recently, Conan had discovered that adding attribute points through physical exercise wasn't too slow. Of course, it couldn't compare to directly eating experience books. But it was still a little bit helpful. Plus, it helped his body get used to the sudden increases in strength. On his way back home, Conan naturally greeted everyone he passed. "Hello, Uncle Oda. Isn't this our little son? Here, have some cake that your uncle made." "Hello, Uncle Tokugawa. Hey, isn't this Conan? Come have some of your uncle's fruit." Suddenly, Conan felt a strange gaze staring at him from behind. This bad feeling made him feel extremely cold. He turned around. That person was Naruto. Even though Naruto's eyes were clear and didn't have any bad meaning in them, at most just envy, that cold feeling was unmistakable. It was the Nine Tails. Even if Naruto didn't have those intentions, part of the Nine Tails' evil aura could still leak out and make people feel uncomfortable. This was probably because Naruto hadn't learned to use chakra yet, and couldn't suppress the tailed beast's presence. This was not only because Naruto was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, but also why the villagers hated him. Except for Conan, who knew what kind of person Naruto really was, and the third Hokage, who knew why Naruto's aura leaked out, in other people's eyes, Naruto might as well be a ticking time bomb inside the village. From their point of view, feeling chilled just by looking at Naruto meant that this child clearly hated Konoha. Maybe one day in the future, there would be another Nine Tails attack. Later, when Naruto stole the sealing scroll, so many people wanted to kill him exactly because of this. They knew about Naruto's childhood. They had seen his cold aura. And when they put themselves in his shoes, they felt scared. They didn't want to face the Nine Tails ever again. That was why they were so hostile to Naruto. Compared to the warm welcome Konan got when he walked down the street, the situation Naruto was facing right now could only be described as hell. No one spoke to him. They just stared at him coldly. Naruto didn't know what he had done wrong. He walked up to a few shops just now and wanted to buy something to eat with his money, but the shopkeeper threw his money on the ground. Naruto could only leave silently with tears in his eyes. He saw a group of children who wanted to play together. But when they saw him coming, they ran away. Naruto tried to walk toward them anyway, but a stone was thrown back at him. Naruto silently stopped again. Even when he tried to pet the small animals passing by on the street, those animals would get startled by the Nine Tails aura and run away. Seeing this, Naruto silently hung his head and walked away step by step. Konan could see the tears falling from Naruto's lowered head. At that moment, Konan felt extremely uncomfortable. Konan stood still for a moment, then turned to leave. He told himself that now was not the best time to get close to Naruto. Maybe he would be targeted by some people in the village and cause trouble. Maybe Naruto wouldn't get the exercise he needed and wouldn't grow. Maybe being friends with him would affect how the villagers saw Konan himself. Maybe this, maybe that. Konan slowly stopped walking. There might have been 1,000 reasons. But that was Naruto. Hadn't he already made up his mind to save all the tragedies when he came to the Naruto world? How could he just watch someone face such a painful life alone, and not do anything about it? Konan suddenly remembered something the third Hokage had said. When people hate a person and refuse to recognize that they exist, the way they look at that person is cold and scary. Thinking about the eyes of those people just now, Konan turned around and ran back. When Konan found Naruto, Naruto was curled up in a corner, crying. Seeing this scene made Konan feel very uncomfortable too. "Hey, kid," Konan said. He stood in front of Naruto and looked down at him. Then he shouted, "Your crying is really annoying me. As punishment, from today on, you're going to be my little brother." Konan had to admit, he was being arrogant again. Naruto stopped crying and lifted his head to look at Konan, who wasn't much taller than him. "Haven't you understood yet? From today on, you're my little brother." Konan reached out his hand and pulled Naruto up to his feet. "And as a benefit of being my little brother, I'm taking you out to eat today." When Konan took his hand, Naruto felt a kind of warmth he had never felt before. What was this feeling? Before Naruto could react, Konan urged him again. "Hurry up. I'm buying you food and you're still being so slow." "Oh," Naruto said. He quickly followed. "Call me boss from today on," Konan said, putting on a big brother attitude. "If anyone bullies you, just say my name. No one will dare to touch you." "Yes, boss," Naruto said. Finally, he smiled. But with tears still on his face, the smile looked a little strange. Konan patted Naruto on the head. "What are you laughing at? You look so stupid when you laugh like that. Don't go out in public making that face and embarrass me." But Konan was also smiling. On the other side, the third Hokage, who had been watching Naruto through his crystal ball, was also smiling brightly. All the wrinkles on his face bunched up together. If Konan had been there, he would have understood the meaning of the phrase, smiling like a chrysanthemum. Chapter 6, Naruto's Change. 1579 words. Chapter 6, Naruto's Change. "Sakura, you're here to play with Ino again. I feel like I see you almost every morning now." Konan started to complain. "I've told you before you can come later. That girl wakes up so late every day. Ino is so lazy, and she keeps bullying me. If my little sister could be as cute as you, Sakura, that would be enough." Konan felt helpless. His sister looked like she had it all together, but she turned out to be a total slacker. But, It doesn't matter if I come early. I would just get bored staying at home anyway, Sakura said. For some reason, her face suddenly turned red. Oh well, that's up to you, Conan said. He didn't think much about it. A 5-year-old girl probably just didn't have many other friends. That was why she could only come over to play with Ino. Suddenly, the wooden door behind him opened and Ino's little head poked out. Stinky brother. You dare to talk bad about me? I won't forgive you. Wait, don't leave. Wherever you're going to play, take me with you. Seeing Ino trying to catch up with him, Conan felt a chill run down his spine. Well, I'm going first. Bye, Sakura. A moment later, when Ino had gotten dressed and come outside, she yelled, "Where is that jerk?" Sakura looked at Ino's murderous expression and started sweating. He's already gone. What kind of brother is that? He talks bad about me every day. He doesn't take me to play. And he yells at me. Just wait until he comes back. I'll deal with him then, Ino said. She was very unhappy that Conan had left without taking her along. Brother Conan is probably busy. Everyone in the village really likes him, Sakura said quietly. Whatever. It's his fault. Whoever wants a brother like that can have him, Ino said. She thought a brother like that was useless. Sakura thought to herself, I would really want one. Conan thought that Ino had been getting more and more annoying recently. She had never been this clingy before. The first few times he had taken her to play, he had failed all his missions and lost a lot of points. Today's task: help Grandma Tachibana Akio grow vegetables. Why couldn't it be an easier task? This was so troublesome. Boss, the voice was Naruto's. Naruto, you can go play by yourself. I don't have time right now. Boss, I didn't come to play, Naruto said, looking firmly at Conan. Please, boss. Teach me how to get everyone to accept me. Conan fell silent. Of course Conan knew that even though Naruto had made a friend like him, he was still living a hard life. The villagers still hated him. They still bullied him. They still rejected him. They still looked at him with cold eyes. Even though Conan wanted to help, he didn't know where to start. The only things he could do were help Naruto eat better and play with him sometimes. He couldn't change anything else. After all, Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Boss, please, Naruto begged again. Seeing how pitiful Naruto looked, Conan couldn't refuse his request. Okay, let's try, Conan said. He could only promise to do his best. But whether it would actually work or not, he couldn't say. Conan brought Naruto to a small, run-down house in the western part of the village. An old woman lived there. People said she had been a strong kunoichi back in her day. Her name was Tachibana Akio. But later she got injured and became old. So for any tasks that required even a little physical strength, she needed help from others. Her son and her grandson had both died in battle. Originally, the village would send people to help her on a regular basis. But ever since Conan was born, he had taken over all of those tasks. Conan knocked on the door and shouted loudly, Grandma Akio, I'm here to help you. Oh, it's Conan. Grandma has been waiting for you these past few days. Grandma even made special osmanthus cakes for you to eat. The door opened and a kind-looking old grandmother appeared in front of Conan and Naruto. This child is, Tachibana Akio's face suddenly changed. Grandma Akio, his name is Naruto. Before Conan could finish speaking, Akio interrupted him. He is not welcome here. Even though he heard what Akio said, Conan pretended not to hear it. Grandma Akio, he just wanted to help. I said go away. Didn't you hear me? Akio shouted painfully for some reason. Conan faintly sensed that something was wrong. It seemed like he had chosen the wrong place. Akio must have a deep grudge against the Nine-Tails. He had never asked her how her son and grandson died. Could it be? Conan saw Akio start crying. My son and grandson were killed by him. I lost my son and grandson on that day. I had already forgotten about it. Why are you reminding me of them again? Why did you bring him here, the murderer? Naruto gritted his teeth. He didn't know what to think. After a moment, Naruto lowered his head and pulled on Conan's sleeve. Boss, let's go. Conan could hear the hurt in Naruto's voice. He was crying. Naruto was really disappointed at that moment. Even though the third Hokage did not allow people to mention the 9 tails in the village, Naruto could still hear the general story from people's gossip. This uncomfortable feeling in his stomach, this was what they called a monster. Did this monster kill many people in the village? Was he really a monster? Conan understood that what had happened today could cause great harm to Naruto. And thinking that he had caused this whole thing because of his own carelessness made Conan feel even worse. Naruto held Conan's hand and said, Boss, let's go. Conan was silent for a moment. Even though Naruto kept pulling him, he didn't move. Suddenly, Conan looked up at Akio and said, My parents were also killed by the 9 tails. Naruto and Akio both looked at Conan in surprise. Naruto's heart felt like it was going to burst. Conan continued, So I understand how you feel. It's true. I hate the 9 tails too. There was silence. The only sound was the rustling of leaves blowing in the wind. But he is not the 9 tails. He is just a friend I have accepted. His name is Naruto Uzumaki. He is also a child who needs to be accepted and loved by others. Have you seen the look in his eyes? He wants so badly to be accepted by people. Conan shouted excitedly. Naruto is Naruto. The 9 tails is the 9 tails. Hating the 9 tails is not a reason to take your anger out on Naruto. Can you feel the pain in Naruto's heart? Shouldn't people who have suffered pain be more understanding of other people's pain? Please, give Naruto a chance to prove himself. Then Conan knelt down on the ground. Akio looked at the 2 children in front of her with struggling eyes. They were still so young. Maybe she had been wrong. Naruto had been crying for a long time. He also knelt down on the ground and shouted through his sobs, Boss. Akio struggled for a moment longer. Then she bent down and helped the 2 children back to their feet. Come inside, she said. The third Hokage watched the whole scene through his crystal ball. He smoked his cigarette silently. After a long time, he said to himself, This child will definitely become a great ninja in the future. That evening, as the 2 boys walked home, Conan noticed that Naruto did not seem as excited as he had expected. Even though Akio had accepted him, Naruto was quiet. Conan asked with some confusion, What's wrong? Boss, Naruto said with his head down, I just realized how hard it is to get someone's approval. Conan was confused. That didn't sound like Naruto's style at all. But then Naruto suddenly raised his head. One day, I will be accepted by the whole village. I will definitely make everyone accept me. And then I will become Hokage. Looking at Naruto in front of him, Conan smiled a grateful smile. This was what Naruto should look like. Even though some of the things Conan had said earlier weren't completely true, like his feelings about his parents, what he had expressed was truly how Conan felt. When he had watched Naruto in his previous life, he had been deeply moved by Naruto's story. He had also felt sad for Naruto when he was young. Naruto really shouldn't have had to bear all of that. And hadn't Conan come to the Naruto world to change these tragedies? What big talk is that? Conan suddenly said. Naruto stared blankly at Conan when he heard this. For a long moment, he didn't react. I'm going to be the first one to become Hokage, Conan said, pointing at Naruto. As for you, it's fine. I'll be the 5th Hokage, and you can be the 6th. I want to be the 5th Hokage. You be the 6th. Naruto shouted back angrily. Chapter 7, Admission 1471 words. Chapter 7, Admission. Spring turned to autumn, and another year passed in the blink of an eye. After nearly 2 years of doing daily tasks, Konan had become more and more loved and accepted by the people of Konoha. At the same time, his strength had also improved a lot. In 2 years, he had gained about 3,000 points of genin level experience. That experience was spread evenly across more than a dozen basic attributes. Each attribute had about half a bar of experience. Even though none of them had reached the full genin level yet, they had still increased his strength by a solid amount. 2 attributes in particular, stamina and agility, had gotten very close to genin level because of his constant training. Konan decided it was time to run some dungeons. There were 3 beginner dungeons, Udon, Moegi, and Konohamaru. They would drop experience books for the clone technique, transformation technique, and substitution technique respectively. Clearly, only the substitution technique was more useful. So Konan decided to challenge Konohamaru. He entered the dungeon. Konohamaru was standing across from Konan, looking at him coldly. Little punk, Konan thought. You think you can act tough with me? Let's see how your uncle teaches you a lesson today. The battle started. Because of his advantage in stats, even though Konan didn't know any ninjutsu at all, he still pushed Konohamaru around. But the Konohamaru on the other side wasn't going down easily. He could always use different skills and the substitution technique to escape from any dangerous situation. Looking at Konohamaru, who was moving as calmly as a robot, Konan couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If this was considered normal, then the real Konohamaru was definitely not this strong. After a long and fierce fight, Konan finally gained the upper hand. He was about to win. Just as Konan was ready to finish off Konohamaru, Konohamaru suddenly ran straight into Konan's kunai. The kunai pierced Konohamaru, but Konohamaru's kunai also scratched Konan's neck. Seriously? Konan shouted. Konan woke up from the feeling of death. He touched his neck. It was still intact. He cursed at the dungeon, you can't do that. How can the real Konohamaru be this experienced? If even Konohamaru is this strong, then the other ninja villages might as well give up. Luckily, the dungeon was over. He checked to see what had dropped. 1 piece of candy. Seriously? I worked that hard and risked my life for this. Konohamaru, just wait until you grow up. We'll settle both old and new grudges then. Konohamaru, of course, had no idea what was coming. The same dungeon system could only be used once per day for each dungeon. Seeing that he still had 1 more dungeon run left for the day, Konan chose Udon this time. Udon was definitely much weaker than Konohamaru. Konan killed Udon without too much trouble. Udon dropped an experience book worth 10 points for the clone technique. At least it was something. Konan didn't use it right away. He had noticed that these attributes and skills could also be trained by himself. The harder it was to train a skill, the better it was to practice it on his own first. Then, at the very end, he could use the scroll. Walking out of his room, Konan was surprised to see that Ino had woken up even earlier than he had. That was not normal. Ino, what's wrong with you today? Why are you up so early? He asked. Stupid brother, did you forget that we have to register for school today? Ino looked at Konan, who really had forgotten, and pretended to sigh. Ah, it's really hopeless having such an idiot for a brother. Konan just stared at her. At the school gate, Konan met Naruto. Naruto, what are those patterns on your face for? Konan asked. Here, boss. Don't you think they look really cool? Naruto looked at Konan excitedly. Konan honestly did not see how they looked cool. Even though Naruto had changed from how he was in the original story, his habit of doing funny or silly things to get attention had not changed at all. For over a year now, even with Konan's help, very few people had accepted Naruto. Compared to being hated by others, the more terrifying thing was being completely ignored. To get people to notice him, Naruto had done a lot of silly things. Seeing this made Conan feel both amused and sad. Suddenly, Conan was drawn to two people. A good-looking older boy was walking from a distance, holding the hand of a smaller good-looking boy. The whole scene looked really nice. Those were Itachi and Sasuke. Conan suddenly got excited. He had finally gotten to see Itachi. This was the cute Itachi from when he was still young. Conan had wanted to see Itachi for a long time. But Itachi had become a chunin at age 8, and was always out doing missions. Conan had never had the chance to see him before. Finally seeing him today made Conan a little excited. Looking at the bright-faced Sasuke next to him, who was smiling with a little blush on his cheeks, Conan wondered if Sasuke hadn't always been cold as a child. It was too bad he became so different when he grew up. But that couldn't be helped. Thinking about the tragedy that would happen to Itachi and Sasuke, Conan's mood suddenly changed. He could change Naruto's tragedy as much as possible, but how could he change Itachi's tragedy? With his own strength, there was no way he could get involved in something like that. Just as Conan was lost in thought, Ino suddenly shouted, "That boy is so handsome." Even though Conan already knew that Ino would like Sasuke, it still bothered him when his sister called someone else handsome. How handsome can he be? He's just average. He's nowhere near as good-looking as your big brother here. If you really look closely at my face, you can clearly see that I'm the handsome one. Ino looked seriously at Conan's face. After a moment, she blushed as if she had thought of something. Then she said stubbornly, "Yeah, right. My brother is the ugliest." Conan just stared at her again. Suddenly, Naruto also shouted loudly, "That girl is so cute." Following Naruto's gaze, Conan saw that he was looking at Sakura. Love at first sight. "Naruto, why do you think that girl is cute?" Conan wanted to know why Naruto liked Sakura. "Boss, don't you think her pink hair is cute?" Naruto was still excited. Conan just stared. "Pink hair? Naruto, you like rare colors just like your dad," he thought. Sakura spotted Conan and Ino from a distance and quickly came over to say hello. "Good morning, Conan." "Good morning, Ino." Conan and Ino greeted her back. "Good morning, Sakura." Suddenly, Naruto jumped out from the side and stuck out his thumb. "Nice to meet you, Sakura. I am the man who is destined to become Hokage someday. My name is Naruto Uzumaki." For a moment, Conan thought he saw a sparkle flash off Naruto's teeth. He suddenly felt a chill. Where did this feeling of Guy, Lee, and Luffy come from? "Naruto, you're in the wrong series," he thought. Sakura stared blankly at the strange, pattern-faced boy in front of her. Then she turned to Conan and Ino and asked, "Who is this strange person?" "Strange?" Naruto collapsed on the spot, completely crushed. Conan was also speechless. Naruto, with that kind of emotional intelligence, you want to get a girl. With such a bad first impression, your chances of dating Sakura are basically zero, he thought. It's really troublesome. Crunch, crunch. Without a doubt, these two were Shikamaru and Choji. As allied clans, the children of the three Ino-Shikacho families had all grown up playing together. They had been familiar with each other for a long time. Ino said without holding back, "Why are you still so unmotivated, Shikamaru? And Choji, you're already so fat and you're still eating." Shikamaru and Choji didn't get angry. It was clear that they were used to this kind of treatment by now. As more and more people showed up, the area around Conan gradually became livelier. Conan's reputation as the king of the children was not for nothing. Many kids gathered around him. Even though Conan was talking and laughing with the people around him, his mind was somewhere else. He looked at a girl with a pair of white eyes standing in the corner. He said silently to himself, "Naruto, I'm sorry, but I'll be taking Hinata for myself. As for me, I've liked Hinata for 2 whole lifetimes now." You should go find your Sasuke. Chapter 8, Lovely Hinata. 1683 words. Chapter 8, Lovely Hinata. Conan felt like he was going to be bored to death. He had thought that starting school would be a chance to relive his campus life. But he didn't realize how boring it would actually be until after classes began. Every day in class, a bunch of little kids just showed off and messed around. Some of them ate. Some of them slept. Some of them chatted. Some of them tried to pick up girls. Or rather, they tried to pick up good-looking boys. Conan looked at the group of little girls crowded around both Sasuke and himself. He couldn't help but feel speechless. How old are you people, he thought. And you already know how to chase after good-looking guys this early. It seemed like everyone in the Naruto world grew up fast. Thinking about this, Conan glanced again at Hinata, who was sitting in the corner. No matter how he looked at her, he thought she was cute. She truly was the future wife he had already picked out. Right now, Hinata probably didn't like Naruto yet. Thinking of this, Conan turned his head and gave Naruto a cold stare. Why are you looking at me like that? Naruto felt nervous under Conan's intense gaze. He didn't know what he had done wrong. Have you seen that girl over there? Conan said in a low voice. What's wrong with you? Naruto was confused. That's good. I like that girl, boss. So you absolutely cannot have any thoughts about her, understand? Conan felt relieved when he heard that Naruto hadn't made a move yet. Boss, why would I fall for a girl like that? I like Sakura, Naruto said, looking at Sakura with a dreamy expression. That's the best, Conan said. He made a plan in his head. That way, he wouldn't be as clueless as Naruto when it came to girls. Finally, school was over for the day. Boss, let's go play. I found a new secret base. Naruto was always full of energy. Maybe another time. I actually have something to do today. If chasing after a girl counted as something. Oh, Naruto said, shrinking a little. He really had no one else to play with except Conan. Conan hated it when Naruto looked like that. Don't make that face like you're about to die. I'll buy you ramen later. Long live the boss. Naruto cheered. Seeing Naruto's expression, Conan suddenly felt a little guilty. Sorry, Naruto, he thought. After leaving the school, Conan noticed that Hinata was being accompanied by ninjas sent by her clan. Originally, Conan had planned to walk home together with her after school to build their relationship. But who would have guessed that Hinata would have guards with her? Watching Hinata walk into the Hyuga clan compound, Conan felt helpless. It seemed like he would have to find another way. Nearly a week had passed, and Conan still hadn't found a good way to get close to Hinata. Even though he liked Hinata, Conan didn't want other people to know that he liked her. At least not right now. Think about it. If Sasuke ever said that he liked a certain girl one day, that girl would definitely be attacked by all the other girls. Right now Conan was just as popular as Sasuke, maybe even a little more. If he really let others know that he liked Hinata, wouldn't that cause a lot of trouble for her? If the girl was someone outgoing like Sakura or Ino, of course it wouldn't be a problem. But with Hinata, she would definitely get bullied badly. If you liked someone, of course you had to think about what was best for them. The problem was just that Hinata always had someone with her outside of school. It was really difficult. Forget it, Conan thought. I won't think about it for now. Let's just do today's task. Today's task was to teach a bully a lesson. Conan hadn't heard of any bullies in the village. What bully would be stupid enough to cause trouble in Konoha? He decided to go see for himself. Looking at the little kids who were only a bit taller than him, Conan was speechless. These are the bullies? Wait a minute. Why did this scene feel so familiar? The child being bullied by them was. This is too much, Conan thought. How dare they bully my future wife? They're asking for it. Suddenly, Conan spotted a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Who else could that orange figure be? Could this be fate's doing? He wondered. Is it arranged that Naruto has to save Hinata so they get paired together? I can't let that happen. Over where Naruto was, he obviously hadn't thought that much. Seeing someone bullying his boss's future girlfriend, he got angry right away. Without another word, he shouted, "Stop!" As he said that, Naruto rushed forward. But suddenly, something hit his leg. He fell to the ground with a squeak. The kids on the other side burst out laughing. But before they could finish laughing, Conan suddenly appeared behind them. Bad kids are the most annoying thing. Especially the ones who dare to bully Hinata. Those are even worse. Conan knocked several children to the ground. Then he hung them from a tree. After that, he turned around and forced out his warmest smile. "Hinata, are you okay?" Seeing Conan's sunny smile, Hinata suddenly blushed. "I'm fine," Hinata stammered. Just then, Naruto picked himself up off the ground and shouted, "Ow! That hurts. I don't know what hit my leg just now, but it hurts a lot." Conan said, "Really? You fall down every time you run. This isn't the first or second time. If you just admit the truth, I won't blame you." Naruto weakly argued, but there really was something there. It was true that Naruto usually did a lot of silly things. He knew that no one would believe him anyway. Looking at Hinata standing next to him, Conan was worried that the two of them might see each other again. At the same time, he had managed to find a moment to be alone with Hinata. He pulled 2 coupons for a Chiraku ramen out of his pocket and handed them to Naruto. "Go eat ramen by yourself. Don't just stand here getting in the way." Naruto suddenly understood. "Oh boss," Naruto's voice turned teasing. "Get out of here," Conan said. The Hyuga clan ninja who had been hiding in the grass had originally planned to come out and take Hinata away when he saw Naruto. But when he saw Naruto leave and only Conan remained, he crouched back down in the grass. The young lady had never had many friends. And this Conan kid in front of him was well known as a good boy. He was also a member of the Yamanaka clan. There was no problem with the young lady becoming friends with him. Conan's heart melted when he looked at the cute Hinata in front of him. Hinata was truly adorable when she was young. Suddenly, he noticed some dirt on Hinata's clothes. He reached over and helped straighten her hair. By this point, Hinata was already completely stunned. She blushed and stood frozen in place. When Conan helped fix her hair, she almost fainted from embarrassment. Even though Conan had known about Hinata's shy and timid personality for a long time, he still felt sorry for her. If Naruto could make her stronger, of course I can too, he thought. "Why didn't you fight back?" Conan asked, looking at Hinata with a smile. From what Conan knew, Hinata's current strength should have been more than enough to handle those children. After all, she was a child from a big clan. She had been training in taijutsu since she was little. Hinata didn't know how to answer that question. The more she thought about it, the closer she got to tears. "Hinata is too gentle," Conan said softly as he gently stroked her hair. Hinata stared blankly at Conan in front of her. "Sometimes, you have to learn to be brave. I think maybe Hinata just hasn't found a reason to be strong yet." Conan looked up at the clouds in the sky. People get stronger, whether for their dreams or to protect the things that matter most to them. He looked back at the cute Hinata and asked, "Does Hinata have any dreams? Or someone she wants to protect?" "I want to become a great kunoichi," Hinata said quietly. "Someone as strong as my father and as gentle as my mother. I want to protect my father and my mother and my little sister." "Speak up, Hinata. Shout out your dreams and the people you want to protect," Conan encouraged. Hinata looked around and saw that no one else was nearby. She hesitated for a long time before speaking in a voice that was just a little louder than normal. I want to become a great kunoichi who is as strong as my father, and as gentle as my mother. I want to protect my father and my mother and my little sister. After she finished speaking, Hinata's face turned bright red. Steam seemed to rise from her head. She looked like she was about to faint at any moment. As long as you remember how you feel right now, I think Hinata will definitely become stronger, Conan said, looking at her with a smile. Come on, let's go get some red bean paste. Does Conan-kun like red bean paste too? No, I just know that you really like it. Hinata's face turned red again. She almost fainted. Her shy mind went completely blank. Conan thought to himself, the more I look at her, the cuter she gets. But why do I feel like I've been getting smoother with my words lately? Chapter 9, Duel 1872 words. Chapter 9, Duel in the ninja class. There was a human-shaped target about 20 paces away from the students. Each child was being tested one by one. Irika shouted, Uchiha Sasuke, 9 out of 10 hits. Excellent. Right away, there were whispers among the students. Wow, as expected of Sasuke. He's so handsome. Haruno Sakura, 8 out of 10 hits. Excellent. Irika announced. Background whisper, as expected of the girl I like, Naruto thought. Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, it's your turn, Irika called out. Watch me beat Sasuke, Naruto said as he stepped up to the line. He struck a powerful pose. He threw 10 kunai in an instant. If you didn't look at where they landed, his form actually looked pretty standard. Irika looked at the kunai that had landed between his own legs. His face turned green. He couldn't help but shout angrily, Naruto. 3 out of 10 hits. Don't leave after school. You're staying for 3 more hours of practice. Idagawa Conan, 10 out of 10 hits. Excellent, Irika announced. More whispers followed. Wow, as expected of Conan. He's so handsome. As expected of my boss, Naruto added proudly. TCH, Sasuke said, gritting his teeth as he glared at Conan. Back in the classroom, Irika read the results of the last written exam. Haruno Sakura, 100 points. Very good. Sakura proudly walked up to the podium to get her test paper back. She showed an unusually humble expression. But inside, she was thinking, see this. This is the power of this young lady. Only I am good enough for Sasuke. Sasuke, second place, 98 points. Too bad about the small mistake. Keep up the good work, Irika said. Sasuke was very upset about losing to Sakura. Then he thought of Conan and shot him a challenging look. Conan was speechless. I haven't even done much to this kid, have I? Idagawa Conan, 65th place, 30 points. What's wrong with you, Conan? You couldn't answer such simple questions about ninja conduct. Everyone else in class got them right except for you and Naruto, Irika said. Sasuke looked at Conan losing face and showed his trademark smirk. The other students thought, if we had known Conan wouldn't know the answers, we would have let him copy from us. Conan wasn't bothered by the whispers from others. He stood up calmly. He thought, it's time to put on a show again. Conan replied calmly, I know everything about ninja conduct. I just don't agree with it, so I didn't want to write anything down. Irika got annoyed. What do you mean by that? Of course a ninja must follow the ninja code. Otherwise, how can you become a ninja? Conan looked at Irika without backing down. In my opinion, a lot of the ninja code is unnecessary. For example, rule number 20. A ninja must be able to keep their emotions hidden no matter what. They must put the mission first. And never shed tears, no matter what. But before we are called ninja, we are first human beings. How can a person have no feelings? If one day my partner died in front of me, I would definitely cry for them. If one day I had to choose between the mission and sacrificing my partner, I would never agree to it. Irika said, no matter what, ninja conduct is something that must be learned. Many great ninja in the past followed it. Conan interrupted Irika and said slowly, then I will prove that even without these things, I can still become a great ninja. This is my ninja way. As he said this, Conan snuck a peek at Hinata in the corner. He saw stars shining in her eyes. He thought proudly to himself, learn from this, Naruto. If you want to show off to get a girl's attention, you have to do it like this good-looking guy. Irika was at a loss for words. This child. All of the little Naruto characters thought silently, that was so cool. Naruto shouted loudly, as expected of my boss. From now on, this will be my ninja way too. Sasuke thought, dang it. He stole the spotlight. After school, Conan was still caught up in the feeling of finally pulling off the perfect dramatic moment. Then he was stopped by Sasuke. Let's fight, Conan. I want to see who is stronger between us, Sasuke said, staring coldly at Conan. Conan couldn't understand Sasuke's sudden hostility. Naruto was hostile to Sasuke because Conan had told him that Sakura liked Sasuke. But why was Sasuke hostile to him? In reality, Sasuke was hostile to Conan simply because Conan threatened his status. Sasuke had always wanted to be like his brother, and beat everyone his age to be number one. He worked hard so he could earn his brother's approval. But this guy in front of him kept casually staying on top, and it bothered Sasuke. Especially one day when his brother said that he really liked Conan, and hoped Sasuke would become a kid like him, that made Sasuke very angry. Today, Sasuke thought, I have to beat him and prove to my brother that I am the best. Naruto heard this and immediately shouted from the side, Sasuke. You have to duel me first. I've been upset with you for a long time. Sasuke didn't even respond to Naruto. Dead last. I'm not interested in dueling you. So Conan. Are you going to fight me, or are you a coward who's afraid of losing? Conan held back Naruto, who was about to charge forward. All right, Conan said. I want to see how strong you are anyway. Right now, Conan had stamina and agility at Genin level. His other attributes were close to Genin level too. As for the three basic techniques, even though he had saved all his experience books, he had raised them to intermediate level by himself. Going against Sasuke would be a good test of his strength. Let's go to the grove over there, Sasuke said. In the small arena, Sasuke and Conan faced each other. They waited for the other to show an opening. Suddenly, Naruto shouted, are you two going to fight or not? I'm about to fall asleep. He actually yawned. Both Conan and Sasuke turned their heads at the same time. They yelled together. In the end, Sasuke couldn't take it anymore and rushed forward first. The two of them started exchanging blows back and forth. Once they started fighting, Conan realized that he had underestimated Sasuke's strength. He suddenly remembered that the original story had mentioned that Sasuke already had Genin level skills even before entering the Ninja Academy. Conan couldn't help but be impressed. Sasuke really was a genius. His stats were subtly pushing Conan back. But Conan had been through many battles in the dungeons. When it came to actual fighting, he was actually pushing Sasuke back. After they had fought for a while, Sasuke realized that he was no match for Conan in taijutsu. He immediately launched a fierce attack to force Conan back, then jumped away. He started forming hand signs. He chanted, then shouted, fire style, fireball jutsu. Luckily, Conan had reached intermediate level with his substitution technique. He quickly switched places with a nearby log. Both of them had used up a lot of chakra. They stopped for a moment, panting slightly. Naruto, watching from the side, had been stunned for a long time. He murmured quietly, how can they be so strong? I can't even use one ninjutsu well. After a moment, he cheered himself up again. He quietly made a promise to himself. Just wait. I'm going to work harder. I will definitely surpass you both. After a short rest, the two boys started fighting again. This time, Conan was clearly more relaxed. Sasuke had used up a little more chakra in their last exchange. After a few more rounds, Conan spotted an opening. He swung his kunai towards Sasuke's stomach. Then he suddenly realized that this wasn't a dungeon. He quickly pulled back his kunai. But because he pulled back, Sasuke's kunai stabbed him in the shoulder instead. Naruto hurried over to support Conan. He checked Conan's injury. Sasuke clearly hadn't noticed what had just happened. He looked coldly at Conan and said, "Looks like I'm the better one." Naruto roared angrily. He was about to charge forward and fight Sasuke with everything he had. "Naruto," Conan said. He held Naruto back and shook his head slightly. Conan didn't want to argue. He put a hand on Naruto's shoulder and turned to leave. "Sasuke," a calm voice said. Itachi suddenly dropped down from above. "You lost. Why are you here?" Sasuke asked. "How could I have lost? I clearly won," he said, feeling upset. "I watched everything from the side," Itachi said. "In that last attack, Conan could have seriously injured you. If he hadn't pulled back his kunai, he wouldn't have left himself open to your counterattack. Sasuke, you should apologize." Itachi's voice was still calm but firm. Sasuke knew that his brother was angry. He hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. "I'm sorry," Sasuke said through clenched teeth. He was clearly still not convinced. Itachi looked at Conan. "I apologize to you on behalf of my foolish little brother." "Ah no, it's nothing," Conan said. An apology from Itachi himself wasn't something an ordinary person received. In truth, Itachi admired the child in front of him very much. From Conan's actions, he could see the child's love for the village and his kindness. Itachi thought for a moment, then asked, "Why didn't you defend yourself? You clearly won." "I think Sasuke wanted to win," Conan said calmly. "He wanted the title of being the best in class. Since he wanted it, I gave it to him." Conan continued, "I never wanted to fight over something like that anyway. My vision includes all of Konoha, even the entire ninja world. I don't care about such small titles. Something like that has no value to me at all." Well, Conan was showing off again. "That's very impressive," Itachi said. He was clearly surprised by the determination of the kid in front of him. His fondness for Conan grew in that moment. He thought, this kid will definitely become a great ninja. Even Sasuke was shocked by Conan's words. For a moment, he let go of his frustration. Seeing Itachi looking at him with surprise, Conan knew that his chance had come. "I've heard that Itachi-senpai is an excellent ninja," he said. "Would you be willing to guide me in my training sometimes?" Because of his affection for the child, and because of his apology for Sasuke hurting Conan, Itachi couldn't refuse this request. "I'll let you know when I have time. I'll be training Sasuke anyway." Conan thought silently in his heart, yes. Itachi-sensei, acquired. Naruto, standing next to Conan, yelled, "Me too." If one person is training, 2 or 3 are the same, Conan thought. Itachi replied helplessly, "All right. You can come too." Chapter 10, White Fang's Sword Skills 1677 words. Chapter 10, White Fang's Sword Skills. That evening, Conan silently replayed the scenes from his fight against Sasuke. Even though he had won today, the victory had been very narrow. In terms of physical fitness, chakra, and even ninjutsu, Conan was no match for Sasuke. But in truth, Sasuke could only be considered an ordinary genius. There was a huge gap between him and Itachi when Itachi was growing up. And that wasn't even mentioning the enemies Conan would have to face in the future like Pain, Obito, Madara, and even Kaguya Otsutsuki. If he relied only on this cheat system to reach that level, he had no idea how long it would take. To be honest, most of the skills you got from running dungeons were useless in the later stages. There were very few skills that could be used all the way to the end. If he thought about it carefully, he would need a Sage Body, the Sharingan, and the Rinnegan. Those bloodline limits were essential. When it came to ninjutsu, the Rasengan was good, the Flying Thunder God technique was good, and a few other individual skills used by the Kage were also good. But the problem was that to get those things, he first had to beat the bosses who had them. And according to the system, those bosses were going to be ridiculously strong. Thinking about this gave Conan a headache again. "Ah, this is so annoying," he said. Lying on his bed, he tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. If he wanted to defeat those bosses, he first had to raise his own stats, then fight other bosses to get stronger. If he wanted to reach Kage level, he figured he could only focus on Taijutsu first. For ninjutsu and genjutsu, there were too many requirements to unlock, like nature affinity, chakra control, chakra reserves, skill levels, and so on. Taijutsu was simpler. He just had to raise his strength and agility. But beating the later bosses was going to be really difficult. Those monsters seemed almost invincible. Even if you stood there and let them hit you, you probably couldn't land a hit on them. He would need a skill with high lethality. Conan searched through the system's list of skills that would drop from different characters. "What's this?" he said. When he saw the description of Konoha's White Fan's skill, Conan suddenly understood several unsolved mysteries from his previous life. Why would someone as strong as White Fan be forced to commit suicide by just a few rumors from villagers? Why was the sharp blade in White Fang's hands so easily broken in Kakashi's hands? The answer was that it was never a famous sword to begin with. It was just a normal sword that White Fang had used and maintained. White Fang's sword style was actually very simple. First, it was built on countless years of sword-wielding skills passed down through his family, plus many years of personal experience. Second, it required superhuman speed. That speed came partly from genetics and partly from a technique Kakashi had later taught Sasuke, which used lightning-style chakra to boost movement speed. Third, it required chakra concentration. Practicing the sword year after year allowed the user to focus their spirit to a very high degree. This let them condense very pure chakra onto the blade. Even though it was just an ordinary chakra blade, when coated with such highly concentrated chakra, it could cut through anything. That was why White Fang looked so strong in battle. His fights usually went like this: meet the enemy, charge up, slash, block or don't block, and then the fight was over. As for why White Fang committed suicide, it wasn't just because of the villagers' insults. Would a ninja who had killed countless people really kill himself because of some mean words from others? That was a joke. The truth was that after that mission incident, his spirit became shaken. His will was no longer firm. Because of that, his blade was no longer as sharp as before. A swordsman who was useless had no reason to live. So he took his own life. And the sword he left for Kakashi was never a famous sword in the first place. Kakashi's chakra wasn't concentrated enough, so naturally he couldn't make it cut through everything. That was why it broke. The reason Kakashi stopped using a sword later was even simpler. The Sharingan polluted his chakra. It was no longer pure. He probably didn't quit using the sword because he wanted to. He quit because he couldn't use it anymore. Conan couldn't take his eyes off White Fang's skill. He suddenly realized that if he could master this skill in the future, unlock the agility secret ability for super speed reactions, and learn the Flying Thunder God technique, the picture would be too beautiful to even imagine. At the very least, he would be unbeatable in one-on-one fights. Also, there were two characters who dropped this skill, young Kakashi and Konoha's White Fan. The most important thing was that they dropped fewer types of skills, and they both also dropped agility stat points. If he went to the adult Kakashi dungeon, it would drop thousands of different ninjutsu at random. That would be the worst. Even though he couldn't clear those dungeons yet, couldn't he just practice the technique first? If he really waited to get it from a dungeon, it would take way too long. Thinking about this, Conan secretly made up his mind. He had to find a way to get this sword-style training method from Kakashi. Kakashi, who had finally finished his mission, was walking home alone. He was reading a book while walking. The most amazing thing was that no matter what obstacle Kakashi passed by, he seemed to see it ahead of time, and dodge it perfectly. Suddenly, he stopped in a remote area. "Come out," Kakashi said calmly. "You've been following me for a while. You'd better give me a good explanation." A dark figure stepped out from the corner. Who else could it be but Conan? "Senior Kakashi, I." Conan hesitated. How should he say this? After all, this was someone else's family taijutsu style. If he just asked rudely, Kakashi would probably say no. Seeing that it was just a kid, Kakashi was a little surprised. He noticed that this kid's skills were already above the average genin. And he looked kind of familiar. "What do you want with me?" Kakashi asked. At that moment, the sword was only 0 centimeters away from my throat. But after a quarter of an incense stick, the owner of the sword would completely fall in love with me, because I decided to tell a lie. Although I have told countless lies in my life, I think this one is the most perfect. No, that's not right, Conan thought. He started to think more seriously. Actually, White Fang Senpai is my idol, Conan said in a sincere voice. Kakashi was stunned. Where is this going? During the last exam, the teacher asked us to write about the ninja code. I didn't write much because I didn't agree with his philosophy. This is what I told the teacher. Before we are called ninja, we are first human beings. How can we have no human feelings? If one day my partner dies in front of me, I will definitely cry for them. If one day I have to choose between the mission and sacrificing my partner, I will never agree to it. I want to prove that even someone who doesn't follow the ninja code can still become a great ninja. My idol is a great ninja like White Fang Senpai, someone who would never give up on his partner. So I beg you, Kakashi Senpai, to teach me the sword style that White Fang Senpai left behind. I want to carry on his will. My speech should be pretty perfect, and my expression should be flawless too, Conan thought. Kakashi was silent for a moment. His eyes wandered as if he was remembering something. He hadn't expected that someone would agree with his father. And for that someone to be such a young kid. After a moment, Kakashi snapped out of his memories. He looked at Conan and said slowly, "I'm sorry." Conan's face fell instantly. "I can't give you an answer yet," Kakashi said. "Let me think about it for a few days." In truth, Kakashi had always wanted to pass on his father's sword style. But he had never met the right person. The kid in front of him seemed like he might be suitable. But he couldn't just take his word for it. He would have to do some research. After Kakashi finished speaking, he turned and left. "Oh, by the way," he said without turning around, "what's your name?" "Idagawa Conan." The next day, in the third Hokage's office, Kakashi asked the third Hokage, "Do you know a kid named Idagawa Conan?" The third Hokage laughed. "That child is very famous in Konoha." Then the third Hokage told Kakashi about all the good deeds Conan had done. As Kakashi listened, he thought to himself, this is a child who carries on the will of fire. His character should be fine. A few days later, Kakashi found Conan. After a few days of simple teaching, he handed a scroll to Conan. "The sword style passed down in my family is easy to learn, but it requires talent and perseverance. How far you go with it is up to you." "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei," Conan said. This time, he truly meant it when he called Kakashi teacher. But Kakashi didn't seem to appreciate it. "I told you not to call me teacher. I just didn't want my family's sword style to die out," Kakashi said. He thought to himself, having an apprentice is too troublesome. "I don't want one." Conan replied seriously, "Yes, Mr. Kakashi." Kakashi just stared at him. Chapter 11, The legendary famous sword 2338 words Chapter 11, the legendary famous sword, a giant tree, half as thick as a person's height, was cut cleanly in half by Conan. Looking at the smooth cut, which was as seamless as a mirror, Conan felt very satisfied with the results of his training. After straightening his clothes, Conan imagined how he would fight in the future. He would use lightning style to boost his speed and rush forward. He would use the flying thunder god technique to flash behind his enemy. And with chakra concentrated on his blade, he would cut through anything. It would be even better if he could unlock the secret ability of stamina. That way, even if he got hurt by accident, he could heal himself. Why does this fighting style remind me of someone? Conan thought. Isn't this just like a certain sword master from a game? He suddenly remembered a game he had played in his previous life. Conan realized that he had already started acquiring skills, and he was actively training them. The only thing he still needed was equipment. White Fan could use a good sword, but Conan couldn't. A good sword wasn't enough on its own. He had to find a way to get a really good sword. Konoha was a big village. Surely there had to be a few legendary weapons hidden away somewhere. Who should he ask? Then he had an idea. Grandpa Kosuke, I've come to play with you. Conan pushed the door open without knocking. Oh, it's Conan. Long time no see, a kind old man said, looking at Conan with a smile. If you thought Kosuke was just an ordinary old man, you would be wrong. The legendary Eternal Genin was not that simple. Conan, who had read the original story, knew that Kosuke had fought alongside the second Hokage. He had lost the use of his left eye protecting the third Hokage. He had lost his left leg protecting the fourth Hokage. Even though he was disabled, he could still easily kill a group of ninja, including a Jonin. Back when he was young, he must have been incredibly strong. Also, because Kosuke had lived for so long, he naturally knew a lot of things. Asking him about where to find things was definitely the right move. Grandpa Kosuke, do you know what famous swords Konoha has? Conan asked. He used his S-rank technique again, the cuteness jutsu. Why are you asking about that? Kosuke said with his usual smile. I inherited White Fang Senpai's sword style, but I don't have a good sword yet. Hearing the name White Fang, Kosuke drifted into memory again. White Fang. I fought alongside him back then. Conan thought to himself, Grandpa Kosuke, how many amazing people have you fought with? After spending a long time remembering, Kosuke finally returned to the topic. If you're asking about famous swords, Konoha has quite a few. Conan's eyes lit up when he heard that. However, most of those swords are famous because of their owners. Most of the swords themselves are ordinary. The really powerful ones are things like the Sword of Thunder and the Kusanagi sword. But most of those have been lost as well. Kosuke fell back into memory. I saw them when I fought alongside their masters. By the way, Kosuke suddenly remembered something. There should be one really strong sword still in the village. That sword is... Come look. I invented a new jutsu. Naruto shouted from a distance when he saw Conan. Conan wondered when Naruto would ever invent a ninjutsu. Then he realized, wait, it has to be that technique. With a puff of white smoke, a naked female version of Naruto appeared in front of Conan. Conan completely lost face because of this guy. We're in the middle of the street, you know, he thought. Naruto shouted excitedly, boss, look at my jutsu. Isn't it unexpected? The corner of Conan's mouth twitched. I think Sasuke would like it. Sasuke would fall for that jutsu. I'll try it on him another day, Naruto said innocently. Conan thought to himself, you'll understand later. How could I fall for such a ridiculous technique? Sasuke's cold voice suddenly came from behind them. What's so ridiculous about it, you stinky Sasuke? Naruto shot back. Isn't such a useless technique ridiculous? Dead last, Sasuke said. Stinky Sasuke. Naruto yelled. Dead last, Sasuke repeated. The two of them started fighting with each other again. After training together under Itachi several times, the three of them had gradually become more familiar with each other. Conan didn't know if it was because of their astrological signs or something, but Naruto and Sasuke still insulted each other every time they met. But in Conan's eyes, wasn't that just what good friends did? Conan smiled and said, "You two really have a good relationship." "Who has a good relationship with him?" They both shouted at the same time. "You guys keep playing. I still have something to do," Conan said. Conan was focused on the famous sword. He wasn't in the mood to play around. "What is it, boss?" "Bring me along." "I can help too," Naruto said. "You can't help me with this." "See you later," Conan said. "Why is the boss always so mysterious?" "I'm following him today to see what he's doing," Naruto said, his curiosity completely stirred up. "Sasuke, are you coming?" "Boring," Sasuke said. Then he turned and left. Conan was heading toward his destination when he suddenly noticed two little tails following him. "All right, don't bother hiding." "Sasuke's hiding isn't bad, but Naruto, your stealth skills are way too low. Do you really think I can't see you just because you put a cloth over your head?" "Sasuke, you actually did come." "You lied to me," Naruto said. "Idiot," Sasuke said. Naruto shot back. All right. You two can come if you want. Just don't cause any trouble for me." Conan looked at the two live wires in front of him. "Boss, what are we doing here?" Naruto asked. "We're going to find a legendary sword," Conan said. Conan hadn't expected there to be a place like this in the village. Looking at the rundown hut in front of him, he wondered, does anyone actually live here? He called out, "Is anyone here?" He pushed open the door. Conan smelled alcohol right away. He saw a drunk old man lying on a bed. Seeing Conan and the others come in, the old man opened his eyes. "A few brats. Go play somewhere else. Before I get angry." "What did you say, old man?" Naruto started. Conan quickly grabbed Naruto, who was about to cause trouble again. He really shouldn't have brought him here. "Excuse me, sir. Are you Senior Inuzuka Shino?" Conan asked respectfully. Someone still knows this old man's name. "Who told you?" Inuzuka Shino sat up when he heard this. Conan then noticed that his right sleeve was completely empty. "Senior Kosuke told me," Conan said. "That old thing isn't dead yet." Inuzuka Shino suddenly drifted into a memory. He came back to the present after a moment. "This old man doesn't have anything worth your trouble." "Are you here for the sword?" he asked. Inuzuka Shino pulled a sword out from somewhere behind the bed. The cold light coming off the blade was threatening. Anyone could tell that this sword was extremely sharp. What was even more surprising was that after being exposed to the air for a moment, a layer of water mist formed on the blade. Eventually, the mist condensed into drops of water that trickled down. Looking at the sword's appearance, Conan knew that this had to be the one. This was the legendary famous sword, Muramaru. "This is Muramaru, right? Grandpa Kosuke told me that when this sword is drawn to kill someone, water flows from the blade to wash away the blood. The scene is like a sphere washing leaves, so it was named Muramaru." "I'm afraid you've come all this way for nothing," the old man said. He gently stroked the sword, staring at it like he was looking at a lover. He said slowly, "Muramaru is different from other swords. He is a spiritual sword. If you can't earn his approval, you won't be able to use him." Seeing the looks of disbelief on the three boys' faces, Inuzuka Shino sighed. "I'll let you try." Then he handed the sword to Conan. This is so cool, Conan thought. That was his first feeling when he picked it up. But after a moment, the feeling grew stronger and stronger until it was ice cold. Finally, he had no choice but to pass the sword to Naruto and Sasuke. "Why is it so cold?" It's freezing me, Naruto said. After a moment, he handed the sword to Sasuke. Sasuke wanted to hold on longer, but he couldn't take it for more than a moment. He had to let go of the sword. When the sword was about to fall to the ground, Inuzuka Shino caught it with a speed that all three of them couldn't even see clearly. Now you understand. You can't handle this sword at all, Inuzuka Shino said with a sigh. He looked at the boys and said, go on. Maybe in a few years you'll earn his approval. Right now, you're all too young. Please let me try one more time, Konan said, suddenly looking up at Inuzuka Shino with a firm expression. Inuzuka Shino sighed helplessly. Trying a few more times won't change anything. Konan didn't say anything. He just looked at the old man firmly. After a moment, Inuzuka Shino said, all right. Then you can try one more time. The feeling when he picked up Muramaru again was exactly the same as before. Within a few seconds, Konan was so cold that he could barely hold the sword. I can only try this, Konan thought. He suddenly remembered a scene he had seen in his previous life from One Piece, when Zoro chose a sword. Konan spun the sword in his hand, then tossed it high into the air. Then he stretched out his right arm to block the path of the falling blade. The other three were all shocked. Boss, what are you? Naruto said. Konan, you, Sasuke started. Konan said with a bright smile, I'm letting Muramaru choose. If he thinks I'm not worthy to be his master, then let him cut off my arm. Konan thought to himself, the Naruto world is different from the pirate world. If I lose an arm here, I can just grow it back. Besides, this is just a simple cut. I could pick up my severed arm, run to the hospital, and get it reattached in less than 2 days. Compared to what I could gain from a famous sword, this risk is nothing. I have to seize every opportunity to get stronger. He watched the sword fall from the sky. The others stared at the blade without blinking. Then, just as Muramaru was about to cut Konan's arm, the sword miraculously swerved, fell to the ground, and stuck straight into the dirt. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. When Konan picked up the sword again, they quickly asked, did it work? After a moment, Konan smiled brightly. Muramaru has accepted me. Touching Muramaru in his hand, Konan felt like he had grown another arm. Was this the legendary, like a finger on your hand? This faint feeling of connection let Konan clearly sense Muramaru's joy. Inuzuka Shino looked at the child with complicated eyes. It seemed that Muramaru really had chosen the right master. Since Muramaru has accepted you as his master, you can take him. Remember, don't disgrace his name. Thank you, Inuzuka Shino-senpai, Konan said, bowing respectfully. Don't thank me. This was Muramaru's own choice. This old man is going back to sleep, Inuzuka Shino said softly. His eyes grew distant, lost in thought. Hearing what Inuzuka Shino said, Konan quickly replied, then we'll take our leave. Thank you, senior. I will definitely make Muramaru famous throughout the ninja world. Then Konan took Sasuke and Naruto and left. The moment they stepped outside, Muramaru moved. Konan could feel the sword's reluctance. Don't be sad, he said softly. In the future, I'll bring you back to see him often. Walking out of the room, Konan could clearly feel the admiring gazes from Naruto and Sasuke. He couldn't help but feel a little proud. Haha, he thought. Why do I feel like my ability to show off has been getting better lately too? Back inside the hut, Inuzuka Shino, who was already old, seemed to age another 10 years after Konan and the others left. His eyes were dull as he remembered scenes from his past. Those days when he fought side by side with Muramaru. After a long time, Inuzuka Shino said quietly, Muramaru. I know you've been longing to return to the battlefield again. It's a shame I can no longer go with you. You must have been very lonely. Now it seems you've found a great master. He will definitely make you famous in the ninja world again. It's just too bad I won't be there to see it. I should have died many years ago when I lost my right arm. Now that I've lost you as well, it seems there's no reason for me to keep living. After a moment, the old man's already cloudy eyes slowly dimmed. His hands dropped powerlessly to his sides. He didn't move, as if he had fallen asleep. Conan, already far away from the hut, suddenly felt Muramaru vibrate with a buzzing tremor in his arms. Conan could clearly feel the sword's sadness. He pulled out Muramaru. Droplets of water fell from the blade, as if Muramaru was crying. Chapter 12, The Last Time 1886 words. Chapter 12, The Last Time in the Dungeon. Conan looked at the wound on his body and sighed helplessly. Is this still too much for me? From Conan's point of view, among the more advanced dungeons for the Konoha 12, only two were really useful. Those were Naruto's Uzumaki bloodline and Sasuke's Uchiha bloodline. If there was anything else, it would be Lee's 8 gates. The special abilities that dropped from other people were honestly not very useful. Things like secret techniques for dogs and bugs, or the Byakugan bloodline. Even aside from whether or not they were useful, if he used them in Konoha, he would basically be asking for death. The same was true for the secret techniques of the Akimichi, Nara, and Yamanaka clans. Even though Conan was technically a member of the Yamanaka clan, his family had never once mentioned letting him learn their secret techniques. And of course, Conan was smart enough not to ask. Conan understood how important secret techniques and bloodlines were to each family in this era. If anyone was ever discovered stealing them, it would mean being hunted until death. After getting Muramaru, Conan couldn't wait to try a relatively weaker dungeon. He chose Sasuke. In reality, when they graduated, Sasuke might have been stronger than Naruto by a little bit. But Conan understood deeply that according to the system, every dungeon character was a master fighter. If Naruto could split into 1,000 shadow clones and have them all cooperate perfectly, then unless Conan had Jounin-level strength or mastered several large-scale ninjutsu, he wouldn't even stand a chance. And Lee was definitely stronger than Sasuke. Later, during the Chunin exams, Lee had completely shown up Sasuke. Lee, with the 8 gates opened, would definitely be a Jounin in Taijutsu. Thinking about all this, Conan decided to test the waters with Sasuke first. And just as Conan expected, the Sasuke in the dungeon had solidly reached Chunin level in Taijutsu, Ninjutsu, and Genjutsu. He was probably a fairly good Chunin. But because his overall stats were average, his combat strength wasn't overwhelming. Still, even against a Sasuke like that, Conan was pushing his limits. Even with Muramaru in hand, he could hold his own in close combat, and even push Sasuke back. But Sasuke would use his speed to create distance, and then keep attacking with ninjutsu and genjutsu. It didn't take long for Sasuke to defeat Conan. Still, Conan knew he was not far from actually winning this dungeon. Over the next few months, Conan didn't try to rush into any of the other Konoha kids' dungeons. Instead, he fought Konohamaru and Udon day after day. Finally, he unlocked the special abilities for the substitution technique and the clone technique. Feeling the large amount of new knowledge suddenly appearing in his mind, Conan tried making a hand sign. Substitution technique. In an instant, Conan swapped places with a piece of wood. His release speed had increased by a full 50%. That was a very practical secret ability. Clone technique. He looked at the several clones that looked exactly like him. His chakra consumption for the technique had been reduced by 80%. In addition, after several months of continuous practice, Conan had gradually mastered Muramaru's true abilities. To put it simply, Muramaru's ability was actually to use killing intent. Even though something like killing intent was mysterious and hard to explain, it did exist sometimes. Based on how people like Zabuza and Orochimaru could force others to give up fighting just by releasing their killing intent, this likely counted as a type of spiritual attack. Muramaru had a few main abilities. The first was increasing killing intent. By raising his own killing intent, Conan could suppress his opponent's strength. It was a simple and practical little ability. The second was killing intent perception. The sword could sense other people's killing intent and warn its owner. In a way, this ability was like having an extra-sensory ninja by his side. It was very useful. At the very least, he didn't have to worry about sneak attacks. The third ability was also the source of the sword's name. Muramaru could use killing intent to condense the water vapor in the air onto the blade. When this water entered a wound, it made the wound difficult to heal. For other people, this might seem like a pointless ability. After all, in the middle of a fight, the enemy usually didn't have a chance to slowly heal. But Conan knew how useful this ability could be against some unbeatable monsters. Conan was very satisfied with Muramaru's abilities. And it wasn't impossible to develop them even further in the future. Seeing that Conan wasn't listening at all, and was just gently stroking his favorite sword, Irika's head burst with visible veins. Conan, this is the first time we're covering this. Please listen carefully to me. Yes, teacher, Conan said. But then he lowered his head, and went back to stroking his beloved sword. Irika felt completely helpless. Ever since he got Muramaru, Conan never let the sword leave his side. Whether he was eating, sleeping, or even taking a bath or using the bathroom, he always had to have the sword with him. Originally, he had just wanted to follow the descriptions from all the novels and anime he had read. He wanted to increase his understanding with the weapon. But slowly, Conan really started to feel like he couldn't separate from Muramaru. Maybe it was just a man's nature to love weapons. Especially when that weapon was so human-like that it could communicate with him, and show him its admiration. Muramaru had gradually become a part of Conan's body. Conan had never imagined that a person and a weapon could have such a bond. After class, Conan and Sasuke were once again surrounded by a large circle of girls. Conan was a little annoyed. After a moment, he thought of something and said with a mischievous smile, "Sorry, everyone. I already have someone I like." A group of girls immediately turned dark. They gritted their teeth and asked, "Who is it?" "She is Sakura," and Ino also pricked up their ears. Hinata, who was already in the corner, was so embarrassed that she almost buried her face under her desk. Hinata thought to herself, Conan. Conan, he wouldn't actually say it, would he? "She is in my hand." "Muramaru," Conan said. All the girls exclaimed in confusion. "I'm sorry, everyone. I've decided to devote myself to the way of the sword from now on. So from today, my wife is Muramaru." Conan was smirking on the inside, but on the outside he looked at Muramaru with deep affection. He almost made all the girls believe him. To be fair, there were actually many legends in this era about people who were obsessed with their weapons. For a moment, all the girls felt like the end had come. After a moment, several of them made up their minds again. I have to pull Conan back from the wrong path. They started pestering Conan one after another. But Conan didn't speak. He just looked silently at his sword. Naruto, who knew that Conan and Hinata had always had a secret thing going on, watched Conan and Sasuke ignore all these girls. He suddenly felt very upset. I don't even have one girl, and you guys are still pushing them away, Naruto thought. I can't afford to mess with the boss. I'll just go bother Sasuke instead. An idea came to him. Naruto jumped directly onto the desk in front of Sasuke's face, and stared at him. What are you doing, dead last? Sasuke said, looking at Naruto with indifference. Idiot Sasuke. I want to fight you one-on-one, Naruto said aggressively. I'm not interested in fighting the dead last one-on-one. Naruto shouted. Here we go again, Conan thought. Looking at the pair in front of him, he was speechless. They really were natural enemies. Almost every time they had free time, they would end up like this. Suddenly, Conan thought of something. An evil smile spread across his face again. Naruto, who was arguing with Sasuke, suddenly felt something hit him in the back. He stumbled forward. At the same time, Sasuke also lost his balance. The two of them crashed into each other and their lips were pressed tightly together. In an instant, both of their faces changed. They scrambled apart and crouched in the corner, gagging. Conan appeared next to them at just the right moment. I never would have guessed, Naruto, Sasuke. I always knew you two had a good relationship. You're always hanging all over each other whenever you have free time. But I never expected you had that kind of relationship. Who has that kind of relationship with him? They both shouted together. With Conan adding fuel to the fire, a group of girls rioted. A moment later, Naruto was beaten within an inch of his life, lying on the ground barely moving. Did I go too far? Conan thought to himself. Forget it. Why should I care about something like that? For the girls of Irika's class, that day was destined to be a dark one. They had lost 2 male idols in a single day. After school, Conan saw Itachi again. It was rare to see him lately. It seemed like the number of times he had seen Itachi had been decreasing more and more. The moment Sasuke saw Itachi, his usual expressionless face melted. He shyly rubbed up against Itachi and said cutely, "Brother, carry me on your back." Conan almost went blind seeing this. If someone took a picture of this, it would definitely be Sasuke's greatest shame. Sasuke, you actually have this side to you. Conan thought. Itachi knelt down helplessly and lifted Sasuke onto his back. He said, almost as if unintentionally, "This is the last time." After saying that, Itachi looked at Conan. "Tomorrow happens to be your day off. Let's meet at Training Ground 10. I'm going to be very busy with missions in the future. I might not have another chance to train you again." Hearing Itachi emphasize twice that it was the last time, and that he might not have another chance, Conan suddenly realized what time it was. Based on the timeline, the event should be coming. Conan suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Is it really going to happen? But there was nothing he could do about it. Looking at Itachi's perfect smile, there was no way to guess what was going on inside his heart. But Conan's own heart was bursting with sadness. That was right. A huge event was about to happen. Looking at Sasuke's innocent smile, Conan's mind was full of thoughts. But no matter how much he thought about it, he had no room to get involved. "I want you to carry me too." Ino's arrival interrupted Conan's thoughts. "Oh, okay," Conan said awkwardly. "You agreed that reluctantly." Ino complained. Looking at Conan's back as he walked away, Itachi wondered, did this kid notice something? He shook his head. "No, that's impossible. It must be my imagination." Chapter 13, Itachi's helplessness. 1985 words. Chapter 13, Itachi's helplessness. Conan arrived at Training Ground 10 early the next morning. He hadn't expected Itachi and Sasuke to already be there. "Sasuke, you are being too deliberate. There is a certain angle and technique to throwing kunai. No matter where you are standing, you have to be able to throw and hit the target. Watch closely," Itachi said. Itachi grabbed a handful of kunai without even looking at them. He threw them all at once. The kunai clanged against each other in midair, making it impossible to see their paths. A moment later, the kunai had tied a rope around a tree, locking it in place. Even though this wasn't the first time, Conan still couldn't help but be surprised by Itachi's kunai throwing. Being able to hit targets behind other targets by having the kunai ricochet off each other was simply amazing. Itachi truly deserved to be called a genius. "Brother, that's amazing," Sasuke said, showing an expression of pure admiration. Conan called out from a distance, "Itachi-senpai, Sasuke, good morning." "Conan, you're here," Itachi said with a nod when he saw Conan approaching. Then he turned to Sasuke and said, "Continue your practice." Itachi turned back to Conan. "The sword style you inherited from White Fang Senpai should have progressed nicely by now. Let's have a real fight. Use your full strength without worrying." After all, you should understand that with your current power, you can't hurt me. Yes, Itachi-senpai. Then I won't hold back, Conan said. Conan understood that with his current strength, he probably couldn't even land a single hit on Itachi. So he rushed forward without hesitation, using all his power. The gap between their strengths was truly too large. No matter how Conan swung his sword, he couldn't touch Itachi at all. Slowly, Conan started using some of the small tricks he had figured out from years of fighting in dungeons. He would occasionally use his left hand, feet, head, shoulders, elbows, and other parts of his body to attack Itachi from every angle. He would also use the clone technique to confuse Itachi. Even though he knew these tricks had no effect on Itachi, Itachi wanted to see his true level. So of course Conan had to give it everything he had. After a while, Itachi grabbed Conan's right hand, the hand holding the sword. I've seen your level now. Conan silently put away his sword, and waited for Itachi's advice. After thinking for a moment, Itachi said seriously, to be honest, I don't really have anything to teach you. Conan was confused. The truth is, I noticed a long time ago that you are a genius at fighting. Last time when you dueled with Sasuke, you were clearly weaker than him in every way. But you were still able to find and seize every opening. If I didn't know that you've never left the village, I might have thought you were a ninja with years of combat experience. All I can say is that your fighting instincts are very strong. Honestly, I don't have anything to teach you when it comes to fighting. There might be small weaknesses here and there, but they don't really hurt your overall performance. I'm worried that if I try to correct them specifically, I might end up hurting your natural talent. Conan thought to himself, you're right about that. I really have been through a lot of fights. Of course, Conan couldn't argue with Itachi. He just stayed quiet. Sasuke thought, dang it. This guy is so strong. Why isn't it me who's getting praised by my brother? After a moment, Itachi suddenly asked, Conan, do you know what your chakra natures are? My natures? Conan thought. He wanted to say that he had all 7, but wouldn't that be too flashy? Wouldn't he get targeted by that old man, Danzo? My natures are water and earth, Conan said, casually picking 2. In the future, he would definitely get a bunch of wind, lightning, and fire skills from running dungeons. If he suddenly revealed those later, he could treat them as a trump card. I see, Itachi said. He pulled out 3 scrolls from behind his back and tossed them to Conan. Since you've already decided to walk the path of the sword, you don't need to learn too many ninjutsu or genjutsu. These 3 techniques are water style, water formation wall, earth style, earth flow wall, and genjutsu, release. The principles behind water formation wall and earth flow wall have a lot in common. They are classified as B-rank ninjutsu, but in truth, you can adjust their rank from C rank to A rank depending on how much chakra you put into them. That makes them more suitable for you. The genjutsu release technique is a little different from the standard version. You could say it's my own improved version. With the 3 techniques Itachi had given him, Conan wasn't happy. Even though these techniques weren't super useful to him, he could see that Itachi had carefully chosen them for him. But it was obvious that Itachi really wanted to leave. Otherwise, he could have just taught them to Conan slowly over time. Thinking about this, Conan pushed down the sadness in his heart. He forced out a perfect smile. Thank you, Itachi brother. Even if you feel pain inside, you have to smile. That's what I learned from you, Itachi, Conan thought. If you like them, that's good, Itachi said. He gave back his trademark smile. Itachi-senpai. Idiot Sasuke. I'm here to help. Naruto's energetic voice carried from far away. As expected of the dead last. No matter what it is, he's always last, Sasuke taunted. What did you say, you idiot Sasuke? Naruto shot back. Dead last, Sasuke repeated. Conan put his hand to his forehead and sighed. Here we go again, he thought. For Naruto, Itachi actually felt a little helpless. If he really had to teach Naruto, he didn't know where to start. Whether it was taijutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu, or even kunai throwing, Naruto basically knew nothing. Even though Itachi wanted to leave something for Naruto before they parted, he didn't know what to give him. Naruto, if you have any questions, you can ask me, Itachi said. I may not have much time to teach you in the future. Questions? I don't have any questions, Naruto replied confidently. Oh, by the way, I recently invented a new jutsu. Is that so? Itachi thought. Does this child have some talent after all? For a moment, Itachi felt a little hopeful. Show me this new technique you invented. Wait, Konan and Sasuke both thought at the same time. Naruto isn't going to use that technique, is he? But it was already too late to stop him. Sexy jutsu. A puff of white smoke drifted away. When it cleared, a nude female version of Naruto was standing there. Silence filled the training ground. After a long moment, even Itachi couldn't keep his perfect light smile on his face. The corner of his mouth twitched. This technique is certainly. I think so too. Naruto clearly took that as a compliment. Konan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I must never tell anyone that I know this guy in the future, he thought. That would be way too embarrassing. But Naruto really did have a magical ability. No matter where he went, he could dilute sadness. If being funny was a talent, then Naruto was a genius. After a full day of hard training, Konan, Naruto, and Sasuke parted ways with Itachi. As they left, Itachi gave Konan a deep look. There was a hint of something meaningful in his eyes. Inside the Uchiha compound — I'm done eating. I have to leave now, Itachi said coldly. He didn't even bother with a fake smile at home. This was just how he was around them. Itachi, you Uchiha Fugaka started. He was growing more and more dissatisfied with Itachi. But then he thought about Itachi's abilities, and held back whatever he was going to say. Sasuke saw the change in Itachi. He didn't know what was happening. He had never seen this cold side of his brother before. Could it be because of what they've been saying about Shisui lately? He wondered. That evening back at training ground 10 — Konan, why did you want to see me? Itachi asked. He was confused. He thought about the secret signal Konan had passed to him during the day. Could it be that he really does know something? Itachi, have you already made up your mind? Konan looked seriously into Itachi's eyes. He was trying to see something, anything, behind them. Itachi was silent for a moment. What are you talking about? I don't understand, he said. The Uchiha clan is planning to rebel, Konan said. Hearing Konan's words, Itachi's eyes suddenly widened. He asked in a low voice, who did you hear that from? I guessed it myself, Konan said. The atmosphere in the village lately has been strange. And there's Shirsue's death. And the techniques you gave me today, Itachi, you must be leaving soon. Itachi was silent. The training ground was completely quiet. They could even hear each other's heartbeats. From what I know about Itachi, you wouldn't choose to help the Uchiha clan. You would rather destroy them yourself to prevent a war. But at the same time, you could never hurt Sasuke. So Itachi, are you planning to carry the crime all by yourself? Konan waited for Itachi's answer. Konan, I always thought your greatest talent was your fighting instinct and your amazing strength. What I didn't expect is that your most impressive quality is your wisdom. You were able to guess the truth just from your observations. Itachi paused. Then he suddenly reached out and grabbed Konan by the neck. But if you are truly smart, you should know better than to say these things out loud, Itachi said. You won't kill me, Itachi. I understand you, Konan said, looking at Itachi with confidence. I just want to know. Is there really no other way? Even if you have to kill the rest of the clan, you could at least take your parents and Sasuke and leave. Itachi looked at Konan with complicated thoughts. Conan, you're too naive. Konoha would never let members of the Uchiha clan slip through. That's just how it is, Itachi said. As he spoke, Itachi suddenly looked to the side. A light flashed in his eyes. Then a handful of kunai flew from his hand. A moment later, a dark figure fell from the trees. The net has already been cast around the Uchiha clan, Itachi said. I can't escape. I already have no other choice. Looking at the gloom in Itachi's eyes, Conan suddenly understood. Itachi was completely trapped. There was no good way out. Itachi knew that others were using his love for the village and his feelings for Sasuke against him. But he still had to do what he was going to do. Between emotion and reason, Itachi chose reason. Itachi was that mature of a person, even though he wasn't very old. I see, Conan said. He knew that no matter what he said, the tragedy couldn't be avoided. Because he didn't have that kind of power yet. After a long silence, Itachi silently turned his back. Don't let anyone else know about what we discussed. You know what the consequences would be. And don't tell Sasuke the truth. He paused. Help me take care of Sasuke. This is a brother's request. Watching Itachi's back as he walked away, Conan silently made a promise to himself. Itachi, I can't stop this tragedy. But I will definitely clear your name in the future. And I will not let you die. Chapter 14, Friendship. 1508 words. Chapter 14, Friendship. In Irika's classroom, Conan was flipping through his textbook out of boredom. His eyes were blank as he thought about something else. What is Itachi doing right now, he wondered. Naruto suddenly moved his head closer. Boss, Sasuke has been acting really strange these past few days, he whispered. Hearing Sasuke's name, Conan snapped back to the present. What's wrong? Did you notice something off? Lately, Sasuke seems distracted all the time. And he doesn't really argue with me anymore, Naruto said after thinking for a moment. I don't know how to explain it, but something is definitely wrong. After class, Conan found Sasuke. What's going on, Sasuke? Has something been happening recently? Conan asked. Has Sasuke noticed something too? Seeing that it was Conan, Sasuke was silent for a moment. Then he slowly said, lately, my mom and dad have been acting a little strange. And Itachi has become colder and colder. I asked them what was wrong, but they wouldn't tell me. I keep having this really bad feeling about everything. Adults always thought that children didn't understand anything. But children were often the most sensitive of all. Don't overthink it, Sasuke. What could possibly be wrong? Maybe Itachi and your parents just had a fight, Conan said. He sighed quietly to himself as he made up an excuse that even he didn't believe. No matter what, he couldn't tell Sasuke the truth. At least not right now. Otherwise, everything Itachi was working for would be for nothing. Looking at Sasuke, who finally had a small smile back on his face, Conan thought silently, Sasuke might never be able to smile again after this. One morning not long after, Conan didn't see Sasuke come to school. And Conan understood. That thing had already happened. Soon, explosive news spread throughout the entire village. The famous Uchiha clan had been wiped out. Only one child had survived, a boy named Uchiha Sasuke. And the murderer was said to be the Uchiha clan's own genius, only 13 years old. His name was Uchiha Itachi. For a while, all kinds of rumors spread through the village. Hearing the ridiculous things people were saying, Conan wanted to shout out the truth. But he couldn't. Some secrets had to stay buried in his heart. Otherwise, everything Itachi had done would be wasted. And Itachi himself would be in danger. Suddenly, Conan understood why Sasuke would later want to destroy Konoha. The next day, Conan and Naruto went to the hospital to visit Sasuke. For once, Naruto didn't make fun of Sasuke. He wanted to comfort him, but he didn't know what to say. Sasuke, you leave, Sasuke said. He looked indifferently at Konan and Naruto as they walked into his hospital room. When he saw that Konan and Naruto didn't move, he grabbed the fruit they had brought and threw it on the floor. He roared loudly, I said leave. Naruto was about to say something but Konan stopped him. Let's go, Konan said. Right now, he needs to be alone to calm down. A wave of helplessness washed over Konan's heart. As he had thought before, he still needed more strength. Otherwise, when he saw another tragedy like this, he would still be powerless to stop it. After Konan and Naruto left, Sasuke lay alone on his bed and cried silently. Sasuke's eyes suddenly turned cold when he said those names. His voice became dark and gloomy. Boss, Sasuke. Naruto had a sad expression on his face, as if his own entire clan had been wiped out. This was so like Naruto. He could feel the pain in other people's hearts. Looking at Naruto's expression, Konan encouraged him. Naruto, whether Sasuke can come out of the shadows is up to you. Boss, what should I do? Hearing what Konan said, Naruto suddenly felt motivated again. After thinking about it, Konan came up with an idea that he knew was very unreliable. Go annoy him. Distract him. That's the only way he'll be able to come out of his sadness. A few days later, Sasuke finally came back to school. But he was colder than ever. He didn't talk to anyone. He just sat silently and stared out the window. After school, Sasuke was walking home alone. Suddenly, Naruto jumped out and blocked his path. Sexy Jutsu. A nude female version of Naruto appeared in front of Sasuke. Sasuke stared blankly. You are so annoying, dead last. I don't want to talk to you right now. Hearing Sasuke actually reply to him, Naruto didn't give up. Instead, he got even more energetic. He imitated a girl's voice and called out in a charming tone, Sasuke. Sasuke suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. I said get out of the way, Sasuke said. When Naruto didn't move, Sasuke couldn't hold back the anger in his heart anymore. He shouted loudly, I said get out of the way. Naruto dropped the sexy jutsu and went back to his normal self. He stood his ground and didn't move an inch. Let's fight, Sasuke, he said. You asked for this, dead last, Sasuke said. He threw a punch at Naruto without hesitating. There was no doubt about what happened next. Naruto got completely beaten up by Sasuke. Now you see the difference between us, dead last. I told you, I have no interest in dueling you, Sasuke said. Naruto didn't answer. He just smiled. What are you laughing at, dead last? Sasuke couldn't understand why Naruto was still smiling after getting beaten up like that. Naruto looked at Sasuke with a bright smile on his face. You beat me up. Do you feel a little better now, Sasuke? Sasuke froze in place. This guy. He held back the tears that were about to spill out. Then he cursed loudly, you idiot. After yelling, he turned around and ran away. Konan had watched the whole scene from beginning to end. His eyes felt a little wet. This was Naruto. Even though he was sometimes an idiot, his kindness was enough to touch anyone. That evening, Sasuke returned alone to the cold Uchiha compound. For the past few days, Sasuke had been training alone until very late every night. He didn't want to go back to the cold, empty Uchiha house. The whole Uchiha compound was empty except for him. This feeling of loneliness was unbearable. Every house he passed reminded him of the people who used to live there. His uncles. His aunts. His father. His mother. Sasuke finally made it back to his own home. Seeing the familiar environment, he couldn't keep up his disguise any longer. He crouched in a corner and cried bitterly. His sobs grew louder and louder. Suddenly, a voice came from inside the room. I didn't know Sasuke was such a crybaby. That annoying voice. Uzumaki Naruto, Sasuke said. What are you doing in my house? I brought him here, Conan said as he stepped out from another corner. I just realized, Conan said, you live in this huge house all by yourself. What a waste. Naruto and I both have rooms that are less than 10 square meters. So we've decided to take over your property, Sasuke. From now on, this room is mine. And that one is Naruto's. We've already moved everything in. Sasuke looked at Conan and Naruto with a vicious glare. He roared loudly, I don't need any of you. Sorry, Conan said, completely unfazed by Sasuke's shouting. I said we're taking over your Uchiha property because you're the only one left. Whether we leave or not is up to us. If you want to kick us out, then beat me first. That's right. Naruto chimed in. I've never lived in such a big house before. I've already claimed that room. If you want to kick me out, you have to beat me and the boss first. The two of them looked exactly like a couple of bullies. Sasuke just stared at them blankly. He didn't know what to say. Oh, that's right, Conan said, as if suddenly remembering something. We got really lucky today. Not only did we get free property, but we also found this huge birthday cake. As he spoke, Conan pulled a giant birthday cake out from the corner and set it on the table. Well, Naruto and I can't finish this whole cake by ourselves anyway. Since Sasuke was kind enough to give us 2 properties, I'll let him eat with us. I'm such a good person. Sasuke's tears, which had finally stopped, burst out again. Author's note, no matter how much you might fight with your friends, or how much they might annoy you, when you truly need them, they will do everything they can to help you. Even if they have to insult you while doing it. That is what a true friend is. In the words of Naruto, that is a comrade. Chapter 15, Dating 4664 words. Chapter 15, Dating. As the days passed, Sasuke seemed to have recovered. But Conan knew that even if some wounds looked healed on the outside, only the person who was hurt truly knew how they felt inside. There was no way Sasuke's wounds had healed that easily. Still, with Conan and Naruto by his side, Sasuke was probably doing much better than he would have been otherwise. Then there was Itachi. In truth, Itachi was probably the one who had been hurt the most. First, Shisui, who was like an older brother to him, was gone. Then he had to kill his own parents and his lover with his own hands. And on top of all that, he had to make his own beloved brother hate him. Thinking about Itachi's tragedy, then thinking about the tragedies of Yahiko and Nagato, and then the tragedies of Haku, Obito, and so many others. There were too many tragedies in the Naruto world. For the first time, Conan had the desire to make the world peaceful. If the world wasn't peaceful, tragedies like these would keep happening. Thinking about this, Conan looked at Naruto, who spent all his time acting cute and doing silly things. Was the peace of this world really going to depend on this guy? No matter how Conan looked at him, he just didn't seem reliable. Suddenly, Conan felt a weight land on his back. He was pushed face first onto his desk, and his train of thought was completely broken. I missed you so much. Ino shouted right into Conan's ear, her voice sweet and clingy. Conan felt a chill run down his spine. What is it, Ino? Don't we see each other every day? It's different. You moved into Sasuke's place, so I don't get to see you every day when I come home anymore, Ino said. As she spoke, she glanced provocatively at Sakura. Okay. I still come home pretty often. What's gotten into you, Ino? Conan said. Conan felt like he had been scared out of his wits. He knew his sister's real personality. She was violent, mean, stuck-up and lazy. That was the real her. Why was she being so gentle all of a sudden? That was bad. He started thinking about whether he had done anything wrong recently. It didn't take long before Conan broke out in a cold sweat. Whatever. I just missed you, Ino said. She hugged Conan tightly and looked proudly at Sakura. Sakura gritted her teeth. Dang it, she thought. She's using this as an excuse to get close to Conan. Finally, lunch break came. Conan was about to call Naruto to go get Ichiraku ramen when Sakura stopped him. Conan, try the bento I made. I've been learning to cook from my mom recently, and I accidentally made too much, Sakura said. Food made by Sakura. I want some. I want some. Naruto said. But before Naruto could even pick up his chopsticks, Sakura punched him to the ground. Looking at Naruto twitching on the floor, then at Sakura's hopeful gaze, and then at Ino's look that seemed like she wanted to kill someone, Conan swallowed hard. This situation is a little weird, he thought. Conan ate the bento in that strange atmosphere. The food actually tasted really good. Is it good? Sakura asked, looking at Conan hopefully. It's good. I didn't know Sakura had such skills, Conan said honestly. The taste really was very good. Instantly, Sakura's eyes turned into little crescent moons. If it's good, I'll bring you bento every day from now on, Conan, she said. That's not necessary, Conan said. Feeling the murderous aura coming from Ino behind him, Conan finally understood what was happening. After all, his nerves weren't as thick as Naruto's. The script wasn't supposed to go like this, Conan thought. Am I really that charming? It's fine, Sakura said, staring straight at Conan. I have to make bento every day anyway. I'll just happen to make an extra serving. I'll prepare my brother's bento, Ino said. She had finally had enough and stood up to argue with Sakura. Does Ino even know how to cook? I remember the last time you tried to fry an egg, you burned it, Sakura said. That one sentence hit the mark. She knew way too much about the embarrassing moments between good friends. I'll learn. I don't need anything from you anyway, forehead, Ino said, getting annoyed after being called out. Sakura fought back without backing down. If Conan actually eats your burnt food, he'll probably get diarrhea, Ino pig. Forehead. Ino shot back. Sakura countered. I have to go now, Conan said. He used the substitution technique to escape the battlefield. Things between women are really troublesome, he thought. This is more tiring than doing 10 dungeons. How did things end up like this? Weren't they supposed to like Sasuke? Oh, and there was Naruto too. Conan still didn't know how to explain things to Naruto. From then on, Conan's life became more and more troublesome. He was always caught in the middle of the war between the girls. He started to think that Sasuke had the right idea with his emotionless face. No girls bothered him. Maybe Sasuke made his face so stiff on purpose. Conan wondered. As the days passed, Conan finally felt like his spring had arrived. Because Hinata finally didn't have any annoying minders around her. He could finally go on a date with her without worrying. Brother, will you go out with me tomorrow? Ino asked, looking at Conan pitifully. After all, she was his own sister. Conan couldn't refuse. Okay, no, he said. Conan had been about to agree, but then he suddenly remembered that Hinata had asked him to go out with her tomorrow. He refused immediately. Brother has something important to do tomorrow. I really can't go with you, he said. Tomorrow is the summer festival. What could be so important, brother? Ino pouted, showing her dissatisfaction. Tomorrow is the summer festival. Conan hadn't been paying attention to that. I've never cared about these small details, he thought. But it seems like people wear kimonos to the summer festival. I wonder what Hinata will look like in a kimono. Thinking about it made him a little excited. It's just something very important, Conan said. Early the next morning, Conan put on a men's kimono. He looked at himself in the mirror, and was clearly very satisfied. A handsome guy looks good in anything, he said. Walking down the street, even though it was still early, the festive atmosphere was already in full swing. The festivals in this world were different from the festivals in his previous life, but overall, there were still a lot of similarities. The streets were filled with all kinds of goods for sale. Even though Konoha was considered a military village, it was definitely ahead of other villages in terms of economy and quality of life. So of course, Konoha's festivals were better than those in other villages. Normally, at a festival like this, vendors from all over the land would come to sell things. But of course, Konoha didn't just let outsiders come in whenever they wanted. "Kakashi, why are you selling things?" Conan asked. "Oh, bad luck. I lost a bet and got stuck with this job." "Take whatever you want from the stall," Kakashi said. Then he lowered his head and went back to reading his little book. Being a ninja wasn't easy, Conan thought. And so Conan walked along, greeting familiar people as he went. He thought that only Konoha would do something as silly as this. Even though it was a little silly, he really liked it. Finally, he saw Hinata at their meeting spot. She was wearing a pure white kimono with a pattern on it. She was standing quietly under a tree. Conan couldn't help but sigh. Just as I thought. Hinata in a kimono is really beautiful. Maybe it was because of how she was raised in a big clan, but no matter what Hinata did while wearing a kimono, she gave off a dignified and elegant feeling. That feeling blended perfectly with Hinata's pure and shy personality. Conan couldn't take his eyes off her. Conan slowly walked up to Hinata and stared straight at her. Hinata blushed and lowered her head, shyly twisting her fingers together. Conan praised her. "Hinata, you look really good in that kimono." Thank you," Hinata said. She became even more shy and didn't know what else to say. Seeing Hinata like this made Conan's heart feel tender. Even though they had been on several dates before, whenever Hinata saw Conan, she still got shy and flustered. But that was exactly why he liked her. Who wouldn't like such a pure-hearted girl? Conan gently took Hinata's hand. He could clearly feel her tremble a little. "Let's go have some fun, Hinata. It's really lively in the village today. It looks like Iruka-sensei set up a goldfish scooping stall. I just saw Mr. Kakashi selling things." "You don't know Kakashi, let me tell you about him." Even though Conan did most of the talking, Hinata just silently nodded along. But Conan didn't get bored at all. No matter how boring the activity was, doing it with someone you liked made it fun. Conan suddenly wished he could just hold Hinata's hand like this and keep walking forever. "Conan has a girlfriend. He's really grown up," a neighbor said. "Conan, is this your girlfriend?" "You two make a good couple," another said. "Here, take this. I hope you two stay together forever," an old woman said, handing them a small gift. At times like this, Conan's good reputation really showed. All along the way, people gave them their blessings. Being blessed by others when he was with the girl he loved felt really good. At the same time, Conan could clearly feel Hinata's happiness too. That made him feel even happier. Maybe from the perspective of his previous life, there was nothing good about blessing two 10-year-old kids as a couple. But in this world, in this age where kids went off to battle, everything felt perfectly natural. "Conan, is this?" Conan hadn't been paying attention and accidentally ran into two people. "Mom, Dad, this is Hinata." "She's my girlfriend," Conan said. Hearing Conan say that, Hinata got nervous. She didn't know what to say. "Hello, Auntie." "Hello, Uncle," she finally managed. "How impressive. You have a girlfriend already, and you've been hiding it from your mother," Asaka said, smiling as she looked at Hinata. She seemed quite satisfied. She seems like a good girl, Asaka thought. Inoichi smiled too. You really take after your father. Your mother and I were together at your age too. Asaka's face suddenly turned uneasy. What nonsense are you saying? Inoichi immediately cried out in pain. Ow, ow, that hurts. After saying goodbye to their parents, Conan and Hinata wandered around the festival. He would feed Hinata snacks from time to time, or play some silly games with her. They both looked very happy. What Conan didn't know was that a group of little tails had been following him. I didn't know the boss could be like this, Naruto said. Then he added, since the boss is taken, Sakura, that means, before Naruto could finish, Sakura punched him to the ground. Someone got ahead of me. Conan is mine, Sakura said, fuming. What big talk. My brother is obviously mine, forehead, Ino said, also upset. My brother said he had something important to do today, and it turns out this is it. I'm so mad. Women are so troublesome. Don't you think? Shikamaru said. Crunch, crunch, Choji added, eating his chips. Ow, Naruto said, standing back up. Idiot, Sasuke said. What did you say, you jerk, Sasuke? Naruto shot back. Idiot, Sasuke repeated. Conan and Hinata, completely unaware that they were being followed, wandered aimlessly until they reached a quiet, out-of-the-way corner. Suddenly, Conan felt an impulse. He slowly began to lean his head down toward Hinata. Hinata seemed to have a feeling about what was coming. She closed her eyes tightly. Bang, bang. Why did you push me? Someone shouted. I didn't push you. Someone else pushed me. Choji yelled back. Sakura and Ino looked at each other in frustration. Seeing a large group of people suddenly tumble out of the bushes, the corner of Conan's mouth twitched. You have got to be kidding me, he thought. I had such a good atmosphere going. Hinata was so embarrassed that she almost curled up into a ball on the ground. After that incident, Hinata did indeed get criticized and surrounded by the other girls, just as Conan had predicted. But Conan had no choice but to sit next to Hinata anyway. With Ino and Sakura also hanging around, Conan wasn't Sasuke. He couldn't just tell them to go away. Especially since one of them was his sister, and he couldn't just reject Sakura outright either. So Conan could only silently endure the torment that the three girls put him through. Why was it torment? Eating 3 bentos. Wearing 3 scarves. And especially the constant fighting between Ino and Sakura was the most annoying. Conan couldn't take it anymore. They all said that 3 women made a scene. And this scene was way too troublesome. Days like these needed to end. Author's note, Chapter 16 cannot be restored due to accidental deletion. A bug was found in Chapter 16. The houses were stacked in a patchwork pattern, blending classical charm with a modern atmosphere. Looking at Konoha from above, you could see that this village was indeed extremely peaceful and calm. You would never guess that this was a village built around military needs. Taking a deep breath of the air, feeling the faint freshness carried on the wind, Conan couldn't help but sigh. It's really peaceful and quiet here. It was rare for Conan to skip class. He was up on the roof with Shikamaru, watching the clouds. But Conan preferred to look at the scenery down below. The longer he lived in this world, the more he noticed its good points. There were genuine feelings. A warm atmosphere. Dreams and passion. A large group of friends who would live and die together. A family who would act silly with you. And a lover whose feelings would never change until death. Compared to the cold and distant world of his previous life, where even relatives could feel fake, this place felt much more like home. Of course, all kinds of tragedies were still here too. Without power, all those good things were just empty talk. Suddenly thinking about Itachi, Conan's good mood disappeared. There you are. I've been looking everywhere for you, Naruto said as he climbed up onto the roof, out of breath. After a moment, Naruto called back down, boss is here. Soon, Sasuke followed. He lay down next to Conan, and Naruto lay down next to him. Looking at Naruto and Sasuke lying together, Conan couldn't help but feel mischievous again. You two are so close. You're together no matter where you go. It must be that kind of relationship. Stay away from me. Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other and both felt a chill. How could I have that kind of relationship with him? Sasuke shouted. Boss, what are you saying? I won't let you get away with that. Naruto yelled. Okay, okay. I was wrong, alright. Naruto, let go. Sasuke, why are you like this? Conan said. Hey, Choji, what are you doing here? Shikamaru asked. I figured you'd be here, Choji said. Crunch, crunch. Kiba shouted from a distance. There you all are. Dang it, you didn't wait for me. It didn't take long for the group of Cloud Watchers to gradually expand. There was a whole row of kids lying on the roof. Hey, Shino, when did you get here? Kiba asked. Shino adjusted his glasses. I've been here for a while, he said. On the other side of the village dash, where did all those boys go? They're skipping class together. They don't take me seriously at all. Iruka was so angry that his eyes could shoot fire. Back on the roof, the group of kids stared quietly at the clouds in the sky. Even Naruto and Kiba, who were always noisy, had fallen silent. Time flies. Tomorrow is the graduation exam, Conan said. He looked at the friends around him. Soon, they wouldn't be able to laze around together like this anymore. Everyone was about to face the harsh reality of being a ninja. In the original story, the Konoha kids had all survived no matter how dangerous things got. But Conan understood that in a world this cruel, the death rate among ninja was way too high. If there was peace, everyone could live this leisurely forever. That would be wonderful. Hearing what Conan said, everyone felt a little sad. In the blink of an eye, the friends who saw each other every day would be going their separate ways. Even though they could still meet up in the future, it would never be quite the same. Suddenly, Naruto stood up. Graduation at last. Now it's time for me, Uzumaki Naruto, to show my strength. Just watch. I'm going to become a better ninja than all of you. And I'm going to become Hokage. I will make the name Uzumaki Naruto ring out across the entire ninja world. Naruto declared. Conan had to admit, after spending so much time around him, Naruto's way of speaking had improved. It wasn't just the dry sentence, I'm going to become Hokage anymore. But before Naruto could finish his proud speech, he was hit from all sides. You'd better figure out how to pass the exam first. You failed the practice exam 3 times. Someone shouted. You can't even beat Akamaru. It's honestly funny, Kiba said, laughing. Naruto, if you became Hokage, Konoha would be a laughingstock, another kid said. The deflated Naruto got furious. Stop looking down on me. I said I'm going to become Hokage, and I will become Hokage. Say what you mean and do what you say. That's my ninja way. There was silence for a moment. Everyone seemed to be affected by the determination and passion in Naruto's words. After a moment, Kiba was the first to argue back. Stop talking big. I'm the one who's going to become Hokage. You can stay where you belong, dead last. Idiot, Sasuke said. I also think it's impossible for Naruto to become Hokage, Shikamaru said. Even though they said those things out loud, deep down, the Konoha kids all had the same thought. Just maybe, this guy really could become Hokage. Only Conan felt something was wrong. The simple words Naruto had just said had shaken everyone's minds. How was that possible? Could it be that was it? This was the remnant of Asura's will. Naruto was Asura's reincarnation. Even though he couldn't use that power yet, just a faint echo of Asura's will could create an effect similar to Genjutsu. And it was completely undetectable. That was truly terrifying. So this was why Naruto's talk no jutsu was so amazing. It was basically a cheap version of the creation of all things technique. From this, Conan could also guess how strong Asura must have been. An ability that could do something like this just by speaking was truly terrifying. But Azura's strength lay in his body. If this was just his will, then the spirit of Indra, his brother, must have been even stronger. Conan suddenly felt worried about the future. It seemed like he had been too optimistic. Even if he completed all the training he had planned, would he really be able to compete with people that strong? Especially since, according to the system, if you didn't beat a certain character, they wouldn't drop any skills. But if you could beat them, that meant they were weaker than you, so the skills they dropped might not even be that strong. Conan was starting to feel like this system was actually a trap. How am I supposed to deal with people that strong, he thought. I need to speed up my progress. That night, after returning home, Conan rested for a while to get his mind into the best state. Then he slowly sent his consciousness into the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, Sasuke looked coldly at Conan. Even though his eyes were full of killing intent, he didn't move at all. He seemed to be looking for an opening. But Conan left himself wide open on purpose and swaggered forward. To be honest, Conan had run this dungeon so many times that he was sick of it. He already knew exactly what Sasuke was going to do next. Conan gently drew Muramaru. With a single slash, Sasuke was already lying on the ground. When there wasn't much difference in strength between two fighters, his sword style didn't seem that impressive. But once there was a gap in power, the result was often a complete crushing victory. More than 2 years of running dungeons wasn't for nothing. Through the dungeons of Sasuke and Tenten, Conan's spirit, agility, and fire nature affinity had all reached Chunin level. The skills that dropped from Sasuke, the fire style, fireball jutsu, and from Tenten, the kunai throwing skill, had also unlocked their secret abilities. The secret ability for fireball jutsu increased its power and range by 50%. The secret ability for Tenten's kunai throwing was curved kunai throwing. It was a lot like the curved bullets from a movie Conan had watched in his previous life. He could bend the kunai around walls to hit enemies hiding behind them. It was a very practical secret ability. As for the Chunin level forging skill that Tenten dropped, Conan had completely ignored it. But even with all this improvement, Conan's strength still wasn't enough to beat Jonin level opponents, or even Naruto. It was really his poor physical stats holding him back. He couldn't fully take advantage of his speed, and his chakra reserves were still stuck at Genin level. But the only 2 dungeons that dropped stamina experience books were Naruto and Lee. Conan felt helpless. He could only keep focusing on his other stats. Looking at the Sharingan Bloodline experience book in his hand, Conan said slowly, "Enough." Finally, enough. The drop rate for the Sharingan Bloodline experience book was way too low. It had taken 2 full years of fighting Sasuke to finally collect enough for the basic level of the Sharingan Bloodline. Without hesitating, Conan chose to use it. He quietly experienced the changes in his body. Something did seem a little different, but at the same time, nothing seemed to have changed. He pulled out a small mirror and looked at his reflection. Where's the Sharingan I was promised? Conan suddenly had a bad feeling. After a moment, a dungeon prompt sounded in his mind. Unlocked Uchiha Bloodline. Open Sharingan Drop System. Corresponding levels of Sharingan experience books and Sharingan skill experience books can now drop from corresponding characters. Conan was speechless. The Sharingan is split into Bloodline level, Sharingan level, and skill level. Do you have to be that tricky, system? This is going to take me forever. But there was one piece of good news that lifted Conan's spirits a little. Because of the Sharingan Bloodline, his fire nature affinity level increased by 1. Advanced fire affinity brought a 50% bonus to the full power and range of fire style techniques. It also reduced chakra consumption by 20%. With this, he might finally be able to beat the Naruto dungeon. Thinking about the endless waves of Naruto in that dungeon still gave Conan nightmares. As soon as he entered the dungeon, Conan heard Naruto's angry voice. Shadow Clone Jutsu. That voice used to sound so cool back in his previous life. Now it had become Conan's nightmare. Conan sighed helplessly. Here we go again. He saw an endless wave of Naruto clones charging straight at him. And these Narutos all coordinated with each other. Narutos from above, from below, from the middle, from 4 or 5 different levels all attacked at the same time. If it was just this 1,000 clones, Konan could slowly take them all down. But the most shameless part was that Naruto, on the other side, would recover his chakra. And as soon as 1,000 clones were gone, another 1,000 would appear. Truthfully, Konan had always wondered how this could possibly be a Chunin-level dungeon. But now wasn't the time to think about that. Ram, snake, boar, tiger, horse, ox. Fire style, fireball jutsu. In an instant, a massive fireball covered an area of several hundred square meters. Not only that, but the intense heat radiating from the fireball also damaged another 200 to 300 square meters around it. Nearly 1,000 of Naruto's shadow clones disappeared in an instant. Konan looked at his hands in shock. Did I really cause that much damage? He suddenly understood. The difference between levels of ninjutsu was like the difference between heaven and earth. No wonder it took dozens of regular ninja to stop one elite ninja. Sometimes quantity just couldn't make up for quality. It was just like how, against the final bosses of Naruto, all the regular ninja forces combined couldn't do anything. It always came down to a handful of elite fighters. Soon, Konan finished the Naruto dungeon. The dungeon that had been troubling him for 2 years had been completed so easily. Looking at the Chunin level system stat boost experience book in his hand, Konan just sighed. Feeling confident, Konan challenged the Lee dungeon. But Lee, who could only open the 4th gate in this dungeon, quickly proved to Konan that no matter how strong your techniques were, they were useless if you couldn't hit your target. Soon, Konan exited the dungeon, exhausted both physically and mentally. What a broken technique, the 8 gates, Konan said, rubbing at the wounds he didn't actually have on his body. Then he stopped. Broken technique. Suddenly, Konan realized something. In the dungeon, you could use the 8 gates without worrying about the consequences. Thinking about Guy opening the gates to fight Madara in his ultimate form, Konan's heart finally grew hot with excitement. And there was also the Reaper Death Seal. With these 2 techniques, he wouldn't get stuck in any dungeon. And he wouldn't have to worry about grinding skill stats too slowly to keep up with the story's pace. Konan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he didn't have to worry about not being strong enough anymore. As long as he had a little time, he could stand at the top of the ninja world. But before that, he needed to plan out his development path first. He would definitely keep running the Sasuke and Naruto dungeons. For his 3rd dungeon run each day, he had been doing Sakura's dungeon. The skills from the other Konoha kids' parents were mostly useless. He couldn't beat Neji or Lee's dungeons yet. Honestly, his best choice would be Hinata's dungeon. But how could he bring himself to do that? No, Sakura's Chunin-level chakra control skill was actually pretty good. And he could get that experience book from her dungeon pretty quickly. It would work as a substitute until he could finally beat the Lee dungeon. Finally relaxing, Konan looked at the bright moonlight shining through his window. He couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Now he just needed to get 2 skills, the 8 gates and the Reaper Death Seal. Chapter 16, Naruto 1775 words. Chapter 16, Naruto. The content of the graduation exam is the clone technique, Iruka announced. Hearing Iruka say the test subject, Naruto's face turned pale. Soon, the students finished the test one by one. To be honest, almost no one failed exams like this. Next, Uzumaki Naruto, Iruka called. Naruto walked into the examination room. He made a hand sign and shouted, "Sexy jutsu." Iruka, who was completely unprepared, suddenly got a nosebleed. "You idiot. Didn't you hear me? The test is the clone technique." "Iruka-sensei, please just let me take the transformation technique test," Naruto said in a whiny, babyish voice. Iruka covered his nose with one hand and pointed at Naruto with the other. He growled loudly, "You jerk. Change back right now. Do you really think that kind of trick is going to work? A moment later clone technique. Looking at the limp, misshapen lump that Naruto had produced, Iruka's mouth twitched. Fail, he said. After the exam was over, Conan walked out of the exam room, and saw Naruto sitting alone on a swing. He was about to go over and comfort him, but then he saw Mizuki already walking toward Naruto. Just like in the original story, Conan thought. He looked back at the third Hokage, who was talking with Iruka. Mizuki was probably just a pawn. As for Iruka, even if he was acting, his feelings for Naruto were probably real. After thinking about it, Conan decided not to get involved in this matter. Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. There were always at least 2 Jonin-level guards protecting him from the shadows. There was no real danger. And as for the sealing scroll, would they really let just anyone know where it was hidden? Conan stopped Sasuke, who was about to go comfort Naruto. Seeing the confused look in Sasuke's eyes, Conan smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, Conan said. Naruto isn't going to fail. He'll graduate. Sasuke stopped walking. Even though he didn't fully understand, years of trust made him choose to believe Conan. Let's go get dinner and celebrate together, Conan said. You too, Sasuke. Oh, okay. I'll go get Hinata, Conan added. Brother, I'm coming too. Ino said. Conan, I'm coming too. Sakura said at the same time. Conan looked back and caught the third Hokage's slightly meaningful gaze. He smiled brightly in return. That idiot Naruto didn't come home last night, Sasuke said. Even though he showed no concern on his face, there was an unavoidable worry in his eyes. Don't worry, Conan said. We'll probably see him soon. On their last day of rest before becoming ninja, Conan took Hinata's hand and strolled through the streets. It would be great if we could be in the same class, Conan said casually. Hinata seemed a little embarrassed to be holding hands in front of so many people. She blushed and said, yes. I want to be in the same class as Conan too. Oh, by the way, Hinata said, as if she had just remembered something. She took out a small charm from her pocket. I made this myself. I don't know if it will work or not. Looking at the delicate, small charm, Conan felt touched. Oh, I forgot to prepare a gift for you. Thank you, Hinata, Conan said. He picked up the charm and hung it around his neck. I really like it. Hinata, once you become a ninja, you need to learn how to protect yourself. Be brave when you should be brave. And don't be reckless when you should hold back. Conan kept whispering advice into Hinata's ear like an old grandmother. But Hinata wasn't bothered at all. She just kept nodding her cute little head. They walked to a quiet, out-of-the-way corner and stopped. Conan looked down at Hinata. Hinata seemed to have a feeling about what was coming. She gently rose up on her tiptoes and closed her eyes. Finally, their lips touched. A feeling like an electric shock spread from their lips all the way to their hearts. For a moment, Conan was lost in that wonderful feeling. Hinata's face was steaming, visible to the naked eye. The two of them just quietly enjoyed the moment. Suddenly, a loud shout broke the atmosphere between them. I became a ninja too. Look at my forehead protector. There you are. Naruto stopped mid-sentence when he realized what was happening. Hinata was so ashamed that she wanted to dig a hole and climb into the ground. I have to go now. She trotted away without waiting for Conan to say anything. Naruto finally realized what he had just walked into. He tried to escape, but Conan grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back. Oh, old boss, please let me explain, Naruto begged. After a burst of punishment from Conan, Naruto lay pitifully on the ground. Suddenly, someone punched Conan in the back. Who are you? How dare you hit my boss? Let me tell you, I'm the third Hokage's grandson. Conan turned around and saw a strange-looking kid. So this is Konohamaru, he thought. He suddenly remembered the promise he had made years ago to get revenge on Konohamaru. Conan smiled cruelly. Oh, you're the third Hokage's grandson. I love picking on second-generation elites more than anything. Today, I'll show you my original ninjutsu. Conan made a hand sign. Ninjutsu, Spiral Maru. He grabbed Konohamaru by the head and made him spin in place. After a moment, Konohamaru collapsed on the ground, completely dizzy and unconscious. While eating the snacks that Naruto had bought as an apology, Conan asked, "So, Naruto, how did you pass the exam?" "I beat a Chunin," Naruto said. Listening to Naruto's story, it wasn't much different from the original. So it seems, Conan thought, this was probably a setup by the third Hokage. At the very end, Mizuki, who had no more use, was discarded. And Naruto's sense of belonging to Konoha was strengthened. I just don't know if Iruka was in on it or if he was also just a pawn. Thinking too much about dark things will only make you old. This is my new little brother. His name is Konohamaru, Naruto said, pointing at Conan. Then he said to Konohamaru, and this is my boss. He's a man whose strength is on par with mine. Oh, the boss's boss, so that makes you the big boss. Are you really stronger than Naruto, boss? Do you have techniques that are more powerful than the sexy jutsu? Please teach me. I have to beat the old man. Konohamaru begged. Conan thought to himself that he had very few techniques more powerful than the sexy jutsu. But to be fair, it was a technique that had even tricked the final boss, Kagaya Otsutsuki. The old man you're talking about is the third Hokage. Why do you want to beat him? Conan asked. Grandpa named me Konohamaru after the village itself, Konohamaru said. To everyone, I'm just the Hokage's grandson. No one sees me for who I really am. I'm sick of it. That's why I want to take the title of Hokage for myself. Right now. How could someone like you ever earn people's recognition? That title isn't something a kid like you can just take. If you want to become Hokage, you have to beat me first, Naruto said. No matter when it is, Conan thought silently, Naruto's way with words is really top-notch. He felt a spiritual probe nearby. That had to be the third Hokage watching. I need to behave well, Conan thought. Whether I can get the technique I want depends on my performance right now. Do you two really understand what the word Hokage really means? Conan said as he stood up and looked at the two boys. Hokage isn't just the strongest person in the village. And it's not just a title that everyone gives you. It's not that you become Hokage, and then everyone recognizes you. It's the other way around. Only when you make everyone recognize you do you become worthy of being Hokage. So being Hokage is more of a burden than a reward. Everyone places their future on the Hokage's shoulders. From the moment you become Hokage, you are no longer just one person's weight. You carry everyone's hopes and happiness. And if you make a mistake because of your carelessness, hundreds of people could die. Can you two really bear a burden like that? Naruto and Konohamaru looked silently at Conan. They couldn't help but swallow nervously. As far as I know, the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and the fourth Hokage all died for the sake of this village. I believe the third Hokage will also die for the village someday. And many of their family members died for the village too. Konohamaru, your father and your grandmother were among them. So I'll ask you both. If one day this village is truly in danger, have you made up your minds? Are you ready to risk your lives for this village? Are you ready to risk your families? Silence continued. Did I say too much? Conan thought. Naruto, who doesn't know how to lose, might actually give up on his dream now. But then Naruto looked seriously at Conan. I will definitely become Hokage. No matter how heavy the title of Hokage is, no matter what sacrifices I have to make, I will become Hokage. I say what I mean and I do what I say. That's my ninja way. Konohamaru shouted, unwilling to be left out. I'm going to become Hokage too. Saying what I mean and doing what I say will be my ninja way from now on. Conan looked at the two of them and smiled. You two talk big. If you want to become Hokage, then beat me first. I will definitely beat you, Naruto declared. Konohamaru added. Well then, I'll wait for the day when you two compete with me for the title of Hokage, Conan said. He thought to himself, lately, my speech skill has been getting more and more intense. Even I got convinced by myself just now. Konohamaru, hurry up and graduate, Conan said. Naruto and I have already graduated and become official ninja. We're already heading down the path to becoming Hokage. Don't keep us waiting too long. Konohamaru shouted passionately. Just wait. I'll catch up to you soon. The third Hokage watched the scene through his crystal ball and smiled. This, he thought, is the inheritance of the will of fire. Chapter 17. Formation of Class 7 1569 words Chapter 17. Formation of Class 7. Today was the day for homeroom assignments. Before the teacher arrived, Conan was whispering to Hinata in the corner. He kept making Hinata blush from time to time. The other girls watched with a mix of envy and jealousy. Sakura and Ino, in particular, sat nearby and stared at Hinata and Conan with murderous eyes. But Conan just kept showing his affection like nobody else was watching. Suddenly, Naruto came in through the back door. He looked around the classroom, then walked straight toward Sasuke. Naruto jumped up and stood on Sasuke's desk. Sasuke looked at Naruto with an indifferent expression. Today is the day graduates get placed into teams. What are you doing here, you dead last who didn't even graduate? Sasuke said this mostly because he was worried. He wasn't sure if Naruto had actually graduated like Conan had said. I became a ninja too. Bet you didn't see that coming, Sasuke. Naruto said excitedly. He pointed at the forehead protector tied around his head and kept yelling. Conan, who had been showing affection with Hinata, suddenly felt that Naruto was being very noisy. He was ruining the mood between him and Hinata. So Conan vaguely moved his right hand. The voices of Sasuke and Naruto, who had been arguing happily, stopped abruptly. Sasuke and Naruto both crouched on the ground at the same time. What a familiar scene, Conan thought. Do you really have to stick so close to the original story for something like this? Poor Naruto and Sasuke had no idea that their so-called best friend was the one who had done this to them. Conan added fuel to the fire again. I didn't know you two really had that kind of relationship. Stay away from me from now on. Who has that kind of relationship with him? They both shouted together. Then they went back to gagging. As Irika walked into the classroom, the noise gradually died down. Everyone stared closely at Irika, waiting for the team assignments to be announced. Class 6, Miyamoto Yuriko, Izumo Akuni, Haruno Sakura, Irika read. Hearing this, Conan almost did a double take. What's going on, he thought. Shouldn't Sakura be in the same team as Naruto and Sasuke? Before Conan could react, Irika continued reading. Class 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Idagawa Conan. Boss, we're on the same team. And that annoying Sasuke is also on our team. Naruto cheered. Conan pushed Naruto's face away as it got too close. He started analyzing why the plot had changed. Soon, he figured it all out. There was a reason for the team assignments in the original story. Sasuke was the last survivor of the Uchiha clan, which made him very important to Konoha. The only person who could really be trusted to keep him safe was probably Kakashi. So Naruto and Sasuke had to be in Kakashi's class. The reason Sakura was originally placed with them was to use her as a bond between the two boys, since Naruto liked Sakura, and Sakura liked Sasuke. But now Sakura liked Conan instead. She had no use as a bridge anymore. On the other hand, Conan was Naruto and Sasuke's best friend. And he also had a real student-teacher relationship with Kakashi. Having figured everything out, Conan looked out the window and muttered to himself, "Well, this is going to be interesting. My knowledge of the plot isn't so useful anymore." After lunch break, Conan lay on his desk, bored, waiting for their assigned teacher to arrive. Is there any point in being excited about something when I already know the outcome? He thought. A familiar voice interrupted Conan's thoughts. The voice was Mom. "Mom, why are you here?" Ino asked, also surprised. "The medical department is short on staff. There are several medical classes this year, and I've been assigned to look after the students for a while," Asaka explained. After talking to Conan and Ino, Asaka read off a few names. Miyamoto Yuriko, Izumo Akuni, Haruno Sakura. Follow me. So Sakura is still going the medical route, Conan thought. Mom has to go now. All of you work hard, Asaka said. Then she left with Sakura and the others. Sakura thought to herself, it's not bad that I get to be in Conan's mother's class. If I perform well, then. In the end, Conan, Naruto, and Sasuke were the only ones left in the classroom. Why isn't the teacher here yet? Naruto complained out of boredom. After a moment, a white-haired man with a mask walked in. Of course it's Kakashi, Conan thought. Like I said, things with no suspense are boring. Let's start with some introductions first, Kakashi said, looking at his 3 new students. He wanted to collect some basic information about them first. What is your dream? Naruto started yelling that Kakashi should go first. But Kakashi just rambled on with a bunch of nonsense. I'm going to become Hokage, Naruto declared. I want to restore the Uchiha clan and kill that man, Sasuke said darkly. Finally, it was Conan's turn. How could Conan pass up a chance to show off like this? He had been thinking of this line ever since he was a kid. Conan stood up and shouted loudly, becoming Hokage is also one of my dreams. One of them? Everyone was confused. I actually have an even bigger dream. I want to end this troubled world with my own hands. No matter what method it takes. Conan spread his arms wide and spoke with passion. I believe that one day peace will come to this world. There will be no more war. One day, the word ninja will no longer bring hatred and killing. Ninja will heal and save people in hospitals. They will plant land and dig soil in farm fields. They will build bridges and roads at construction sites. No matter how bloody our own hands may be, people will come to understand each other. There will never be another orphan like me, like Naruto, like Sasuke. Every child will grow up healthy and happy. Every family will live whole and complete lives. And if I truly cannot accomplish this on my own, I will pass on this will to the next generation. Conan knew that in the end, Naruto would be the one to achieve world peace. So he thought silently, in a way, unlike a guide for Naruto. What I just said might have been a little over the top, but I truly do hope for peace. There had been enough tragedies in this world. If he could just live peacefully and happily with Hinata every day, that would be enough for him. To be honest, he wasn't an ambitious person. Did people who liked war really understand how cruel it was? Only those who truly understood the weight of the names etched into the memorial stone knew the true cost of war. Conan thought about the familiar faces in the village who had died from time to time. He thought about the people who walked down the street missing arms or legs. This was already the best condition in Konoha, the most prosperous village. Life wasn't like a novel after all. How could there be so many convenient coincidences in real life to guarantee that you and the people you loved wouldn't die? Did people even understand what it meant when a country lost more than 50% of its young men after a war? That meant losing an entire generation of its strongest people. In times of peace, people always got bored and thought about how great a war would be. Some even imagined wars as just numbers and games. But in reality, in any war-torn era, except for a few madmen, most people were crying and praying for peace. War really wasn't fun at all. Hearing Conan's words, Kakashi, Sasuke, Naruto, and even the third Hokage watching from a distance were all shocked into silence for a long time. Naruto was the first to react. "Boss, I'll help you." "But Hokage has to be me," he said. "Sounds interesting." "Maybe I'll be interested too," Sasuke said with a faint smile. "That's quite an amazing dream, Conan." "I look forward to the day your dream comes true," Kakashi said. His eyes were complicated and hard to read. He had been through countless brutal battles in his life. He understood the weight of peace, and how hard it was to achieve better than most people. "It seems my father's sword style wasn't entrusted to the wrong person after all," he thought. "That's the end of our introductions," Kakashi said. "Tomorrow we'll start the survival exercise in the field. This survival exercise will eliminate 2/3 of you. Anyone who fails will be sent back to the academy. I've written all the specific requirements on this paper. Meet at Training Ground 3 at 5 in the morning. Don't be late." "Can you explain better than that?" Naruto complained. "Idiot," Sasuke said. "You jerk, Sasuke. You want to fight?" Naruto shot back. All right, stop arguing. "Let me buy you both ramen," Conan said. Kakashi turned and left. As he walked away, he thought silently to himself, "The kids in this class are very interesting. It seems the days ahead won't be boring." Chapter 18, Kakashi's Test 1629 words. Chapter 18, Kakashi's Test. Conan, Naruto, and Sasuke woke up in the morning, ate breakfast slowly, and then arrived at the place Kakashi had told them at 10 o'clock. Looking at Kakashi, who was already there waiting, Conan spoke before Kakashi could say anything. "Just now, Naruto, Sasuke, and I were stalked by a black cat on the way here. And I think I saw Kakashi-sensei there too." Kakashi just stared at him. "The content of today's assessment is this," Kakashi said as he pulled out 2 bells. Of course it's still the same old test, Conan thought. Knowing the plot makes this so boring. "Now the exercise begins," Kakashi announced. But the 3 students were still standing right in front of him. Kakashi's face was covered in question marks. "What's the meaning of this?" he asked. Conan slowly stepped forward to look at Kakashi. "I believe that with the abilities of the 3 of us, no matter where we try to hide, Kakashi-sensei will eventually find us. By staying together like this, we lose in terms of both strength and experience. Our only advantage, I'm afraid, is our numbers." Kakashi chuckled. "That's a very nice analysis. But I only have 2 bells here. Even if you manage to take them from me, have you thought about how you're going to split them up?" Conan smiled. "That's none of your business, sensei. If we want to split them up, first we have to take the bells." "Naruto, Sasuke, I'm going in," Conan said as he pulled out Muramaru and channeled chakra into the blade. A layer of white chakra began to flow over the sword. Muramaru trembled and made a low buzzing sound. Under the reflection of the white light, traces of water shimmered across the blade, looking almost dreamlike. But even though the sword's glow was beautiful, it hid deadly killing intent. Conan thought to himself, "I haven't spent all these years just living in dungeons for nothing. After all this time, I've gotten stronger. It's time to test the results of my training." Looking at the familiar white glow of the sword in front of him, a look of nostalgia filled Kakashi's face. He's already trained to this level. It seems he's already surpassed where I was back then, Kakashi thought. Kakashi had become a jonin because of a well-rounded evaluation of his taijutsu, sword techniques, and ninjutsu. After his father died, Kakashi's spirit had been shaken. When it came to the sword, he wasn't improving, he was regressing. That was why the sword his father had left him had eventually shattered. Later, after Kakashi's spirit became firm again, his chakra had become polluted by the Sharingan. He couldn't continue practicing his family's sword style anymore. At this very moment, Conan's skill in White Fang's sword style alone had already surpassed Kakashi's from back then. In an instant, Conan was in front of Kakashi. Quick slash, Muramura made a faint buzzing sound as Conan swung it. The blade aimed straight for Kakashi's vital points in an instant. So fast, Kakashi thought. He quickly pulled out a kunai to block. In an instant, the kunai was cut halfway through. Kakashi's pupils shrank. He quickly threw away the damaged kunai. Even though the cut was only half a finger deep, Kakashi knew that the next hit would completely sever the blade. He hastily pulled out another kunai and held it up to block. Rib strike with a click, the second kunai was also destroyed. But this time, Kakashi used the opening from Conan's attack to push forward hard, launching himself backward out of Conan's striking range. That was close, Kakashi thought silently. Even though he couldn't use dangerous ninjutsu on his students, Conan's strength had clearly already surpassed that of an average chunin. What a genius, he thought. Suddenly, Kakashi felt someone grab him around the waist. A group of Naruto clones surrounded Kakashi from all directions. Before Kakashi could react to his surprise, Sasuke's cold voice rang in his ears. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Seeing the fireball coming straight at Kakashi, Naruto suddenly got anxious. Kakashi-sensei isn't going to die, is he? Oh no, Sasuke, can't you hold back a little? Conan held down Naruto, who was running around in a panic. How could a jonin die that easily? A moment later, Kakashi reappeared in a grove of trees. That was really close. If I don't take this seriously, I might actually lose. If my own students really beat me, I'll never hear the end of it. He touched the bell hanging from his waist. There was only one left. I need to try harder, Kakashi said to himself. Suddenly, a large hand shot up from the ground beneath Naruto's feet. Earth style, headhunter jutsu. Naruto screamed as he was pulled into the ground. Before Conan could react, only Naruto's head was left sticking out of the dirt. Of course he'd pick the weakest one first, Conan thought. Naruto was definitely the softest target. Please save me. Naruto yelled. Conan and Sasuke stood back to back. They didn't have time to worry about Naruto. Both of them knew that if they tried to rescue Naruto right now, they would definitely get caught. Conan tossed a handful of kunai over to Naruto's head. Dig yourself out, he said. Naruto stared at the kunai on the ground. Conan, are you joking right now? He shouted. Time passed. Naruto was just about to dig himself out when Kakashi, seeing that Conan and Sasuke hadn't moved, started to get a headache. With the restriction of not being able to use lethal ninjutsu on them, it was actually really hard to beat these kids. Wind style, great breakthrough, Kakashi said as he suddenly appeared and used the technique. It wasn't really a lethal attack. Conan and Sasuke watched Kakashi carefully. This technique is useless, they both thought. Suddenly, a voice came from behind them. Bleh, bleh. Someone come save me. I got buried in the pit again. Naruto shouted. Naruto finally crawled out of the hole. Man, I'm exhausted, he said. He looked angrily at Kakashi. Today, I'm going to show you my original ninjutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a bang, a group of Naruto clones surrounded Kakashi. Looking at Naruto's shadow clones, Kakashi smiled. Shadow clones are useless against me. They'll only waste your chakra. Naruto shouted. Harem Jutsu. Kakashi froze on the spot. What the, he thought. Suddenly, a kunai attached to an explosive tag flew through one of Naruto's clones, heading straight for Kakashi. Kakashi's pupils shrank. Not good. He hurriedly jumped into the air to escape. I've been waiting for this, Kakashi-sensei. Intercepting slash, Conan swung his blade at Kakashi. Kakashi barely dodged the attack. But when he landed, he realized the bell was gone. Kakashi's face was a little embarrassed. After all, in a sense, he had lost to his own students. Even though there were too many reasons to count, he could only blame them for being too strong. Nearly all three of them had reached Chunin level. And their teamwork was flawless. How could normal academy graduates have this kind of strength? Well, all three of them were basically cheating. Well, like I said before, Kakashi announced, 2 of you can graduate. The other one has to go back to the academy to repeat the year. Have you decided who that person will be? Kakashi wanted to see what Conan would choose. Even though their teamwork had been impressive, did they truly have a sense of unity as a team? After a moment of silence, Conan spoke first. After all, he already knew the meaning behind this test. I'll go back to the academy. With my abilities, it wouldn't be so bad to repeat a year anyway. No way, boss. My grades are the worst. I should be the one to go back. Naruto argued. The Uchiha clan doesn't need anyone else's charity. I'll be the one to stay behind, no matter what, Sasuke said coldly. After a moment of arguing, the three of them came to a decision. Kakashi-sensei, Conan said. The three of us have decided to stay in school together. You can go find another student to take. Kakashi's face darkened. What is the meaning of this? Do you think this is a game? Do you think you actually have a choice in the matter? Kakashi stared at them gloomily. A strong wind picked up and thunder crackled around him. Sasuke and Naruto were terrified by the display. Conan complained inwardly, this wind and lightning are actual ninjutsu, Kakashi. You're even stronger than I thought. Suddenly, Kakashi smiled. You have all passed, he said. The three students stared blankly at Kakashi. Unlike Naruto and Sasuke, who were just confused, Conan wondered when he would finally get a chance to see what was under Kakashi's mask. Be careful, Conan, he thought. His mind had wandered off again. A ninja must stay calm and cautious, Kakashi said. Anyone who breaks the rules and the iron laws of the ninja world is called trash. The worst trash of all is the one who ignores his comrades. Kakashi looked at the three of them with a warm smile. I'm glad that none of my students turned out to be the worst kind of trash. The exercise is over. You all pass. Well done. Starting tomorrow, Team 7 will begin carrying out missions. They're a good group of students, Kakashi thought silently. Suddenly, a voice stopped Kakashi as he was about to turn and leave. Kakashi-sensei, you're treating us to dinner. I heard that teachers from other classes have already treated their students. Kakashi just stared at them. Chapter 19. The Expectations of the Third Hokage 2498 words. Chapter 19. The Expectations of the Third Hokage. Conan held up Muramaru and struck a pose. Death is like the wind. It is always with me. He paused for a moment, then turned and changed his pose. The power of will can pierce even the hardest stone. After another moment, Conan lowered his sword and said with a melancholy expression, this pose still isn't right. It doesn't show off my elegance and handsomeness at all. I'll have to change it. Naruto, who was working nearby, couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed Conan angrily. Boss, how can you stand there watching me work while you're just being lazy? Get over here and help. Conan put his hands behind his back and looked sadly up at the clouds in the sky. Then he said earnestly to Naruto, Naruto, you still don't understand your boss's good intentions. The truth is, this is an opportunity that your boss is giving you. Naruto looked suspiciously at Conan's innocent, cute face. Didn't you always want to be recognized by the people of this village? If you work hard and complete your missions well, more and more people will naturally come to recognize you. Work hard, young man. Hokage is waving to you from up ahead. Oh, I will definitely become Hokage. Naruto instantly lit up with motivation. He turned around and went back to weeding. A moment later, boss, you're still just being lazy, you jerk. Naruto shouted. Oh, you actually saw through me. Naruto, have you gotten smarter after spending so much time with me? You jerk. Don't run if you've got the guts. If you've got the guts, don't chase me. Sasuke looked at the two of them trampling the ground into a mess. He was speechless. Two idiots, he muttered. Sasuke, it's all up to you now, Konan said, patting Sasuke on the shoulder. I believe in your abilities. You can definitely do this. Sasuke walked forward with a dark expression. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. In an instant, a blast of fire filled the entire sewer pipe. A strong wind followed. Konan and Naruto came running out of the sewer in a hurry. That stinks. That really stinks. But Sasuke, you're amazing. Your fire style going through the sewer like that is just incredible. Yeah. I never thought Sasuke's fire style could be used that way, Konan added. You idiots. I swear, if you ever make me use my ninjutsu for something like that again, I'll kill you both, Sasuke said. The three members of Team 7 crouched in the grass, quietly waiting for something. Why won't this cat take the bait? This is so troublesome, Naruto complained. Suddenly, Konan's eyes lit up. I've got it. Naruto, you can transform into a female cat, and use the sexy jutsu on it. Naruto shuddered. I don't want to do that. Oh, so someone ruined someone else's herbal garden, and ended up owing a lot of money. Maybe I should mention that, Konan said casually. That was all your fault. Naruto shouted. In the end, Naruto held the cat in his hands and burst into tears. The next mission is helping to take care of children, or going shopping in a neighboring village, or harvesting sweet potatoes, Irika read from a list. Don't give us these kinds of missions. We want something more important. Naruto slammed his fist on the table. You're all rookies. Everyone starts out this way. You need to gain experience by doing simple missions first, Irika scolded loudly. But after Naruto's persistent complaining, the third Hokage finally gave Team 7 a C-rank mission. Looking at the familiar, drunken old man in front of him, Konan felt relieved. It seemed the plot hadn't been changed too much. What are you doing? They're all just kids. Especially that short little melon over there. He looks so stupid. Tazuna said drunkenly. Are you really ninja? He, who is he calling a short melon? And he said he looks stupid, Naruto said. Then after a moment, don't hold me back. I'm going to kill him. Konan calmed Naruto down, then looked sharply at Tazuna. Don't worry. Konoha's ninja are not weak. So far, our mission success rate has been, Konan stared coldly into Tazuna's eyes and continued, 100%. A cold sweat broke out on Tazuna's forehead. Okay. I'll leave it to you then. Behind him, the third Hokage and Kakashi, who knew the truth, couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Of course, the success rate for newbie missions was 100%. At worst, they just got a low rating for their performance. You all know the details of the mission now. When you get home, pack your things. Make sure to bring all the ninja tools you need. Naruto, I'm talking to you. Konan, help him out. Alright, that's it for now. We'll meet tomorrow morning at the village gate. Dismissed. Boss, where are you going? Take me with you, Naruto said. I'm going to see Hinata. Do you want to come? Konan asked. When Konan found Hinata, she was at a barbecue restaurant with her own team. Konan, you're Hinata's boyfriend, right? Come eat with us, Kurenai said with a smile, her face full of curiosity. Then I won't say no, Kurenai-sensei, Konan said. He was honestly jealous of Hinata's teacher. Kurenai treated her students to meals every now and then. Unlike that stingy Kakashi, who still wanted them to treat him. So Konan, how did you and Hinata end up together? Kurenai asked before Conan could even sit down. Her tone was full of gossip. Kiba and Shino also perked up their ears. Kurenai-sensei. Hinata's face turned bright red. She quietly tugged on Kurenai's sleeve. Okay, I won't ask. Our Hinata is shy, Kurenai said. Conan, I heard you're leaving the village tomorrow for a C-rank mission, Kurenai said. Hey, Kurenai-sensei, we can't let them show us up. Let's take a C-rank mission too. Kiba shouted. There was a lot of laughter and joy around the dinner table. Suddenly, Conan grabbed Kiba and Shino by the shoulders. Kiba, Shino. We've been good friends for years, so I won't be fake with you. I won't be able to stay by Hinata's side all the time. You have to help me look after her. You know what Hinata's personality is like. She won't speak up for herself. Don't let anyone push her around. TCH, what are you talking about? I don't need you to tell me how to do that. Hinata is my comrade. Don't worry, I'll protect Hinata. That's a man's promise, Kiba said, thumping his chest. Although I don't know how to say it, I feel the same way as Kiba, Shino said in his usual calm tone. Conan, Hinata held Conan's hand tightly. I'm a ninja too. I can protect myself. Conan gently stroked Hinata's head. Make sure you take care of yourself. Knowing that Shino and Kiba are with you makes me feel better. But even as he said that, Conan still wasn't completely at ease. The more he learned about this world, the more he understood how cruel it could be. Hinata had the Byakugan, and she was a member of the main house. He had no idea how many pairs of eyes were secretly watching her. And he couldn't be by her side. If only I had the Flying Thunder God technique, he thought. That evening, after finishing his daily dungeon runs, Conan quietly left the house. In truth, even though he hadn't been doing many stamina dungeons over the past few years, Conan had already accumulated more than half of the experience needed for Chunin-level stamina just through his own training. And the drop rate for stamina experience books from Naruto's dungeon was extremely high. It wouldn't be long before he could fill in that system weakness. Then it would be time to attack the harder dungeons. The only one left was the 8 gates. Even though that time was still a little ways off, Conan still planned to train on his own first. Then, when he reached the master level, he would use the experience books to unlock the secret abilities. Besides, he also needed a reason to openly use these ninjutsu. So Conan had set his sights on the third Hokage. The more Conan understood about the system, the more he felt like it was actually a pure trap. Not to mention the dungeons themselves. Even if he mastered the bugs on his own, the drop rates for skills could drive a person crazy. Even though the characters in later dungeons would drop something every time you beat them, it was still possible to get useless things like candy. There were just too many different types of skills that could drop. He had thought that as his strength increased, the number of dungeons he could run would also increase, and he would get stronger faster. But which Kage-level powerhouse didn't have 7 or 8 different skills? Someone like Naruto, who only dropped stamina and the shadow clone technique, was incredibly rare. Conan could already imagine the scene of getting completely screwed over by bad drops in the future. So in reality, improving his strength depended mostly on himself. He had to find the right skills, practice them until he hit a bottleneck at the breakthrough level, and only then use the skill book to break through. Conan thought about all of this as he walked, until he reached the door of the third Hokage's office. Conan, what do you need from me at this late hour? The third Hokage asked. He sipped his tea slowly, guessing the reason for Conan's visit. Lord Third, I want to learn stronger ninjutsu, Conan said. He bowed sincerely, his head touching the ground. The third Hokage looked at Conan with a smile. You want stronger ninjutsu? If you just do a few years of missions and build up enough contribution points, you'll naturally be given suitable techniques. Or you can ask Kakashi for advice. You know his nickname. He's a man who claims to know over 1,000 ninjutsu. Conan stood up. Lord Third, I can't wait that long. And the techniques I need can't be obtained from Kakashi. The third Hokage's eyes gradually grew deep and serious. The usual kindness in his expression disappeared. He glanced sharply at Conan. Why do you need power so urgently? Conan looked straight into the third Hokage's eyes without flinching. Because my dream requires enough power. And I want to gain enough strength to protect the things that are important to me. My family, my friends, and this village. The third Hokage was silent for a moment. What kind of technique do you need? For now, I only need the 8 gates. Of course, I hope to learn more techniques in the future, Conan said. He couldn't say that his dungeon would give him the training method as soon as the technique dropped once. But he still needed a reasonable excuse to use them openly. And there were some skills he couldn't get for the time being, like the Flying Thunder God. Why that technique? The third Hokage was a little surprised by Conan's choice. In terms of power and practicality, many ninjutsu were much better than the 8 gates. The damage the 8 gates caused to the body was extremely difficult to recover from. Generally, no one wanted to learn this technique. As far as I know, even though the 8 gates isn't something you can use lightly, it's incredibly powerful. And I've thought about it. If one day my friends or this village are truly in danger, I want to have this kind of power to protect them. He thought saying this shouldn't be a problem. Even though he knew that what he was saying should appeal to the third Hokage, Conan still wasn't sure he could convince him to hand over the technique. He had come with the attitude of gain or lose, at least I tried. The third Hokage closed his eyes for a long time, as if he was thinking about something. When he opened his eyes again, the sharp, frightening light had gradually faded away. Is it because of Itachi that you're so desperate for power? The third Hokage suddenly asked. He said a name that startled Conan. Itachi already told me about you, the third Hokage said. His eyes drifted away, as if he was remembering something. Itachi is a good boy. I failed him. What happened back then? I had no other choice. I am the shadow of this village. Is Itachi the reason you're so eager to gain power? The third Hokage's tone was a little sad. Conan didn't know how to answer. He could only stay quiet. Itachi told me that you, a young boy, saw through something that had been planned for a long time in this village. Do you know how surprised I was? Since then, I've been watching you. Whether it's your character, your temperament, your wisdom, your abilities, or your relationships with others, you're perfect in every way. But I can't truly see through you. Especially with an ideal that I have to look up to. At this point, the third Hokage stared into Conan's eyes again and said slowly, in truth, I've been training you to be the next Hokage. I thought it would take another year or two, until you grew up a bit more. But since you're so eager for power now, I'll move up that timeline. Just tell me what ninjutsu you need. I can teach you myself. Until you become a truly independent ninja. Conan hadn't expected the third Hokage to have such high expectations for him. His ideals weren't actually that grand, and the thing with Itachi had been pure coincidence. Still, it was good that the third Hokage thought that way. Is the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique also possible? Conan asked tentatively. The third Hokage smiled. Like I said, if it exists in the village, it's fine. But the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique is extremely complicated. It requires a deep understanding of sealing techniques. I can give you the basics to start with. Come back to me when you've succeeded in training with those. Looking at the 2 scrolls in his hand, Conan sincerely bowed to the third Hokage. Thank you, Lord Third. The third Hokage waved his hand. I hope you won't disappoint my expectations. I'm waiting to see the changes you'll bring to this world. And I want to see with my own eyes what this world without war that you spoke of looks like. Walking out of the third Hokage's building, Conan suddenly felt as if something heavy was pressing down on him. Could he really live up to the third Hokage's expectations? For a moment, Conan felt like he could barely breathe. Chapter 20, Awareness 1441 words. Chapter 20, Awareness. Let's go. Naruto shouted excitedly. He was jumping up and down, unable to stand still. This is the first time I've ever left the village. Is that kid really okay? Tazuna asked, looking at Naruto in disbelief. Is this guy actually a ninja? I can see that all of you seem pretty strong, but is this one really not defective? Hey, old man. Don't underestimate people. Naruto shouted angrily. I'm really strong too. I'm the man who's going to become Hokage. Remember my name, Uzumaki Naruto. Even you will have to recognize me when the time comes. No, I won't, kid, Tazuna said, looking at Naruto mockingly. Even if you do become Hokage, I still won't. Let go of me. I'm going to kill him. Naruto yelled. Conan held Naruto back and said to Tazuna, don't worry. We're all very strong ninja. Then Conan turned to Naruto. But Naruto, I just realized something. Your ideal is very wrong. Naruto looked at Conan stupidly. You're a man who wants to be Hokage, right? I thought you just liked Sasuke. Naruto didn't react for a moment. I'm going to kill you. Naruto finally shouted. Conan took off running. Naruto, you can't catch me. If you've got the guts, don't run. Naruto chased after him. Tazuna looked at the two of them running around and shook his head in disbelief. Are they really ninja? Don't worry. At least I'm still a Jonin, Kakashi said. Even he was speechless for a moment. This was the village's image right here. The group continued on their way. Suddenly, the Muramaru in Conan's hand began to buzz and vibrate. What is this? Conan thought. He looked at a puddle not far ahead. He understood. That was where the unfortunate demon brothers were hiding. Conan suddenly said, Sasuke, Naruto, let's go to a hot spring together once we reach our destination. Sasuke was caught off guard. I heard the hot springs in the land of waves are really good. Naruto also paused for a moment before catching on. Yeah, I haven't bathed in days. It's about time for a hot spring. As Tazuna walked past the puddle, two dark figures shot out of the water and headed straight for him. The long chains in their hands made an unpleasant grinding sound in the air. Conan was also slightly taken aback. Weren't these two supposed to attack Kakashi first, he thought. Could it be that because our team is stronger, they're trying to kill the mission target directly? It was a small change, but Conan could see that he had already altered the world. No matter what Conan was thinking, the moment the two figures appeared, Sasuke turned his head and released his big attack. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. In an instant, the one in front was burned to black charcoal. He was as dead as he could be. Seeing that the situation had turned bad, the remaining one tried to escape. But Conan threw a handful of kunai and pinned his arms and legs to the ground on all four sides, front, back, left, and right. Dealing with fodder like this was honestly not even a challenge. Naruto had just finished his hand seals at that moment. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A puff of white smoke drifted away. A dozen Naruto clones stood there, staring dumbfounded at the enemies who had already been taken care of. Save one for me. You guys finished them off so fast. Naruto cried. Blame yourself for being too slow, Sasuke said. Was that secret signal of yours just now? Is that your teamwork? Kakashi walked over slowly. Then he looked sharply at Tazuna. Tazuna, can you explain why you are the target of enemy ninja? Tazuna was silent for a moment. A mission like this is already above B rank. You may have some unavoidable difficulties, but you've made things very difficult for us as well, Kakashi continued. After a moment of silence, Tazuna revealed the truth. Actually, there's an extremely dangerous man who wants me dead. He's the head of a shipping company. His name is Gato. Kakashi acted surprised. It can't be that Gato company. On the surface, Kakashi looked shocked, but in truth, he already knew. He had come on this mission specifically to investigate Gato. Konoha had always received many missions from nearby countries. But ever since Gato's company had been established, Konoha had been getting fewer and fewer missions from the Land of Waves. Kakashi had actually come this time to investigate Gato. That's right. Gato is an evil man, Tazuna said. After explaining how terrifying Gato was, Tazuna added deliberately, but it's fine. Even if I die, I'll just cry and die. The only ones who will cry are my 10-year-old grandson, and my daughter will walk through the rest of her life alone, resenting Konoha Ninja for the rest of her days. Kakashi sighed. All right. Then we'll keep protecting you. Gato held a massive amount of wealth. But not only did he not form alliances with armed forces like Konoha, he actively stopped other people from hiring them. That was practically asking for death. If this wasn't for another mission, Kakashi would have turned back a long time ago. No matter how sympathetic Kakashi was, he couldn't break the village's rules just because of a few pitiful words from a stranger. Konoha would never allow someone to falsify a mission request. That kind of behavior could easily get Konoha Ninja killed. No village would permit it. Tazuna was lucky he wasn't just left to die. Kakashi interrogated the captured enemy for a long time, but he couldn't get any useful information. In truth, everyone understood that it was too hard to get real intel from someone like that. In the end, Kakashi handed the last enemy over to Naruto to practice on. A few days later Naruto was walking alone at the front of the group, his head hanging low. Konan ran over to comfort the depressed Naruto. What's wrong, Naruto? Still not used to it? Naruto was silent for a long time. The feeling of killing someone is really unpleasant. Even though I know they were the enemy, still. Konan looked at the lost Naruto. He suddenly remembered himself on the day he became a ninja, when his father had forced him to kill for the first time. Back then, his reaction had been even worse than Naruto's. Since the day I became a ninja, I made that awareness, Konan said. Naruto looked at Konan suspiciously. Konan remembered the words his father had told him that day. Killing others and being killed by others are the same. Since I set out on the path of being a ninja, there have only been two outcomes. You kill or you get killed. Even though I've been staying in the village this whole time, I can still feel how cruel this world is. Those lonely old people I helped, all of their children were sacrificed. The orphans I helped, all of their parents died. And those disabled people are all struggling every day just to survive. This world is that cruel. No one ever said that only you can kill others and others can't kill you. Maybe one day you and Sasuke will be killed by someone. Naruto, Konan sighed and raised the same question that Inoichi had once raised with him. Are you ready to be killed by someone? Naruto looked at Konan blankly. That's why I truly hate this kind of world. People are always fighting each other for all kinds of ridiculous reasons. Then hatred is born. And because of that hatred, they fall into an endless cycle of fighting. Konan suddenly snapped out of his gloomy mood. This isn't what I should be saying, he thought. When did I get so sentimental? Shouldn't I be making fun of Naruto and showing off? Konan suddenly looked at Naruto with complicated eyes. Naruto was startled by Konan's suddenly louder voice. I'm entrusting the task of world peace to you, Konan said. No reason. This is just something you're supposed to do. Because you are the child of prophecy, Konan thought. You're the one who can bring change to this world. Suddenly bang. That hurts. Who dug a hole in the road? My butt. Naruto groaned. Is Konan really reliable? Naruto wondered. End of chapter. Thanks for reading. Patreon. com/Looney Lover goal is 20 members for 5 bonus chapters, bonus chapter for every 50 Power Stones. 20% off for the first week. Chapter 21, Fighting Zabuza 1437 words. Chapter 21, Fighting Zabuza. A few days later, the group made it to the Land of Waves by traveling through an underground water passage. Houses with unique architectural styles lined up peacefully and orderly on the water. Tall aquatic plants were dotted among them, and the water was so clear at first glance that it made people feel at ease. "It's a great view," Naruto said. It was his first time leaving the village, so everything he saw felt new and exciting. "Yeah, it's a nice view," Konan agreed. He took a deep breath. The smell of the sea mixed with the fresh scent of the plants filled his lungs. This would be a good place to retire, he thought. Even Sasuke's expression relaxed a little. So this is the Land of Waves. It really feels different from Konoha. "Thank you for bringing me home," Tazuna said, which was rare for him. "My house is over there." The group was walking along the road when suddenly, Muramaru in Konan's arms began to shake violently. What is this, Konan thought. The relaxed atmosphere had almost made him forget that there were still enemies out there. Konan glanced at a dark shadow and quickly shouted, "Get down." At the same time, he pushed the client to the ground. With a screeching sound, a massive sword embedded itself halfway into a large tree. A moment later, a figure appeared, standing on top of the sword. "Oh, a missing nin from Kirigakure." "Momochi Zabuza," Kakashi said. He reached out to stop Naruto, who was about to charge forward. "Don't move. Protect the client. This kind of opponent is too dangerous for you." As he spoke, Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. Zabuza let out a chuckle in his characteristic low, gloomy voice. "What a bother. I never expected to run into Sharingan Kakashi here. I want that old man." Seeing Kakashi's Sharingan, Sasuke's expression changed. Konan didn't know what Sasuke was thinking. "Form a square formation. Protect Mr. Leave the rest to me," Kakashi ordered. He stared at Zabuza without blinking, ready to strike at any moment. Konan had originally planned to just watch from the sidelines and quietly wait for the plot to unfold. But Muramaru in his arms was shaking violently. Konan gripped Muramaru tightly, feeling the emotion coming from the sword. "You want to fight?" Konan asked. He pulled out Muramaru, and small droplets of water fell from the blade. The sword trembled, telling Konan its desire. Even though Konan fought with Muramaru against all kinds of characters in dungeons every day, the Muramaru in the dungeon was just a projection. The real sword hadn't had a real battle since coming into Konan's hands. Konan thought silently about whether he should agree to Muramaru's request. After learning that he would be facing Zabuza, Konan had tried running Zabuza's dungeon several times. With his stamina stats growing, even though there was still a gap between his system stats and Chunin level, Konan could already move at Chunin level speed perfectly. Especially after using the Hitaki clan's secret technique to boost his agility with electric current, he could briefly raise his agility to Jonin level. In the dungeons against Zabuza in close combat, Konan suffered from a lack of strength. But because of Muramaru's sharpness, the gap wasn't that obvious. Especially since Zabuza's strongest technique, the silent killing technique, was completely countered by Muramaru. No matter how well Zabuza hid, when he came within 3 steps to attack, Konan could rely on Muramaru's killing intent detection to react and counterattack. He could say that when it came to close combat, if Konan opened the 8 gates, Zabuza would no longer be a match for him. But in the dungeon, whenever Zabuza saw Konan open the 8 gates, he would quickly avoid the fight and attack with ninjutsu instead. That made Konan unable to close the distance. Thinking of this, Konan made up his mind. If Zabuza started using ninjutsu, then Kakashi would step in. "Kakashi-sensei, let me take this fight," Konan said. He stopped Kakashi and stepped forward. "The man on the other side is the famous missing nin from Kirigakure, Momochi Zabuza. This isn't like your usual ninja training exercises. The only one here who can handle him is me, Kakashi said, putting a hand on Conan's shoulder. I have to admit, Conan, you're a genius. But you're still far from being his match right now. Just go protect the client with Naruto and Sasuke. Don't do anything reckless. On the other side, Zabuza burst out laughing when he heard that Conan wanted to challenge him. Kids really are kids. Do you even know what a ninja really is? Only those who have killed countless people and survived countless battles can truly be called ninja. Kids like you aren't worthy of that title at all. Zabuza looked at the group with a grim expression. You know, my hands were already covered in blood by the time I was your age. Even Kakashi couldn't help but sweat a little. Demon, he muttered. In the past, the graduation exam for becoming a ninja in the village known as the Bloody Mist was to kill one's own classmates. 10 years ago, there was a major change in that exam. A child who hadn't even officially graduated yet killed all of the other examinees that year. More than 100 of them. That was how the name Demon of the Hidden Mist was born. Hearing this, Naruto and Sasuke swallowed at the same time. The shock in their eyes couldn't be hidden. So do you still want to challenge me? Zabuza said. Then he openly released his killing intent. Naruto and Sasuke were frozen in place, unable to move. But the more Conan thought about it, the more confident he felt. No matter how strong Zabuza was, his silent killing technique was countered by Conan. And Kakashi could handle any ninjutsu he threw at them. Having Kakashi backing him up was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In the world of ninja, it was never true that the stronger fighter always won. Kage-level fighters like Kakuzu and Haiden were still defeated by Chunin. Shikamaru had used his intelligence and strategy to take down an enemy far stronger than himself. Pain had his information sent back by Jiraiya, which gave Naruto the key to fighting him. The third Raikage, who was undefeated in combat, had his weakness discovered and was easily taken down. Feeling the urgent longing coming from Muramaru, Conan could even feel the pain of the sword that had been away from the battlefield for decades. After all, Muramaru was born for fighting. Conan walked forward. Kakashi-sensei, trust me this once. I really don't want to disappoint Muramaru. Conan, Kakashi started to stop him, but then he suddenly remembered the mission the third Hokage had given him, the one about training Conan. He also remembered that Conan had already learned the 8 gates. Kakashi decided to wait and see for now. He still had that technique. Even though he had only developed it recently and wasn't very proficient yet. Conan, be careful, Kakashi said. Yeah, Conan nodded. He walked forward with long strides. Ha 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 ha. So they sent a kid to die. Is this the style of Konoha ninja? If that's the case, then let this little ghost learn something today. Ninja aren't playing make-believe games. Zabuza charged at Conan, his executioner's blade raised high. Conan stood quietly in place. He didn't move until Zabuza was close. Then he used the real killing move of the White Fang sword style. IAI technique, a flash of blinding white light appeared. Zabuza hurriedly retreated. Even though he retreated in time, a shallow wound was cut across his chest. The IAI technique was a move that almost all swordsmen knew. The principle was simple, but it was easy to learn and hard to master. Even though the wound was very shallow, Zabuza felt a surge of anger. He had actually been hurt by a kid he wouldn't even bother to look at. And underneath that anger he felt a sense of dread. It seems that not fighting for a long time has made my reaction slow, Zabuza said. A lion fights a rabbit with all its strength. I even forgot that. The arrogance in Zabuza's eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by calm focus. Next, I'll be going all out, kid. End of chapter. Thanks for reading. Patreon. com/LoonyLover goal is 20 members for 5 bonus chapters. Bonus chapter for every 50 Power Stones, 20% off for the first week. Chapter 22, Fighting Zabuza, Part 2. 1711 Words Chapter 22, Fighting Zabuza, Part 2, with a loud clang, Conan's Muramaru collided with Zabuza's executioner's blade. The sword coated with Conan's chakra was extremely sharp. But the executioner's blade was not an ordinary weapon either. Especially when it was also coated with chakra. Even Conan could only cut a small notch into it. But even just a small notch made Zabuza's pupils shrink. What a sharp sword! What an impressive brat, Zabuza praised Conan in his gloomy voice. Then his tone suddenly changed. But a kid is still a kid. It's not enough. Zabuza put more strength into his blade, and knocked Conan back 4 or 5 steps. Conan rubbed his chest. It felt a little tight. The difference in physical strength was really hard to make up. Why did he feel like the Zabuza on the other side was weaker than the one in the dungeon? To test his theory, Conan rushed forward and clashed with Zabuza again. Not surprisingly, he was sent flying 5 steps back again. This time, his chest hurt even more. But Conan smiled brightly. So it was true. The cheating dungeons always set the enemies to be so strong. Since the enemy on the other side was weaker than he had expected, his chances of winning were even greater. What Conan didn't know was that it wasn't that the system had set the enemies too strong. The Zabuza in the system was Zabuza at his peak. The current Zabuza had been hunted by Kirigakure for many years. Even though he had survived this long through his strength, he had inevitably accumulated hidden injuries along the way. Even though his strength had only dropped by a little bit, the difference between ninja was like the difference between heaven and earth. Especially with Kakashi standing quietly on the sidelines. That alone put a lot of pressure on Zabuza. He didn't believe for a second that Kakashi would really just stand there and do nothing. That forced Zabuza to divide his attention in multiple directions. Conan had thought he might need to use the 8 gates, but it seemed he didn't need them now. Thinking this, Conan finally let go of his reservations. He fought Zabuza with everything he had. The silver-white Muramaru spun in Conan's hands like a windmill. From a distance, it looked like he was surrounded by a ball of white light. This was actually a trick that Conan had come up with himself. By applying the secret level of the clone technique to Muramaru, he could make it hard for the enemy to tell what was real and what was fake for a short time. He had practiced this move for a long time, and it was finally paying off in a real fight. Zabuza wouldn't fight like the emotionless Zabuza in the dungeon, who could keep attacking even with a blade flashing right in front of his face without changing expression. And Zabuza's massive sword was never as flexible as Muramaru. So inevitably, Zabuza began to fall at a disadvantage. Suddenly, Conan felt a sharp pain in his body. Conan silently analyzed the situation. The technique that uses electric current to stimulate my body can't be used anymore. It seems my level still isn't high enough. I can only stop here. This situation isn't enough to use the 8 gates. And even if I did use the 8 gates, it might not guarantee a win against Zabuza. He's too hard to find a weakness in when he's defending. Thinking this, Conan attacked again. He wanted to use his last burst of energy to fight for a bit longer, then take the opportunity to retreat. He figured he had pushed far enough. That was what Conan thought. But Zabuza didn't know that. Conan's sword style was really putting a lot of pressure on him. And Conan seemed to still have some strength left in reserve. When he suddenly sped up, it forced Zabuza into a corner. Gritting his teeth, Zabuza deliberately created an opening. His left arm was badly cut by Conan's blade. At the same time, Zabuza used the opening to escape out of Conan's attack range. How could he make such a mistake? Conan thought, confused. Then Zabuza's voice came to his ears. I have to admit, you are one of the most talented little devils I have ever seen. To push me this hard at your age. I admit you are worthy of the title ninja. Next, I will use my famous ninjutsu. Ninja art, hidden mist jutsu. A moment later, thick fog rose all around. Zabuza disappeared into the mist. 8 spots. The throat, the spine, the lungs, the liver. The carotid and subclavian veins. The kidneys, the heart. Which one do you want me to attack? Zabuza deliberately spoke cruel words in his gloomy voice. At the same time, he let out his terrifying killing intent without holding back. He wanted to break everyone's morale. On one hand, it worked. Naruto and Sasuke would have collapsed under that pressure if Kakashi hadn't been there. But as for Konan, is this supposed to be scary? Konan thought. The killing intent Zabuza was giving off was so obvious it was like the sun in the night sky. Konan thought this Zabuza was even easier to handle than the one in the dungeon. It wasn't even close. Could Zabuza be blamed for this? Konan knew all of Zabuza's information. But Zabuza didn't know anything about Konan's. How could he know that Konan had been about to lose his grip just a moment ago? That he had been stabbed and was at his limit? How could he know that Miramara could sense killing intent? The fog wasn't even hindering Konan. It had only taken away his vision, but he could still use sound to determine positions. Konan, come back. Kakashi shouted anxiously. If something happened to Konan, how would he explain to the third Hokage? But even if he wanted to save him in such thick fog, there was nothing he could do. Kakashi wanted to rush in, but he was worried that Zabuza would attack Sasuke and Naruto from behind. For a moment, Kakashi was trapped in a dilemma. Konan ignored Kakashi's shout. He silently prepared his final move. He quietly opened the gate of life. Chakra began to pour out of him, visible to the naked eye. If it weren't for the thick fog, Zabuza would definitely have noticed that something was wrong with Konan. The others had never heard of the 8 gates. But Kirigakure had detailed information. Back then, Guy's father had opened all 8 gates and nearly killed the 7 ninja swordsmen in a single fight. Kirigakure had been gathering intelligence on the technique ever since. But now, Zabuza could only rely on his hearing as he carefully approached Konan. He couldn't see anything. With the massive amount of chakra Konan had gained from opening the gate of life, the glow on Miramara's blade grew deeper and deeper. The sword let out the occasional faint buzzing sound. Suddenly, Konan appeared in front of Zabuza with his sword raised. But in an instant Konan could see that this Zabuza, who was giving off no killing intent, was actually just a water clone. So Konan calmly raised his sword and slashed forward. In the middle of his slash, Konan pulled back his sword and struck backward instead. Saw slash, this was one of the top killing moves in the White Fang sword style. The continuous vibration of the blade increased its lethality. But it usually took a long time to prepare, and could cause damage to the user's own hands. It was most often used for assassination. Zabuza was just about to land a heavy blow on Konan, when Konan suddenly turned and slashed behind him. Zabuza quickly raised his executioner's blade to block. Because there wasn't much chakra coating the blade, Konan's sword immediately cut halfway through it. Miramara paused for a moment, then continued its slash. Zabuza was worthy of being a jonin famous for many years. He used that brief pause to avoid a fatal wound. But even so, his chest was still badly cut. The wound was deep enough to see the bone. The thick fog gradually cleared. The scene that appeared shocked everyone. Konan was standing there, completely unharmed. But Zabuza had several serious wounds, especially the one on his chest. Sasuke and Naruto both swallowed at the same time. Even though they knew Konan was strong, this was still too much. Even Zabuza, who was a jonin, couldn't beat him. Even Kakashi couldn't keep his tense expression. His eyes were full of astonishment. Even he had never expected a result like this. What a scary brat. How did you find my position? Never mind. I know you won't tell me. I lost today. But I'll be back, Zabuza said. Then he started to retreat. Konan quickly chased after him. But just as he got close, Zabuza turned around and made hand signs. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. Conan could only raise a mud flow wall. It couldn't stop the water dragon, but it was enough to let Conan escape the attack range. Kakashi was also about to chase after Zabuza, but then he saw Conan suddenly collapse. Worried about his student's safety, Kakashi had to give up the pursuit. "Conan, are you okay?" Kakashi helped Conan up. Naruto and Sasuke hurried over. "Boss, are you okay?" Naruto asked. "Conan, are you all right?" Sasuke asked at the same time. Conan chuckled. "So how was that?" "Pretty cool, right?" He hadn't expected to actually beat Zabuza. Why is the real version so much weaker, he thought. Naruto and Sasuke admired Conan's strength in their hearts, but neither of them would admit it. They both turned their heads at the same time. "TCH," they said. Even though they wouldn't say it out loud, Conan's strength still motivated both of them. They silently made up their minds to catch up to Conan's level. End of chapter. Thanks for reading. Patreon.com/LoonyLover. Goal is 20 members for 5 bonus chapters. Bonus chapter for every 50 Power Stones, 20% off for the first week. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. The Lost Courage. 2298 words. Chapter 23. The Lost Courage. Because of the side effects of the 8 gates, Conan had to stay in bed to recover for a few days. Lying there, he teased Muramaru. "Are you satisfied now? I worked hard for you, you know." Muramaru trembled slightly. Conan could clearly feel the sword's concern for him. "Hee, it's not that serious," Conan said. Kakashi walked into the room and looked seriously at Conan. "Luckily, you only opened the first gate and didn't keep it open for long. Otherwise, this could have been very dangerous. Conan, you need to understand that the 8 gates technique can't be used as a regular way to boost your combat power. That move is meant for desperate situations. Even with Guy's strong physical conditioning, he doesn't use it under normal circumstances. With your current physical condition, you can't control this technique at all. If you're careless, you could ruin your future." "Yeah, I understand, Kakashi-sensei," Conan said. In truth, Conan understood this even better than Kakashi. Other people could only use this technique when they were desperate. Most would only use it a few times in their entire lives. But Conan could use it several times a day if he wanted. He knew exactly how to direct his chakra to minimize damage when opening the gates. He knew how long he could safely keep the first gate open. Conan had a clear grasp of all of this. After Kakashi left, Conan immersed himself in the dungeon. In truth, with the 8 gates, Conan was strong enough to clear most Jonin-level dungeons. That would give him 1 extra dungeon run per day. But Conan wasn't in a hurry. He kept running Naruto and Sasuke's dungeons instead. There was a rule about dungeon drops. Stats that had been maxed out and skills that had already unlocked their secret abilities would not drop again. The system would filter them out. It had taken 2 years to max out Sasuke's Chunin level spirit stat. That was because Sasuke had messy skills scattered all over the place besides the Sharingan and fire style. There was the Uchiha kunai throwing technique, Sasuke's taijutsu style, and various other skills. So there were many distractions in his drop pool. So Conan decided to raise the Sharingan's bloodline level step by step, and unlock the One-Tomo Sharingan along the way. There was also Naruto's Uzumaki physique and shadow clone technique. That way, it would be much faster to run the Genin-level dungeons of Sasuke and Naruto. So Conan used his for daily dungeon runs on Naruto and Sasuke at different stages of growth. As for the 8 gates, which he had originally planned to train separately, Conan realized that there was no need to deliberately practice them at all. The number of gates you could open was mainly limited by your physical fitness. And actually using them wasn't that hard. With his daily training in the dungeons, he had quickly reached an advanced level of understanding. He could theoretically open 4 gates. But with Conan's current physique, he could only open the first gate safely. If he forced the second gate open, he would either die or be crippled. After lunch, the 4 members of Team 7 gathered for a meeting. Even though Conan defeated Zabuza this time, it's obvious that Zabuza hasn't given up. And next time he comes, he might not come alone, Kakashi said. Even though it looked like Conan had the upper hand, those were just surface wounds. The flesh wounds will heal quickly. But Conan burned his own chakra pathways. In the short term, he won't be able to fight at that level again, Kakashi announced, stating the facts objectively. That was the truth. Ninjas never said that having higher strength meant you would always win. But it was also true that winning once didn't mean you could rely on that advantage forever. Then, Sensei, what should we do? Naruto asked. Thinking back to Zabuza's terrifying killing intent, even the usually optimistic Naruto was getting worried. Sasuke also gritted his teeth. Why am I still so weak? Sasuke asked himself silently. Don't worry too much. My name isn't just for show, you know, Kakashi said confidently. Truthfully, that's just the worst-case guess. But don't worry. Your teacher will protect you. But you also need to step up your training. Starting tomorrow, we'll begin special training. There was one thing Kakashi kept to himself and didn't say. The reinforcements he had requested from the village should be arriving soon. What kind of special training? Naruto's face was full of curiosity. Sasuke's expression was also full of questions. Kakashi glanced at Conan. To motivate Naruto and Sasuke, he deliberately said, of course, it's special training that will make you stronger. Strong enough to catch up to Conan. You'll find out tomorrow. Oh boss, just wait. I'm definitely going to catch up to you. Naruto's fighting spirit reignited when he heard he could catch up to Conan. Sasuke didn't say anything, but his face was full of anticipation. This is so boring, a child's voice suddenly said from the doorway. Inari, be polite. Say hello. These are the people protecting us, Tsunami said, looking helplessly at Inari. Mom, they're going to die. Anyone who fights against Gato never ends well, Inari said. You little brat. Naruto couldn't stand it at all. The others quickly stopped him. Let me tell you, I'm a hero who's going to become Hokage someday. Gato is nothing. A hero is no different from an idiot. Those don't exist. Inari shot back. What did you say? Naruto shouted. If you want to live, go back to your village as soon as possible, Inari said coldly. Conan watched the scene quietly. After a moment, Conan got up and went outside. Boss, where are you going? Naruto asked. I want to go out and see the country, Conan said. You're not fully recovered yet. I'm coming with you, Naruto said. Then he turned and suddenly asked Sasuke, Sasuke, are you coming? Sasuke was silent for a moment. I'm not going. I need to train. Naruto just stared at him. After catching up to Conan, Naruto walked for a while in silence. Then he suddenly said, Boss, Sasuke has changed a lot these days. In truth, Conan had noticed the changes in Sasuke too. Conan knew that Sasuke had been motivated by seeing his strength. He didn't let go of a single chance to train. It's nothing. Sasuke has an ideal he wants to achieve. He's just working hard for it, Conan said. He left the last sentence unsaid. Even if that ideal is so cruel. After seeing the situation in the Land of Waves for himself, Conan realized that the conditions there were much worse than he had imagined. The Land of Waves didn't produce much food. In the past, they had barely gotten by selling some of their special products and handicrafts. But after Gato took control of all trade in the country, the things people produced could only be sold to Gato at very low prices. At the same time, essential goods like food became more and more expensive. Luckily, the Land of Waves was close to the sea. People could barely survive by fishing and the like. But there were still a large number of people who couldn't make a living. They could only beg on the streets, even though they knew they wouldn't get anything at all. People begging on the side of the road lined up in rows. Some people had even sold their own sons and daughters. Some people knelt on the ground and cried, begging for someone to give them a job. Looking at the ragged, broken people lining both sides of the road, Naruto fell silent. Suddenly, there was a loud commotion up ahead. "You little brat! You dared to steal my things! Give back what you stole! Just watch me beat you to death today!" Two adults were kicking and punching a boy of about 6 or 7. The boy was clutching something tightly to his chest with both hands. He wouldn't let go. Finally, the boy let go. In his hands were 2 pieces of bread. From their shouts, it wasn't hard to guess that the child had stolen from them. "This is too much," Naruto said. He couldn't stand it anymore. He rushed forward and knocked the 2 adults to the ground without another word. Seeing that the situation had turned bad, the 2 quickly ran away. Naruto wanted to chase after them, but Konan stopped him. Naruto looked at Konan in confusion. "Don't chase them. Even though I don't agree with what they did, I can understand them," Konan said with a sigh, looking at the desolate streets around them. In an environment like this, food is life. Maybe because this child stole their food, they or their families might not survive. Naruto clenched his fists tightly. "Why does it have to be like this?" he asked. Even though the little boy on the ground had just been kicked and punched by 2 adults, he hadn't cried. But after hearing Konan's words, the tears started flowing. "But I want to live too," he choked out between sobs. Woo woo woo. Both Konan and Naruto felt sick in their hearts. Konan took out the candy he was carrying, and handed it to the boy. "Little brother, where is your home?" he asked. The little boy looked at them both warily. "Why are you asking?" Konan looked at the child in front of him with pity. "I just want to see if I can help you." After a moment, the little boy started talking while happily sucking on the candy Konan had given him. "My name is Wakamaru. Mom and Dad, they're both dead. I have an older sister too. Her name is Kid Kyoko. My sister is really pretty." Finally, they arrived at Wakamaru's house. "I brought food. And there are guests too." Wakamaru ran inside. An unusually thin and pale girl came out of the house. She looked only a few years older than Konan. Maybe 13 or 14. It was hard to imagine how such a thin body could bear the burden of supporting 2 people in this kind of environment. Seeing the bruises on Wakamaru's body, Kid Kyoko couldn't help but cry. "Didn't I tell you not to steal any more? What if something happens to you? Let your sister handle things." "But sister, we don't have anything to eat," Wakamaru said innocently. Kid Kyoko hugged Wakamaru sadly. "Your sister found a job. Wakamaru won't be hungry anymore." Only then did Kid Kyoko notice the 2 people standing behind her brother. Suddenly, she became very nervous. "Did Wakamaru steal something from you? I promise I'll pay you back." "No, they're good people. They saved me just now," Wakamaru said. After hearing her brother's explanation, Kid Kyoko quickly thanked them. Naruto immediately puffed up with pride. "It was nothing." Konan took out all the money he had on him, and handed it over. "I know this won't buy much at current prices. But don't worry. Life is going to get better soon." Kid Kyoko looked at the money in Konan's hand. For a moment she was touched. She stared at Konan's face and blushed slightly. Then she thought of something and turned pale. "I can't take your money for no reason," she said. Naruto also took out all the money he had on him. "Just take it. After we help Uncle Tazuna finish building the bridge, your lives will get better," Naruto said. When Kid Kyoko heard this, her face changed. She quickly asked, "Who are you?" "We're ninja from Konoha. We came to protect Uncle Tazuna while he builds the bridge." Naruto started. Before Naruto could finish, Kid Kyoko firmly pushed the money back at them. "Please leave," she said coldly. Naruto didn't understand. Kid Kyoko shooed them away again. She was almost begging. "Please leave. I'm begging you." Conan understood instantly what Kid Kyoko meant. He grabbed Naruto's arm. "Let's go," he said. But Naruto started. "Let's go," Conan said firmly. He grabbed Naruto and started walking toward the door. "How can you do this?" Wakamaru immediately tugged at his sister's sleeve angrily. "They're good people." Kid Kyoko ignored her little brother's protests. She just looked quietly at the two boys. "I know you're good people." Conan looked at Kid Kyoko with a kind smile. "You don't need to say anything. I understand. But you should keep this money." "No one will know you took it from us," Conan said as he put the money into Kid Kyoko's hand. Then he turned and left. "I'm sorry." Kid Kyoko finally couldn't hold back her tears after Conan and Naruto walked out the door. "Why did that happen, boss?" Naruto asked. He felt unhappy that doing a good deed had gotten such a cold response. "It's because of fear," Conan said. "They're afraid of the threat from Gato. Kid Kyoko just wants to protect herself and her brother. She doesn't want to get too involved with us." "Is Gato really that scary?" Naruto asked suspiciously. "That Gato isn't actually that scary," Conan said, looking at the numb, hopeless faces around them. "It's just that this country has lost its courage. If people don't find a way to get that courage back, even if we drive Gato away, there will be a second Gato and a third Gato." End of chapter. Thanks for reading. Patreon.com/LoonyLover. Goal is 20 members for 5 bonus chapters. Bonus chapter for every 50 Power Stones, 20% off for the first week. Chapter 24. Hard work. 1406 words. Chapter 24. Hard work. These days, Naruto and Sasuke seem to be very competitive. If one of them ate 1 bowl of rice, the other would eat 2 bowls. Even if it made them sick, they would still force themselves to eat it. Conan couldn't understand it. It was like they were trying to show off how much they loved training or something. At the same time, their training sessions were getting longer and longer. The scale of their training seemed to be getting bigger too. When they came back, they often had new injuries on their bodies. Looking at the injured Naruto and Sasuke, who were still practicing even in that condition, Kakashi couldn't help but frown. Even if this is training, you can't push yourselves this hard. You can't rush things when it comes to training. If you overdo it, you might break your bodies, Kakashi warned. Sasuke and Naruto looked at each other. It was like sparks were flying between them. "I'm definitely better than this dead last," Sasuke said. "I won't lose to this jerk," Naruto shot back. Kakashi was speechless. "And didn't we agree that I would hide in the shadows while one of you stays in the open to protect Tazuna? How can you two be in this condition and still do your jobs?" Sasuke and Naruto glanced at each other, then both turned their heads away at the same time. "I'm definitely fine," they said together. "You two are such a couple. You even say things at the same time like that. It just reminded me of that time you two kissed again." "So loving," Conan suddenly said. Sasuke and Naruto's faces turned green. "Shut up, you jerk!" Sasuke shouted. "I'm going to kill you." Naruto yelled. "No fighting, no fighting. I'm still injured here." "I'll go, sensei," Conan said, moving his arms and legs. "My injuries are almost healed anyway. Except that I can't use the 8 gates, everything else is fine. I don't need special training anyway." "All right then," Kakashi said with a helpless nod. The next day, Conan accompanied Tazuna to the construction site. "Well, this bridge is coming along nicely. Once this bridge is finished, this country will have hope again," Tazuna said proudly. Conan looked at the bridge quietly. I don't think building the bridge will help that much, he said. Tazuna looked at Conan in astonishment. The reason this country has fallen to this point is entirely because of the fear in people's hearts, Conan said, looking at the people on the streets in the distance. Even if you build this bridge, what's to stop Gato from destroying it? Or worse, Gato could probably stop anyone from using this bridge with just a single word. Tazuna's face suddenly became grim. Truthfully, he hadn't thought that far ahead. He had just thought that people would have hope once the bridge was finished. Hearing what Conan said, Tazuna even started to think about giving up. To save this country, building a bridge isn't enough, Conan continued. The people need to recover their lost courage. Seeing Tazuna's gloomy face, Conan smiled. Don't worry. You focus on building the bridge. As for helping this country recover its courage, leave that to me. Tazuna stared blankly at Conan. Conan straightened his Hokage-style robe and smiled brightly. This matter isn't part of the mission, I know. But ninja, they aren't just about completing missions. There are some things that just have to be done. Thank you, Tazuna said. He didn't know why, but he felt that the young man in front of him would definitely do what he said. For a moment, he thought of his son-in-law. They're the same kind of people, he thought. Do you have a moment, Tazuna? A voice suddenly said from behind them. Ah, what is it, Kiki? Tazuna asked. Guessing what was coming, his face suddenly sank. I've been thinking about the bridge for a long time. Can I quit? Kiki asked. Why is this so sudden? Even you want to quit? Even though I want to help you, at this rate, even I'll be targeted by Gato. Besides, if something happens to me, my family. That's why. I don't want to do this anymore. How could this be? This is our bridge. It's supposed to bring hope to this country. It's precisely because we believe in that hope that we need to work together to build it. But if I lose my life... All right, Kiki. You don't need to come back here again, Tazuna said. Conan watched the scene quietly. After Kiki left, Tazuna looked depressed. Conan thought for a moment, then walked over. Let me help too, old man, Conan said. Tazuna was surprised. You ninja do this kind of work. Don't underestimate ninja, old man, Conan said as he made hand signs. Shadow clone jutsu. With a burst of white smoke, 4 Conans appeared. After all, his chakra reserves weren't as big as Naruto's. 3 clones would already push him to his limit. Any more would just be wasteful. Conan and his clones got to work quickly. A ninja's physical abilities were completely beyond those of ordinary people. The progress at the construction site sped up rapidly. That's amazing. The workers nearby said in amazement. This is nothing, Conan said. He made hand signs again. Earth style, earth flow wall. Immediately, mounds of earth rose up from the water on both sides of the bridge. The workers could stand on them to work on the bridge, which made things much more convenient. The workers were even more surprised. Is this the power of a ninja? Conan had used up most of his chakra. He sat down on the spot to recover. Kakashi was hiding in the shadows. Even if an enemy came, it would be fine. There were also reinforcements hiding in the dark too. As a physical-type ninja, Conan only needed to recover his chakra. Even if he was exhausted, he still had combat power. So there was no need to worry about an enemy attack. It wasn't until lunchtime that Conan's chakra had fully recovered. The workers around him all admired Conan. They praised him constantly. Some even patted Conan on the shoulder and kept saying how great he was. Conan didn't mind their dirty hands. He just smiled and chatted with them about all kinds of things. While eating lunch, Tazuna suddenly spoke up. Conan, the ninja of Konoha really are different from ninja in other villages. Especially you. Conan was caught off guard. He looked at Tazuna. When I was young, I traveled all over the world. I visited a lot of places. I've actually seen ninja from all 5 of the great ninja villages. Only you, from Konoha, might not care about my false mission request and still help me like this. And even if you didn't continue to help me, or even turned against me, that wouldn't be surprising either. Compared to other villages, you Konoha people, you don't even seem like ninja at all, Tazuna said, his eyes squinting as if he was remembering something. Especially you, Conan. I've never heard of ninja doing this kind of work for free. Doing such lowly work. Everyone I've seen, whether ninja or samurai, they're all proud and distant. No matter how kind they seem on the surface, I can tell they all look down on ordinary people. They take pride in killing each other. They'd be ashamed to do something like this. Helping for free would be unthinkable. Tazuna looked seriously at Conan. I have a feeling that you're going to become a great ninja someday. Hey, old man, that's too much praise, Conan said. He looked at the construction site in front of him and thought of something. Maybe one day, there won't be any more wars in this world. And ninja will have to make a living by doing things like this. If that happens, old-timers like you might not even be able to keep your jobs. How could that ever happen? But if it really did, I wouldn't mind losing my job at all, Tazuna laughed. Conan narrowed his eyes. Is it really impossible, he thought. End of chapter. Thanks for reading. Patreon.com/LoonyLover goal is 20 members for 5 bonus chapters, bonus chapter for every 50 Power Stones. 20% off for the first week. Chapter 25, Gato must die 2074 words. Chapter 25, Gato must die. It really disappoints me. You got beaten by a brat. It seems the ninja from the land of mist are all trash. Looking at Zabuza lying in the hospital bed, Gato insulted him without holding back. When he saw that Zabuza didn't react, Gato taunted him even more. You can't even handle a little kid, and you call yourself a demon. How ridiculous. Hey, are you deaf? Why aren't you saying anything? Gato reached his hand toward Zabuza's face. Even though Zabuza was injured, it was still no problem for him to swing his sword. In an instant, the executioner's blade was at Gato's head. Gato was completely caught off guard by this sudden change. He couldn't even dodge. He was easily slapped across the room by the flat of Zabuza's blade. Just as Gato was about to die under the sword, Haku, who was standing nearby, suddenly made a move. He kicked Gato hard, sending him flying. Gato lay on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Half from the pain, half from fear. How dare you lay a hand on me? I'm your employer. Aren't ninja not allowed to hurt their clients? Are you joking? Zabuza smiled cruelly. We're missing Nin. We don't have any stupid rules holding us back. But since Haku stopped me, I'll let you go this time. Next time, I'll make sure you never see the sun again. As he spoke, Zabuza glared viciously at Gato, letting his killing intent flow freely. Gato was just an ordinary person. The moment Zabuza's killing intent hit him, he wet his pants. He kept shouting, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Zabuza withdrew his killing intent. How boring. Clean up this place, then get out of my sight. Only then did Gato finally snap out of it. He tore off his shirt, carefully wiped the floor clean, and then ran out in a panic. Wait! Zabuza suddenly stopped Gato. Gato immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Zabuza, what do you want? This mission is turning out to be unexpectedly difficult. I need to bring in another helper. Triple the money we agreed on, Zabuza said. Gato's face twisted in pain. But when he saw Zabuza's terrifying eyes, he shivered. Of course. Watching Gato and his 2 subordinates run out, Zabuza looked at Haku. Why didn't you let me kill him? Now isn't the time to kill Gato. If there's a riot, we'll be hunted again, Haku said with a gentle smile. So let's be patient for now. You're right. However, the way he was talking just now, he definitely needs to die. In a while, when the timing is right, I'll kill him myself, Zabuza said, staring straight at the ceiling. The Land of Waves is a good place to use as a base. With Gado's money, we could run this place well. We wouldn't have to hide any more. It's been hard on you, following me all these years, Haku. Haku smiled at Zabuza. It's nothing. I am your tool, master. Only this way can I serve my purpose. Zabuza turned his head away from Haku and murmured, a tool, yes, Haku. You are my best tool. This is disgusting. Just a homeless stray dog, and he dares to treat me like that. If I had known Missing Nin were so unreliable, I never would have hired them just to save money. If this keeps up, he really might kill me one day. What should I do? What if he asks me for even more money next time? Gado thought, shivering at the memory of that killing intent. I have an idea, one of the samurai next to Gado suddenly said. What idea? Isn't Zabuza a Missing Nin from Kirigakure? We could leak his location to Kirigakure. Once their Hunter-nin get here, they'll catch him off guard and kill him. That's a good idea. What about the bridge? Who's going to deal with those Konoha ninja? We can wait until the bridge is finished. After the Konoha ninja leave, we can destroy it. That would damage the people's confidence even more. Or better yet, we could take the bridge for ourselves. That would make it much easier to move our goods around. Gado's expression suddenly brightened. You're really something. You really are my right-hand man. You're too kind. The only reason we can live such good lives is because of Lord Gado's ability to make money. Ha 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 ha. Zabuza dared to treat me like that. I'll make him pay for this. Conan, you've been working hard these past few days. Let's go buy some good food to reward you, Tazuna said, patting Conan on the shoulder. He started walking toward the butcher shop in town. Conan's eyes lit up. Ha ha, then I'll take you up on that. Suddenly, Conan noticed a row of newly built thatched huts by the side of the road. Some of them had women sitting in front of them. He asked Tazuna suspiciously, where is that place? It wasn't there a few days ago. Tazuna glanced over. His tone was complicated. They're all women who can't survive anymore. They've been there for a long time. They just weren't on this street before. He paused, then realized something. You're still too young to understand things like that. It's not anything good anyway. Conan looked back with a complicated expression. What he saw in their eyes was despair. When Conan and Tazuna had finished picking out their ingredients and came back out, there was a commotion in the street ahead. Kid Kyoko ran out from one of the thatched huts, her clothes disheveled. She was chasing a man with a fierce face, and a deep scar on his cheek. Didn't you promise to give me food? Why are you joking? Why would I waste food on a woman like you? Get out of here. Please, sir. I really need this food. My little brother hasn't eaten in 2 days. Kid Kyoko grabbed the scarred man's leg. I said get away. The scarred man slapped Kid Kyoko hard across the face. Kid Kyoko's small body flew through the air. A trail of blood sprayed from her mouth. 2 white teeth fell to the ground and rolled away. After that slap, Kid Kyoko lay dazed on the ground and couldn't get up. You still dare to ask me for food? Let me tell you, I work for Gado. If you bother me again, I'll kill you. The scarred man frowned at the blood on his clothes. Disgusting. You got blood on my clothes. As he spoke, he kicked Kid Kyoko again. Kid Kyoko curled up in pain. Hurry up and apologize to me, the scarred man said, pointing at the blood on his clothes. He stepped on Kid Kyoko. Look what you did. Look what you did to my clothes. Kid Kyoko's eyes were hidden behind her messy hair. No one could see her expression clearly. All they could hear was her gritting her teeth, and forcing out the words, "Yes. I'm sorry." Ha 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 ha. The scarred man laughed without restraint. Why does someone with such a miserable life like you even exist in this world? He kept stepping on her. Boom dash ah. The scarred man was slammed to the ground by Conan, who had dropped down from above. "You're the one who should be saying sorry, you bastard," Conan said. Conan had never been this angry in his life. He understood that in this world, the strong bullied the weak. People fought and hurt each other for their own interests. That was just how it was. But at least those people had a purpose. Even if they went too far, they were doing it to survive. Someone like this, who took pleasure in bullying the weak, was something Conan had never seen before. This guy was the scum of the earth. "You're the one who has less right to live than she does, you bastard," Conan said. He took out a kunai and pinned the scarred man's arms and legs to the ground. Conan stared cruelly into the scarred man's eyes. "I want to kill you right now. But killing you like this would be too easy for you. Just bleed out, little by little." Ignoring the screams from behind him, Conan walked over to Kid Kyoko and gently helped her up. He used the basic medical ninjutsu he knew to treat her wounds. After all, his mother was a medical ninja. Conan knew some simple medical techniques. He channeled chakra and gently treated the wound on Kid Kyoko's face. "Does it still hurt?" he asked. "It doesn't hurt much," Kid Kyoko said. She stared blankly at Conan for a moment, then hurriedly tried to fix her clothes. For some reason, compared to the physical pain she had just felt, seeing Conan see her in this state hurt her more. Even the wounds on her body didn't seem to hurt as much. After a moment, Kid Kyoko gave up trying to cover herself. She covered her face with her hands and started to cry. Conan frowned at the crowd of people gathering around them. "Tazuna, you go on ahead," Conan said. Then he took off his Hokage-style robe and wrapped it around Kid Kyoko. He picked her up and carried her away from that place. Why do people live in this world? On the way to Kid Kyoko's house, she suddenly asked this question from Conan's arms. "Since people like me are born just to suffer, why do we even exist in this world?" Hearing the desire for death in Kid Kyoko's words, Conan felt sick for a moment. "Don't think like that. Everything will get better," he said. Kid Kyoko stared blankly at nothing. "If it weren't for my little brother, I probably would have died a long time ago. Living is just so tiring." Conan didn't know what to say. "I've heard people say that living has no point. But as long as you're alive, you'll find interesting things," Conan finally said. He looked into Kid Kyoko's eyes. "I don't know if that's true. To be honest, I don't really understand the meaning of life either. But I know one thing. I don't want to die. I want to see more of the world. I want to be with the people who matter to me for as long as I can. I still have dreams I want to fulfill. I still carry the expectations of others. In short, I don't want to die. Maybe living doesn't have any meaning on its own. But every person gives it meaning. And that meaning becomes the reason to keep living. Don't you have any wishes you want to fulfill?" Kid Kyoko thought for a moment. Then she looked at Conan and replied, "I want to live peacefully with my brother. I want to watch him grow up, get married, and have children." "Does that count?" "Of course it counts. Hoping for a better future is one of the meanings people give to life. As long as there is hope, life is never meaningless." "But what good is hope if it never comes true?" she asked. Conan replied firmly, "It will come true." Kid Kyoko stared blankly at Conan. A small light flickered in her eyes. "Conan, you're here," Wakamara said weakly. Conan frowned at Wakamara's bruises. "What happened?" he asked. Kid Kyoko's face was sad. "Gato sent people to gather information about you. Wakamara ran into them. He was beaten like this. And all the money you gave us was taken too." Conan clenched his fists tightly. I'm sorry. Because of me you got hurt, he said. It's not your fault. Even without you, things like this happen often. We're lucky, actually. People usually get killed, Kyoko said. Conan didn't know what to say. Conan lifted Wakamaru onto his back. Let's go. Come to my place. I killed one of Gado's men today. He might come after you now. Walking out of the town, Conan looked back at the lifeless place. A dangerous gleam shone in his eyes. Gado, he said quietly. You must die. End of chapter. Thanks for reading. Patreon. com/LoonyLover goal is 20 members for 5 bonus chapters. Bonus chapter for every 50 Power Stones, 20% off for the first week. Chapter 26. The strong enemy attacks. 1549 words. Chapter 26. The strong enemy attacks. Conan lay quietly on the roof, looking at the clouds in the sky. He had to admit that Shikamaru had good reasons for liking to watch clouds. In this kind of setting, your heart became extraordinarily calm. What he had seen and heard recently made Conan keep thinking, whether he wanted to or not. When he had watched Naruto back in his previous life, he had thought that the series was so cruel. Every now and then, a character he liked would die. But in truth, now that he thought about it, the number of people who actually died in Naruto from start to finish was incredibly small. Especially the main group of young characters, who had plot armor. To be honest, their strength was pretty average. Neji had survived. So would Conan's arrival change the plot? Reality was often crueler than he had imagined. The tragedy of the Land of Waves had only been briefly mentioned in the anime. But the real situation was this miserable. And as far as Conan knew, the Land of Waves wasn't even the worst off. At least they had no war. At least they were near the ocean and could supplement their food by fishing. Even in today's relatively peaceful situation, there were still many small countries at war. And some of the war makers were the great ninja villages, including Konoha. Food had always been scarce in this world. Except for the Land of Fire, which was relatively wealthy, and the Land of Lightning, the 5 great countries were all struggling. The Land of Wind was full of desert. The Land of Earth was full of rocky mountains. The Land of Water didn't get enough sunlight. And if this was how bad it was for the great countries, imagine how bad it was for the small ones. They had all kinds of strange terrain. Some were covered in snow. Some were always raining. On top of that, they had to pay protection fees, and act as cannon fodder in the games of the great powers. The world was much crueler than it had seemed in the anime. Suddenly, Conan understood Nagato's thoughts. Maybe the plan had originally been to give each of the 5 ninja villages a superweapon. Small countries couldn't survive without breaking the great country's monopoly. Counting all the wars of the past, Konoha had always been on the defensive side. That was because the Land of Fire had no real pressure to survive. It was naturally wealthy, and it was surrounded by small countries that paid tribute. People who were already full didn't start wars. They wouldn't make the first move unless there was a real advantage to be taken. Then they would come out at the last moment and steal the victory. The instigators of war had always been the 3 villages of Suna, Kiri, and Iwa. Because they had too many mouths to feed, and not enough food. In truth, in every war, besides the ninja, there were various samurai corps and supply corps sent by the feudal lords to help their respective ninja villages fight. At the same time, these corps were responsible for looting supplies and occupying territory. If the great countries couldn't feed themselves, the small countries were even worse off. Conan could only imagine how miserable their lives were. Conan suddenly began to worry about the so-called peace that Naruto would eventually bring. The peace in the original story felt more like a situation where everyone was almost dead from war, so there was no population pressure left to fuel more wars. Even the aftermath of the war probably killed a lot more people. It was like a major war in ancient China, where after a massive population was reduced, there would be peace for a long time. But how was that kind of peace any different from what the first Hokage had tried to create? Peace had never been something where a so-called leader could just say, "We want peace," and make it happen. If you wanted true peace, you had to start from the ground up. There would inevitably still be turmoil. Vaguely, Conan could feel his own ideas forming. They were different from the ideas of the first Hokage, Madara, Pain, or Naruto. It was a completely new path. "Boss, what are you thinking about?" "You've been acting strange lately," Naruto said as he climbed up and poked his head over the edge of the roof. "If you have something on your mind, I can help you figure it out," Sasuke said. He had also climbed up at some point. But when he spoke, his face was turned away from Conan, like he was talking to the air. Conan's heart felt warm. "It's nothing. I'm just worrying about something," he said. The two of them suddenly got curious. "What is it?" they asked at the same time. Conan deliberately sighed in a low tone. "Just say it already," Naruto demanded. Conan raised his head and looked sadly at the sky. "I've realized something. I'm getting more and more handsome. If this keeps up, every woman who meets me is going to fall in love with me. Unfortunately, I can't be responsible for everyone. Being handsome is such a burden." Naruto and Sasuke just stared at him. "You jerk. How dare you mess with us?" Naruto shouted. "Why do I suddenly feel like strangling you?" Sasuke said. "If you've got something to say, say it." "Don't hit me yet," Conan said. Ouch! A figure fell off the roof. Looking at Naruto's resentful eyes, Conan admitted that he wasn't used to it. Okay. I said I didn't mean it. You just fell on your butt. You'll be fine by tomorrow." Naruto kept staring at Conan resentfully. "I'll treat you to ramen for a whole week when we get back." Naruto burst out laughing proudly. "I was waiting for you to say that." Conan was speechless. Naruto's simple brain had actually learned to use tricks. That was honestly impressive. What an idiot. You fell off that easily. You really are a dead last, Sasuke said. Naruto got furious. You jerk, Sasuke. You want to fight? While the three of them were arguing, Inari suddenly said, "You're all going to die soon, and you can still laugh like this." "What did you say, you little brat?" "I've been putting up with you for a long time," Naruto said. He started to charge forward. Conan quickly grabbed Naruto. All right. What are you getting so worked up over a kid for?" Inari snorted coldly and ran back inside alone. "Why does that kid act like that?" Kakashi asked. Inari's stepfather. He was known as the hero of this town, Tsunami explained. After listening to the story of Inari and his stepfather, everyone fell silent. Suddenly, Naruto stood up and walked toward the stairs. Everyone was about to stop him when Naruto said, "I want to prove to him that heroes do exist in this world." So this is still following the original plot, Conan thought silently. But it doesn't matter. It's best if things follow the plot. Even if they don't, I have other ways to awaken this country's courage. In the forest, one of Conan's shadow clones sneezed. To be able to spot Haku, Conan had created 2 shadow clones and sent them to wander around in the forest. He didn't know if the plot had changed. So far, he hadn't run into Haku. He really wanted to know if Haku was a man or a woman. "There's a lot of fog," the clone said. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared. Conan's shadow clone turned into smoke. A dark figure appeared quietly from the mist. He flipped through some photos in his hand and sighed. "What a shame. I thought I could take out the target here. But it turns out that was just a shadow clone." "Sorry," another voice said. He was the only one around, and he had a lot of chakra stored up. "I couldn't tell the difference." "Forget it." Even if I scared the snake, he didn't see who I am. Let's go find Zabuza first. To be honest, I hate that guy. If I didn't need his help, I wouldn't come here even if you paid me. Feeling the information from his destroyed shadow clone, Conan's expression changed. What's wrong, Conan? Kakashi asked. My shadow clone was destroyed, Conan said. The clone wasn't that strong, but it was wiped out before it could even react. That means the enemy is probably very strong. Conan thought for a moment. The opponent used a fog concealment technique. If I'm guessing correctly, that's not another helper for Zabuza. Someone else is here. Kakashi frowned. In that case, it won't be safe outside. Go call Naruto and Sasuke back. Everyone needs to be on alert. Starting today, we'll take turns keeping watch at night, Kakashi ordered. Conan frowned too. The plot seemed to be changing, and it might be a big change. Thanks for reading. Patreon. com/LoonyLover goal is 20 members for 5 bonus chapters, bonus chapter for every 50 Power Stones. 20% off for the first week. Chapter 27, The Gathering of Old Acquaintances 1468 words. Chapter 27, The Gathering of Old Acquaintances. Haku, who was helping Zabuza change his bandages, was startled by the sound of footsteps outside the door. Hadn't they set up warning signs? Shouldn't those have alerted them? Zabuza pressed Haku's shoulder to calm him. In his hoarse voice he said, Haku, don't be nervous. We have an old acquaintance. The door slid open and a pompous voice came through. This is embarrassing. No eyebrows. I heard you got beaten by a 12-year-old ninja. That's hilarious. Zabuza's face looked a little grim. I was just careless for a moment. Next time, I'll cut that kid down myself. Black Ho-Raiga took off the hood of his cloak and revealed his wild, crazed face. Seeing you brings back old memories. I'd really like to hold a funeral for you, no eyebrows. Zabuza shot back, I'd also love to cut off your head as a trophy, thick lips. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Raiga, Haku said with a respectful bow. So you're still alive. I thought someone like you, a tool, would have been thrown away by Zabuza long ago. Back then, you were. I don't want to hear you say those things, Zabuza said, looking at Raiga with a dark expression. I didn't come to you to listen to useless talk. Do you think I wanted to help you? The person I hate the most is you, no eyebrows, Raiga said. As he spoke, Raiga pulled out 2 lightning swords and placed them in front of Zabuza. If it weren't for these swords, I wouldn't have come to you even if you begged me, Raiga said. Zabuza showed an ugly smile. If I hadn't guessed that you've been looking for me because of these, I wouldn't have invited you here. He picked up the 2 swords and examined them for a moment. Then he frowned. What's wrong with them? I ran into a troublesome enemy. I had to overuse the sword's secret ability. After that, the sword was unusable. Later, I found someone in the land of artisans to repair them. They work again, but their power has dropped significantly. The secret ability is useless now, Raiga explained. Hearing Zabuza's call, Haku pulled out a scroll. He unrolled it, and a bucket of pitch-black water appeared in front of the group. Zabuza dipped the lightning swords into the water. When he pulled them out a moment later, they were already covered in small pits. After doing that, Zabuza placed his executioner's blade on top of the 2 lightning swords. Ninja Art, Iron Conversion Jutsu. The executioner's blade began to break down at a visible speed. But the 2 lightning swords returned to their original state. They were even shinier than before. Raiga picked up the 2 swords and channeled a little chakra into them. Lightning flashed along the blades. They work much better than before, Raiga laughed. Then he suddenly placed the blades against Zabuza's neck. How about I hold a funeral for you right now, Zabuza? Raiga asked. Zabuza looked at Raiga without moving. Raiga pulled back his swords, looking frustrated. Sooner or later, I'm going to hold a funeral for you. I'll help you with what I promised, Raiga said. Then he started walking toward the door. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Raiga. Raiga, be careful. Raiga, who had almost reached the door, jumped backward. Did you bring these here, Zabuza? Raiga asked. 6 ninja wearing the masks of Kirigakure's Hunter-nin squad were standing at the door. They stood completely still, like statues. Even Raiga and Zabuza couldn't help but sweat a little. They were both nervous. The 6 ninja at the door were also secretly communicating with each other. What should we do? The report only said Zabuza was seriously injured. Why is Black Ho Raiga here too? The information is wrong. I'm afraid we can't take them both down. One of them closed his eyes and was silent for a moment. The higher-ups have changed the battle plan. The Mizukage wants to see them, he announced. Hearing this, 2 of the ninja stepped forward. They held out a scroll with both hands. Raiga was on high alert. Neither he nor Zabuza ran. They both understood that the group in front of them were mad dogs who were experts at tracking. If they tried to run, they would only be chased to the point of exhaustion. The only way to survive was to defeat them. After a moment, a strange liquid gushed out from the scroll. It slowly condensed into a human form. Ninja art, mind-body transmission technique. After a moment, the liquid took the shape of the 5th Mizukage, Terumi-Mei. Terumi-Mei stretched her body and looked charmingly at Zabuza and Raiga. Long time no see, old friends. So it's you, you troublesome woman. Every time I think of someone like you becoming Mizukage, it pisses me off. But whatever. Nothing in Kirigakure has anything to do with me anymore, Zabuza said. Yeah. Kirigakure must be really desperate if a woman became Mizukage, Raiga added. A large vein bulged on Terumi-Mei's forehead. Thinking about her original plan, Terumi-Mei suppressed the anger in her chest. The truth is, we've already confirmed that the 4th Mizukage was under the control of a mysterious person. Some of his ridiculous orders were actually part of a conspiracy. Your attempt to overthrow him and save the village, you can't be said to have been entirely wrong, Terumi-Mei said. She looked seriously at the 2 missing nin. I also understand the sacrifices you made for the village back then. If you're willing to return, everything that happened in the past can be forgotten. Ha. That's hilarious. Like I said, everything in that village has nothing to do with me anymore. My hands have been stained with the blood of Kirigakure ninja for years. How could I ever go back? Even being naive has its limits, Zabuza laughed wildly. Tears came out of his eyes from laughing so hard. Raiga was also laughing from the side. There's no way I'm going back to a village like that. My friends, my teachers, my lovers. They were all fake. Everyone lied to me. Everyone betrayed me. I have no good memories of that place. I'm never going back. Especially not when a disgusting woman like you is actually the Mizukage. Forcing down the anger in her heart, Terumi-Mei said helplessly, the truth is, the turmoil of the past few years has really hurt Kirigakure's strength. According to village rules, no matter the reason, any missing nin must be hunted to the death. Kirigakure is currently seriously understaffed. I don't want to see more of my people die chasing after you. However, at this point, Terumi-Mei's tone suddenly turned severe. To restore the village's prestige, recovering the 7 ninja swords is an urgent matter. If you still refuse to come back, Kirigakure will go all out to hunt you down. Even I will have to step in myself. No matter how weak Kirigakure has become, killing the 2 of you would still be no problem. That's enough for now. This hunt ends here. I'll give you some time to think. Give me an answer within a month at the latest. Mind-body transmission technique. Fall back. With the Hunter-nin squad gone, the room fell silent again. Who does that woman think she is? Threatening me like that. I'm not afraid to die, Raiga said. But despite his words, his brow was deeply furrowed. He was clearly nervous. Zabuza sat silently in the corner. He didn't say a word. What, are you crazy? At a time like this, you still want to go after those Konoha ninja? You should be thinking about how to escape. That mission doesn't matter anymore. Even if your reputation gets ruined, who cares? No one's going to hire you anyway. For the sake of the future, let's find a way to hide. I'm not afraid to die, but I don't want to die for nothing, Raiga argued. Don't worry. It'll be a while before they come back. I have to kill that brat to wash away my shame. If you're scared, you don't have to come, Zabuza said. You know you're the one I hate the most out of all the 7 ninja swordsmen. I'll help you kill them. The feeling is mutual. The person I hate the most is you, Raiga, Zabuza said. After Raiga left, Zabuza thought about what Terumi May had just said. He fell into deep thought. Patreon. com/LoonyLover goal is 20 members for 5 bonus chapters. Bonus chapter for every 50 Power Stones, 20% off for the first week. Chapter 28, Zabuza's Memories. 1567 words. Chapter 28, Zabuza's Memories. Today's class is a little different, the teacher said from the podium. His already ugly face twisted into a fierce smile. Follow me. Everyone followed the teacher to a dark, gloomy dungeon. Pointing at the prisoners locked inside, the teacher announced loudly, "These are all worthless ninja from enemy countries, or traitors from our own village. Today's assignment is for each of you to choose one and kill them." Unlike the calm or excited expressions on the faces around him, one child in the crowd was sweating slightly. His fists were clenched tightly. Fear was written all over his face. Next up, Momochi Zabuza. Zabuza gripped his kunai tightly. His whole body was trembling. What are you waiting for? If you're not going to kill him, Zabuza, just stab him already. Zabuza suddenly threw down his kunai. He crouched on the ground and cried, I can't do it. What a waste. The teacher kicked Zabuza aside. Your punishment is to be locked in here for 3 days. Zabuza looked at the corpses all around him. He cried and begged, no. Still scared, Zabuza. A child who was half a head taller than Zabuza patted him on the shoulder. I told you, you're too weak, Zabuza. But I really can't do it, Cheyenne, Zabuza said. Just thinking about the scene made his legs tremble. Cheyenne shook his head helplessly. At this rate, you won't survive at all. With your personality, can you even become a ninja? What are you going to do when graduation comes? Zabuza hung his head and said nothing. All right. I'll protect you. I heard this time's graduation assessment isn't a one-on-one fight. It's a closed environment where half the people will be eliminated. With my strength, I can definitely protect you. No problem. Zabuza looked up at Cheyenne in surprise. This is such a headache. Even if you graduate, how are you going to be a ninja with a personality like yours? You're clearly pretty strong too. Listen carefully. I'll give you 2 hours. At the end, if fewer than half of you are left, that's fine. If more than half are left, someone will be killed at random. Do you understand? The door slammed shut. Everyone looked at the others around them with suspicion. Don't kill me. Zabuza looked at Cheyenne in fear. This wasn't the Cheyenne he knew at all. Why did you kill them all? Didn't they only need to kill half? Cheyenne smiled happily. The third elder gave me a secret mission before the exam. And that was, he stared cruelly at Zabuza. Kill everyone. As Cheyenne walked forward, Zabuza stepped backward. Finally, he fell to the ground. Tears of fear filled his eyes. He picked up a knife from the ground and pointed it at Cheyenne. Don't come any closer. Stay back. I'm sorry, Zabuza. As Cheyenne raised his dagger, Zabuza squeezed his eyes shut. Hearing the sound of the blade piercing flesh, Zabuza slowly opened his eyes. Zabuza stared blankly at Cheyenne. You've probably heard about it. Lately, the village has been arguing about whether to continue making graduation candidates kill each other. Cheyenne coughed up blood. The third elder told me that if I could kill all the candidates, he would definitely put an end to this practice. The reason this exam was designed this way was so that only one person would survive. I still couldn't do it. Live well for me. He coughed again. But I'm still worried about you. You're too kind. This world is so cruel. Why did this have to happen? Zabuza cried. Don't be sad. I did this willingly. This way, this kind of thing won't happen again. Atsushi, Hayato, they're all waiting for me. I have to apologize to them. I really do love this village. Even though its system is a little cruel, I believe that someday it will change. It's too bad I won't be around to see it. Here he comes, is that the guy who killed all of his graduating class? He's so scary. He's looking at us. He looks like a demon. Zabuza lowered his head and looked at his palm. I'll live well. Even if I have to live like a demon. Don't kill me. Zabuza looked at the child much younger than himself in front of him. He swung his knife expressionlessly. So they really do call you a demon now, Zabuza. You killed everyone without leaving a trace. I remember you couldn't even kill back then. Starting today, you are qualified to inherit the executioner's blade. I wanted to test how sharp this blade is, sensei. Do you know why the 7 ninja swords are so feared, Zabuza? No, I don't. The truth is, the person who inherits one of the 7 ninja swords isn't necessarily the strongest ninja in the village. Each of the 7 swords has a different ability. Some can restore chakra. Some can restore stamina. Some can heal the wounds of allies. And some have incredible killing power. When used together, they often create large-scale killing techniques. When all 7 blades are gathered, they become 7 killing machines that can keep fighting day and night for months on end. That is killing efficiency. I don't need you to train to become stronger. I just need you to keep improving your killing methods. Understand? I will become the most perfect killing tool. A brat like you is worthless. You'll just starve to death on the street. Your eyes are the same as mine. Zabuza just stared. Little boy, do you want to be needed by someone? Will you give your all for me? Haku nodded. Starting today. Your ability belongs to me. Follow me. Zabuza held Haku in his arms and carefully treated his wounds. Is a tool like that really useful, Zabuza? A voice asked. You can't even kill anyone. You can only rely on healing. Keeping a tool like that, it's not like you. Zabuza responded coldly, my affairs are none of your concern. Zabuza-sama, I will become a useful tool. Please don't abandon me. You don't need to say that. I will definitely train you to be the best tool. Unless someday you show me that you have no value left to train. Stepping out of the tent, Zabuza started tending to his own wounds. This is really something. Zabuza, you actually have a side like this. If you ask me, that kid's bloodline is definitely worth training. The problem of not wanting to kill people is easy to solve. Just grab his hand and make him kill a few times. He'll get used to it slowly. If you really want to train him into a killing machine, you have at least 100 ways, Raiga said, watching Zabuza with amusement. I have my own training methods. You don't need to say so much. Ninja art, iron conversion jutsu. One of the 7 ninja swords grew needle-like spikes all over its blade. Raiga followed up by channeling lightning into the spikes. Secret technique, lightning net. I never thought that one day, I would have to use this move on people from my own village. The needles formed a large net crackling with lightning. Everything in its path was torn apart. There are only a few ninja swords here. We can't use their true power at all. There are too many of them. In the end, the group escaped to a high mountain. The coup has failed, Zabuza. I never expected it to succeed in the first place. Then why did you? I just wanted to force the fourth Mizukage to reveal his hand. It seems the results aren't bad. Some people will start doubting him soon. You dragged us into this mess just like that. Hey, you all wanted to leave the village anyway, didn't you? Just wait. I'll make you pay for this. Zabuza treated the wound on Haku's body. Haku, why did you take that attack for me? It would have only been a serious injury at most. You didn't need to block it. This is all I can do for you, my lord. Haku leaned against Zabuza. Zabuza-sama. I have played the role of a tool. Zabuza's face was expressionless. You are my best tool. Haku smiled brilliantly. I'm so happy. Haku gradually fell asleep. Zabuza sat motionless the entire night. In the end, Haku still woke up. Zabuza-sama. I'm a little hungry. Zabuza turned around. His voice sounded strange. I'll get something for you. Scenes from the past flashed before Zabuza's eyes. Finally, his gaze settled on Haku. Haku, if Kirigakure is serious this time, we might be in big trouble. I will protect you no matter what, Zabuza-sama. After we finish this mission and get the money, we might need to hide in some remote mountain village for a while. If Kirigakure starts searching for us, we might have to stay hidden for a long time. I will always stay by Zabuza-sama's side. Your wounds are almost healed. It's time for those Konoha brats to experience the power of a demon. Patreon. com/LoonyLover goal is 20 members for 5 bonus chapters. Bonus chapter for every 50 POWERSTONES Chapter 29. Chapter 29. Fierce Battle 2144 words Chapter 29. Fierce Battle. After thinking it over, Kakashi made a decision. Since there's a chance we might run into an enemy attack, let's all move together, he said. But what about Uncle Tazuna's family? And if the enemy is too strong, Uncle Tazuna himself will be in danger too, Conan pointed out. Kakashi thought for a moment. Well, Tazuna's family should go stay at someone else's house first. As for Tazuna himself, don't worry about me. Tazuna suddenly stood up. The bridge is almost finished. Even without me there, it won't affect the completion of the construction. If it comes down to it, you can abandon me. The group stared at Tazuna in disbelief. Is this really the same greedy old man from before? Of course, if you can save me, that would be best. After all, if I die, I'll cry myself to death, Tazuna added. Everyone just stared at him. The weather isn't very good today, Conan said, looking up at the cloudy sky. He felt a little uneasy. I have a bad feeling too, Kakashi agreed with a nod. Yeah, I sense killing intent too. The enemy is over there, Naruto said. Without warning, he threw a handful of kunai toward a bush. Everyone was shocked, but there was nothing in the grass. They all glared at Naruto. That hurts. Naruto, don't scare us like that. You almost gave me a heart attack. An idiot is an idiot, Sasuke said. What did you say? Naruto shot back. Idiot, Sasuke repeated. After the group left, the Konoha reinforcements, who had been hiding in that bush, stared at the kunai sticking into the ground dangerously close to their crotches. They all swallowed hard. That damn brat, one of them muttered. Tazuna also seemed to feel that something was wrong. He called out to the workers still on the bridge. It looks like it's going to rain soon. Everyone go home. No, we're almost done. A little rain won't hurt. Yeah, we'll be finished soon. Conan stood up. With my help, it'll be finished quickly. You don't need to work on the bridge in the rain. Getting sick right now wouldn't be good for anyone. Only then did the workers finally leave. The situation looks really bad, Kakashi said with concern. The enemy won't let this opportunity go. They've probably been waiting for a day like this to come, Conan agreed. Naruto looked confused. What are you two talking about? Didn't you notice? It's going to rain today. For a water-style ninja like Zabuza, fighting in the rain gives him a huge advantage. It could even double his combat power compared to our last fight. This is going to be a big problem, Conan explained. Conan's heart sank. In the original story, Zabuza had attacked on a day when it wasn't raining. Was this another butterfly effect caused by him? This could really be trouble. But thinking about the Konoha reinforcements that had arrived made him feel a little more at ease. Hearing how serious Conan made it sound, Naruto quickly suggested, then let's go back. If the rain makes them stronger, let's just avoid them. Idiot, Sasuke said. He was frowning too. Kirigakure ninja are all experts at hiding and assassination. Hiding in a complex environment will only get us killed faster. The only way to limit their advantages is to stay in an open space. After a while, it started to rain. The group put on raincoats and formed a defensive formation. They kept Tazuna in the middle, protected from all sides. Ranmaru's ability is really useful. He predicted that it would rain today, Raiga said. Of course. Ranmaru is my best partner, Zabuza replied. Zabuza and a masked Haku suddenly appeared on the bridge. Black Ho Raiga was with them. The arrival of the enemies didn't surprise Conan. But seeing Black Ho Raiga, who shouldn't have been there, made Conan's heart sink. Even if Raiga had come, they had reinforcements on their side too. But in this weather, Conan glanced up at the dark clouds in the sky. The pressure was overwhelming. They needed to be careful. Ninja art, hidden mist jutsu. As Zabuza's misty voice echoed around them, thick fog blocked everyone's vision. Dang it, this move again, Naruto said. He remembered their first fight with Zabuza. For someone with a simple mind like Naruto, he wasn't afraid of anyone in a direct fight. But against tricky tactics like this, he was helpless. Conan and Kakashi were thinking more deeply. Fighting two enemies in such thick fog was far harder than fighting just one. Two people working together had combat power greater than 1+1. Especially in this kind of weather. Zabuza and Raiga barely needed to use any chakra to maintain this technique. Trying to outlast them by defending was unrealistic. But they couldn't attack either. It wasn't impossible to dispel such thick fog, but the chakra needed to do it was out of proportion to what the enemy was spending. Even if they dispelled it, the enemy could just bring it back. No matter how Conan looked at it, they seemed to be trapped in a dead end. Even with reinforcements hiding in the shadows, they couldn't do anything in this fog. Their only chance was to wait for the enemy to make a mistake. Just as everyone was waiting for an opening, Zabuza's distant voice came through the fog again. What, are you waiting for us to charge in and fight you up close? Zabuza laughed wildly. I have to admit, you're a troublesome brat. I lost to you last time, but that wasn't without gain. In our last fight, Haku watched from start to finish. And he found 3 weaknesses of yours. First, your sword skills are sharp but they don't last long. You must have used some kind of explosive technique to beat me like that last time. As long as I don't take risks, you'll lose in the end. Second, even though I don't know how you could sense my position, you still can't see me. You can't see my movements clearly. Third, you're not good at ninjutsu. And you don't have enough chakra. Knowing your weaknesses, you don't stand a chance. As for Kakashi, I know you're a tough opponent. But with these students dragging you down, how much of your combat power can you actually use? Everyone's hearts sank when they heard Zabuza's words. It was undeniable that Zabuza might be deliberately trying to lower their morale. But his goal was already working. Don't underestimate Konoha ninja. I'm a man who's going to become Hokage. How could I lose to someone like you? If you've got any guts, come out and face me. Or is it because you have no eyebrows that you're too ugly to show your face? Naruto was furious that Zabuza hadn't mentioned him at all. Conan felt refreshed hearing the first half of Naruto's insult. But the second half sounded like something he would say. Naruto's insults hadn't been this creative before. Had Naruto learned this from him? Still, everyone's morale had been lifted. Sasuke also stepped up. How dare you ignore me? I'll show you the power of the Uchiha clan. That kid's not bad. Too ugly to show your face because you have no eyebrows. That's a good one, Raiga laughed. Shut up, Zabuza growled. Seeing that his attempt to break their morale had failed, Zabuza wasn't bothered. He chuckled darkly. You're an interesting kid. But talking too much is useless. What are you waiting for? Do you really think I'm going to charge in and hand you an opening? Hearing this, Conan suddenly felt something was wrong. As much as I'd love to rush in and cut off your heads, it would be a shame not to take advantage of such a nice environment. Water style, water chaotic wave. Lightning style, lightning ball. Kakashi-sensei, left. Conan shouted. Kakashi quickly made hand signs. Earth style, earth flow wall. A wall of earth rose up and blocked the enemy's attack. Water style, water chaotic wave. Lightning style, lightning ball. Sasuke, behind. Conan called out. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Water style, water chaotic wave. Lightning style, lightning ball. Conan quickly made hand signs too. Earth style, earth flow wall. We can't keep going like this, Kakashi-sensei, Conan said. They're trying to wear us down. In this weather, they barely need any chakra to use water style and lightning style. They're using small combination attacks. We're burning at least 5 times as much chakra as they are. The best choice would be to use wind style to clear a path, and use our speed to break out of this fog. But Kakashi looked at Naruto and Sasuke beside him. I'm just a burden, Naruto said. Tears were rare for him. Come out and face me. Naruto yelled and tried to charge out. Kakashi held him down. Naruto, don't do anything stupid. But sensei, Naruto cried bitterly. I don't want to be a burden to everyone. Who said you're a burden? You're just in a situation that doesn't suit you. Stay where you are. I will never let anyone hurt my comrades. Not as long as I'm alive. Sasuke's eyes were complicated. Am I a burden too, he wondered. Suddenly, a flash of lightning mixed with water appeared right in front of the group. Luckily, because of the heavy rain, visibility was still 2 or 3 meters. If the fog had been as thick as last time with nearly zero visibility, they would have been dead already. Using that small gap, the group quickly dodged. They escaped the water attack, but the electric current spread through the water on the ground and hit them anyway. This time, everyone was seriously injured. With a poof, the Tazuna in the middle turned into smoke. It had been a shadow clone all along. Zabuza and Raiga used those sounds just now to lure us in. Another flash of lightning struck. The group was hit by electric current again. The injuries they had taken so far weren't life-threatening. But at this rate, they could only wait to die where they stood. How ridiculous, Conan thought. I planned so much and in the end I can't even get past this. His fists clenched in frustration. Is this what being a ninja really is? I was so naive. I never thought I'd end up dead just because of one careless moment. I underestimated this world. I always thought I'd be fine as long as I followed the original plot. If I hadn't taken that mission in the first place, none of this would be happening. In that moment, Conan's thoughts were racing. He couldn't calm down. Another flash of lightning appeared. Conan dodged quickly, but then he heard Naruto scream. Naruto's speed was a little too slow. He couldn't react at all. Conan looked back and saw Naruto already down on one knee. He couldn't get up. In the previous attacks, the others had avoided most of the damage. But Naruto had been hit almost every time because of his slower speed. It looked like Naruto couldn't take much more. Another flash of lightning came. This time, it was from behind. "Why did you do that?" Sasuke said. He had taken the hit for someone else. "I didn't need you to block for me." Sasuke forced out the words with difficulty. "I didn't do it for you, you idiot. I just couldn't stand by and watch you die in front of me. Leave me alone." This time, it was Conan who blocked a hit for Naruto. Naruto knelt on the ground, crying in pain. "Please, just leave me alone." The three of them kept helping Naruto block the damage, even though they all knew it was exactly what the enemy wanted. Naruto wailed in the rain. No matter how much the village had hurt him, Conan had never seen Naruto cry like this before. "Please just leave me alone." Being in this situation, Conan suddenly remembered scenes from his past. He remembered his old selfish and numb self. He never thought he would have a day like this, risking his life for others. It was funny. Even though he knew that if he used the 8 gates acceleration he could escape easily, his feet just wouldn't move. Heh, Conan thought. Spend too much time around an idiot, and you really do become an idiot. Suddenly, Conan spotted something in the distance. "Kakashi-sensei," Conan said. "I have a plan." Patreon. com/LoonyLover goal is 20 members for 5 bonus chapters. Bonus chapter for every 50 POWERSTONES. Chapter 30, Fierce Battle, Part 2, 1628 words. Chapter 30, Fierce Battle, Part 2. In the dungeon, Conan could actually open the third gate of the 8 gates and still win, even though opening the third gate would mean death in the real world. But the current situation didn't even give Conan a chance to make that sacrifice. In the dungeon, it was impossible for the enemy to maintain a thick fog technique forever. There were no helpers coordinating attacks with the enemy. And most importantly, there were no teammates holding you back. Conan was starting to understand how much the environment mattered in a real fight. Even though he had only cleared Zabuza's dungeon twice, Conan had already learned the hidden mist jutsu. Even if his proficiency was only level 1, he carefully recalled how the technique worked. The hidden mist jutsu wasn't without weaknesses. Even though it was formed by using chakra to gather water vapor from the air, or by using chakra that mimicked water's properties, at the end of the day, it couldn't exist outside the range of water. It could be blown away by wind. It could be dried up by fire. But the chakra required to do that wasn't proportional to what the enemy was spending. And even if you blew it away, the enemy could just replenish it. Looking at the storage shed next to the bridge where construction materials were kept, Conan had a vague idea. "Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei, I have a plan," he said. After a moment, the group spread out. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke shot a fireball straight at the storage shed where the bridge-building materials were kept. "Have you lost your mind?" "How fragile," Zabuza said when he saw Sasuke's move. He thought Sasuke had been driven crazy by the pressure, and he let out a dark laugh. "Kakashi-sensei, now!" Conan shouted. Conan and Kakashi both rushed toward the storage shed at the same time. Wind style, great breakthrough. Wind style, great breakthrough. Conan and Kakashi used the technique together, facing the shed. The extremely dry lime powder and sand inside, which had been baked by Sasuke's powerful fireball, instantly turned into fine dust. Because of the direction Conan and Kakashi had carefully chosen, the dust spread out along the bridge. The white fog turned a brownish-yellow color. Even though it was still a little blurry, people could finally be seen clearly. There was no doubt about it. The hidden mist jutsu had been broken. Zabuza tried to reform the mist, but nothing happened. "How can this be?" he muttered. Conan yelled. We have to hold them back before the rain washes away the dust. It's going to be trouble once the dust clears. Conan, Sasuke, and Kakashi each rushed toward their targets. IAI technique, quick slash. When Conan got close to Zabuza, he exploded with a burst of speed. At the same time, a blinding flash of white light appeared. Zabuza didn't dare to be careless. He quickly coated his executioner's blade with chakra. Screech looking at the deep gash in his massive sword, Zabuza felt a little pressured. What a scary kid. Your sword is even sharper than last time, Zabuza said. But I'm more curious about how you cracked my technique. Do you really think I'm going to tell you? Conan said. Conan silently thanked his high school chemistry teacher. Back then, his teacher had explained the difference between fog and haze in detail. When the moisture content in the air reached over 90%, fog formed. If there was a large amount of dust in the air, and the moisture content was less than 80%, haze formed. Haze was still hard to see through, but visibility was usually more than 10 times better than in fog. Teacher, what you said back then was right. Having more knowledge really does come in handy, Conan thought. Conan swung Muramaru with all his strength. The flashes of white light seemed to wrap around Zabuza like a ball of light. But this time, Zabuza didn't make the same mistake as before. He didn't rush to parry Conan's attacks. He was clearly waiting for Conan's burst of speed to run out. Every now and then, he found openings to counterattack. I told you, I've seen your weakness. You're not good enough, kid, Zabuza said. Conan desperately charged again with all his strength. He didn't even try to dodge anymore. After the violent clash, Conan was easily thrown back by Zabuza again. The impact was so strong that it tore the skin on Conan's hands at the base of his thumbs. The rain mixed with blood slowly dripped down Muramaru's blade. Conan looked down at the sword in silence. That Naruto guy is a natural optimist. He's the type of person who can face anything with a smile, no matter how much he's been hurt. He cherishes his comrades more than anyone else. I have never seen that guy as sad as he was today. I can feel his pain at being used as a weapon against his own friends. As Conan spoke, tears started to fall from his eyes. The damage we took from those attacks just now probably hurt Naruto 100 times more on the inside. How dare you treat my comrade like that? I will never forgive you for this. As if sensing Conan's rage, Muramaru trembled violently. Conan felt like he was sinking with some kind of higher state of the sword's path. The glow on Muramaru's blade suddenly grew by 2 inches. Come and fight me, Zabuza. I want you to feel my anger. So this is the legendary Hatake Kakashi, who copied over 1,000 ninjutsu. You seem like a bit of trouble, Raiga said, looking mockingly at Kakashi. It'll be fun giving you a funeral. I don't have time to talk with you. I need to take you down quickly so I can go support my students, Kakashi said. Kakashi's Sharingan spun rapidly. Conan couldn't use the 8 gates. He shouldn't be a match for Zabuza. The masked one, Haku, was also a bit hard to read. The reinforcements were busy protecting Naruto, while looking for the right moment to strike across the battlefield. It seemed like Kakashi was the only one who could break open this situation as quickly as possible. Raiga, I'm going to kill you, Kakashi said. Then come on. Raiga took the initiative to rush in and engage Kakashi in taijutsu. Kakashi parried quickly. Raiga's taijutsu was really strong. Kakashi couldn't gain any advantage. Suddenly, the corner of Raiga's mouth turned up. He laughed. Not good, Kakashi thought. Lightning style, lightning flash. Kakashi jumped back quickly, but he couldn't avoid getting his left hand burned by the electric current. His weapon is too powerful in close combat. I can't beat him in taijutsu. I need to find another way with ninjutsu or genjutsu, Kakashi thought silently. Kakashi, didn't you say you were going to kill me? Why are you the one getting beaten? Raiga laughed. Sasuke and Haku clashed fiercely again. Haku's hands moved so fast that he could parry Sasuke's attacks with both hands using only one of his own. I don't want to kill anyone, but you won't just give up like this. I have no choice, Haku said. My two advantages are the rain falling from the sky, and the fact that I can block you with one hand. That means you can only defend, Haku said. Then he made a hand sign with one hand. He can make hand signs with one hand. Sasuke was astonished. That completely went against everything he knew about ninja. Secret technique, 1,000 water needles. Thousands of needle-shaped droplets formed from countless raindrops fell from the sky and attacked Sasuke. Sasuke dodged quickly. Even though he avoided most of them, he still ended up with several cuts on his body. You're no match for me. Especially in this weather. Surrender. I don't want to kill you, Haku said. Hee, that's a joke. Don't underestimate the people of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke said. He didn't say the rest out loud, but he remembered the pained look on Naruto's face. I want to return that pain to you for his sake. Then I have no other choice. Secret technique, 1,000 water needles, Haku said. Once again, thousands of needle-shaped droplets surrounded Sasuke from all directions. Sasuke closed his eyes and recalled the training Kakashi had been giving him these past few days. Pull out your chakra all at once and concentrate it in your feet. That's the feeling. In an instant, Sasuke's speed jumped up. He avoided every single Senbon. Haku was astonished. While Haku was shocked by Sasuke's sudden increase in speed, Sasuke launched a fierce counterattack. This time, Haku's speed couldn't keep up with Sasuke's. Their feet and their weapons clashed fiercely several times. After several exchanges, Sasuke finally found an opening. He jabbed hard at Haku's chest. Haku paused for just a moment. Then Sasuke kicked Haku hard in the face. Haku flew backward. A trail of blood sprayed into the air. I told you before. Don't underestimate the ninja of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke said. Haku silently got back to his feet. I have no choice but to use that move. But if I use this, I'm not sure I can avoid killing you, Haku said. Hee, what are you talking about? Are you still underestimating me? Sasuke felt insulted. Suddenly, Sasuke felt an inexplicable chill run through him. Secret technique, 1,000 water needles, Haku said again. Patreon. com/LoonyLover. Goal is 20 members for 5 bonus chapters. Bonus chapter for every 50 POWERSTONES. Chapter 31. Chapter 31, Fierce Battle Part 3, 1711 words. Chapter 31, Fierce Battle Part 3. Once again, Conan charged violently at Zabuza. I already told you, your strength is too weak, and you still choose to confront me head-on like this, Zabuza said with a low laugh. Heh, you're attacking me so desperately. Are you worried about your teammates? This kind of environment really helps us perform better. And your teammates are all injured. TSK, that's really dangerous. This was exactly what Conan was worried about. Especially on Sasuke's side. Even if Haku wasn't trying to kill anyone, once Haku went all out, their side would be in danger. That could lead to a complete collapse. Thinking of this, Conan gritted his teeth, ignoring his own injuries. He was almost there. He would be able to use that technique to secure the victory. After knocking Conan back again, Zabuza laughed once more. I bet there's a reason you're confronting me head-on despite your injuries. Hearing this, Conan had a bad feeling. Zabuza looked at his own sword, which was full of pits and scratches, and said mockingly, "Let me guess, are you planning to destroy my beheading sword?" Conan's pupils suddenly shrank. Conan really had intended to cut through Zabuza's sword. If he could cut deep enough, he could use an even more powerful killing move to break it. But since Zabuza had seen his plan, and was on guard again, why didn't he care about confronting him head-on? Could it be? Maybe you still have some killing move you can't use yet. You want to cut my sword in one blow. Do you think I forgot how you cut my sword last time? Heh heh, you're too naive, kid. I've already seen through your plan. Secret technique, iron melting. With the input of chakra, Zabuza's beheading sword was covered with a faint glow. The beheading sword began to melt slightly at a speed visible to the naked eye, then gathered back together. A brand new beheading sword appeared, not even much smaller in size. Kid, haven't you heard that the beheading sword can repair itself? Conan only knew that the beheading sword could be repaired by sucking blood. He didn't know it had this kind of self-recovery function. Thinking back to the Zabuza in the dungeon, it seemed he didn't have that ability. No, Conan had never seen him use such a tactic. Normally, he either wore him down slowly or opened the third gate to clear the level. That was why he had missed this important information. Last time, Conan had used his knowledge to defeat Zabuza. He hadn't expected that this time, his lack of information would work against him. How about it, kid? Feel like you can't hold on much longer. That technique was too much of a burden on his body. He couldn't use it again. But how could he fight Zabuza without the advantage of speed? Heh heh, speaking of which, I'm kind of your natural enemy with this beheading sword. It's really been uncomfortable being suppressed by you for so long. This time, it's my turn. As if sensing Conan's weakness, Zabuza reversed his previous defensive stance and charged fiercely at Conan. This time, Conan had no advantage in speed or strength, and he was already injured. Suddenly, he was in a panic. It couldn't go on like this. Since taijutsu wasn't working, Kakashi thought silently, he would have to try genjutsu and ninjutsu. The weapon in Raiga's hands was too sharp. Even with the advantage of the Sharingan, Kakashi couldn't gain any advantage in close combat alone. Thinking this, Kakashi's Sharingan spun quickly. Let's try genjutsu first. Genjutsu, flail. This was a genjutsu Kakashi often used. It was fast to release, and though the duration was short, the effect was strong. Especially under the enhancement of the three-tomo Sharingan, few people were completely unaffected. In a battle, a lot could happen in a single instant. Seeing Raiga suddenly freeze, Kakashi thought the opportunity had come. He seized the moment and moved in. Just as he was about to strike Raiga, Raiga smiled, blocked Kakashi with a backhand motion, and kicked him hard. Kakashi flew backward instantly, tumbling a few times in the air to dodge the following shuriken. He landed on one knee to absorb the impact. Kakashi looked at Raiga silently. How was he not affected at all? He tried again. Kakashi used another genjutsu but got the same result. Ha ha ha, Kakashi, looks like your illusions don't work on me. Try some other ones. Raiga taunted. Was this guy trying to make him angry so he would keep wasting time on illusions? Kakashi ignored Raiga's taunt and thought back to some details from earlier. Judging from the look in Raiga's eyes, he had been affected by the genjutsu but he broke out of it instantly. To break an illusion that quickly, either he had strong genjutsu ability himself, or he had some special ability, or someone else was helping him. Thinking this, Kakashi looked behind Raiga, and remembered some battle details. Could there be someone behind him? Kakashi had always thought there was some secret technique hidden behind Raiga's back. Whatever was behind Raiga, it had to be extremely important to him. During the battle, Raiga had intentionally avoided taking damage there several times. That was why, even with his lightning swords, Kakashi could suppress him in close combat. Kakashi quickly pushed that thought aside. He had to deal with Raiga as soon as possible. He didn't have time to keep fighting like this. He would have to use ninjutsu. Wind style, thousand-faced wind. Countless tiny wind blades flew toward Raiga, especially targeting his back. Lightning style, lightning strike armor. A layer of lightning-formed armor covered Raiga's body. As if Kakashi's attempt to attack his back had angered him, Raiga dropped his playful tone, stared into Kakashi's eyes, and said slowly, "So it's going to be a ninjutsu contest, Kakashi." I heard you can copy other people's ninjutsu and use it to defeat them. Then copy my ninjutsu and show me, lightning style, lightning fong. Lightning style, lightning fong. Lightning style, lightning fong. Raiga kept using ninjutsu to attack Kakashi, as if chakra cost him nothing. In fact, using the nature of his lightning swords, he consumed very little chakra. Kakashi understood this too, and dodged awkwardly. Ha 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 ha, seeing Kakashi's troubled expression, Raiga laughed wildly. Lightning style, walking lightning. Kakashi suddenly used this move. Visible electric current traveled along the ground and attacked Raiga. Lightning burial, lightning feast. Raiga quickly countered. The visible electric current not only eliminated Kakashi's attack, but also came after Kakashi himself. Kakashi hurriedly avoided the technique. Kakashi, are you panicking? It's pretty stupid to use lightning style against me. Unaffected by Raiga's taunt, Kakashi's eyes grew sharper. He had gotten the information he wanted. Sasuke didn't even realize he had more than a dozen wounds all over his body. What's going on here? Sasuke couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. How is that guy so fast? In an instant, more than 10 more wounds appeared. Looking at the wounds on his body, Sasuke endured the pain and analyzed Haku's ability. They're all surface wounds. With his speed, he could kill me easily. So far, this guy hasn't killed me. Is he trying to torture me? What kind of technique is this? As if seeing Sasuke's confusion, Haku explained calmly, this is actually a type of movement technique. It uses the reflection of the ice mirrors, only I can move through them. Compared to my speed, you're almost standing still. You'd better give up. These mirrors were made of ice. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke hit one of the mirrors with a powerful fireball, but the mirror only melted slightly. Give it up. This level of fire won't melt the mirrors, Haku said from inside the mirror. I told you not to underestimate ninjas from the Uchiha clan. Everyone was fighting. Even if he couldn't win, he had to buy time. He couldn't let this guy go help the others. When the Senbon flew toward him again, Sasuke widened his eyes, trying to see their trajectory clearly. He could see them. For the first time, Sasuke dodged the Senbon Haku had fired. What's going on? His speed hasn't increased, how could he dodge my attack? Haku looked at Sasuke suspiciously. Then he saw the blood-red eyes with one tomo in each of Sasuke's pupils. So that's it. He had a bloodline limit too. That must be the legendary Sharingan. As Sasuke's ability to evade kept improving, Haku felt the pressure. He couldn't waste any more time. Zabuza had once lost to the kid on the other side. Haku had to defeat the enemy in front of him as soon as possible to help Zabuza. But he wasn't certain he could do it without killing anyone. So Haku stopped holding back. Sasuke gradually felt the pressure. Suddenly, Sasuke paused. He was running out of chakra. Haku didn't let the opportunity slip. In an instant, Senbon pierced into Sasuke's ankles. Sasuke's speed dropped immediately. Then Senbon rained down from all over the sky. Sasuke closed his eyes unwillingly. How was this possible? Was he going to die? How hateful. He hadn't even killed that man yet. Chi chi chi, a series of Senbon striking sounds rang out. Sasuke opened his eyes suspiciously and saw a face he hated. Naruto's tear-stained face finally showed an ugly smile. I haven't played much of a role in this battle from start to finish. Finally, it's my turn to show off. Sasuke, I'm paying you back what I owe you. Naruto, don't play dead on me. I don't need you to save me. You damn dead last. You're the person I hate the most. I obviously hate you the most. Haku froze in place for a moment. Just now, his Senbon had been aimed at non-vital spots on Sasuke's body. Now he had hit several vital spots. This person was probably beyond saving. Had he finally killed someone? Patreon. com/LoonyLover goal is 20 members for 5 bonus chapters, bonus chapter for every 50 power stones. Chapter 32, Fierce Battle, End, 1613 words. Chapter 32, Fierce Battle, End. After putting Naruto down, Sasuke raised his head abruptly, revealing his eyes now with 2 tomo in each. I'm going to kill you. Haku, still in a daze, was hit hard by Sasuke, and knocked out of the range of the crystal ice mirrors. Then came a storm of continuous attacks. Haku didn't even have the slightest ability to block. How could this guy's speed become so fast? Haku wondered to himself. With the shattering of his mask, Haku's beautiful face was revealed. Sasuke was slightly stunned for a moment, then struck even harder without mercy. I'm sorry, Lord Zabuza. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep walking with you. Suddenly, Sasuke's attack gradually slowed down. The fierce battle had already exhausted nearly all of Sasuke's chakra. On top of that, the countless wounds on his body were constantly draining his energy. Sasuke could barely gather a trace of chakra, fueled only by his anger. Sasuke knelt on one knee, struggling to look up at Haku, who was approaching step by step. This was the end. He was sorry, Naruto, for wasting the chance Naruto had created with his life. Haku slowly walked up to Sasuke, and looked at him with a complicated expression. That person was an important teammate to you, right? Both of you were willing to risk your lives to protect each other. That's a really deep bond. That's enough. Are you still trying to mock me at a time like this? Why were we defeated by someone like you? I just can't accept this. If looks could kill, Haku would have been dead 10,000 times over by Sasuke. But Sasuke hadn't learned that skill yet. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to kill him. I never intended to kill anyone in the first place. Sasuke thought silently. If the other side had wanted to kill him, he would already be dead. He wouldn't have had any chance of surviving. What's the use of saying that now? Either way, you're going to kill him. I'm sorry. Haku walked past Sasuke toward Naruto. Just as Sasuke and Haku were fighting fiercely, a wretched head popped out from Naruto's body. What a troublesome mission. Having to keep everyone safe while also making sure everyone gets the most training possible. It's really a mess. Good thing I left a seed on Naruto's body, otherwise he really would have died. As he spoke, he pulled the Senbon from Naruto's body. Looking closely, the tips of the needles that had hit vital spots were all bent to the side by a small piece of hard wood. It was Yamato who had arrived. In fact, Yamato had prepared far more than Konan and the others could have imagined. After learning that the team had encountered a Jonin, the third Hokage immediately sent Yamato over. At the same time, he had given Yamato quite a few supplies like sealing scrolls specifically designed to counter Kirigakure ninja, various kinds of medical life support equipment, and even a special defensive barrier scroll. With that kind of help, Konan and the others were practically guaranteed victory from the very beginning. But Konan and the others didn't know that. How could the third Hokage allow such an important team as Konan's to have an accident? If the third Hokage hadn't specifically ordered Yamato to let them train as much as possible, Yamato would have already ended the battle himself. Someone's coming. Quickly leaving behind a wooden clone disguised as Naruto, Yamato picked up Naruto's real body and hid it off to the side. Haku walked silently toward Naruto. He reached out and placed his hand on Naruto's chest. After confirming that he was no longer breathing, Haku sighed. I'm sorry. As he spoke, tears even fell from his eyes. Haku's kindness saved his life. Yamato silently withdrew the needle insertion technique he had prepared and replaced it with a gentler one. Wood-style, silent killing binding technique. In an instant, Haku was tied up like a shameful rice ball, unable to speak a single word. I'll let them decide whether to kill you or not. Sasuke stared at this scene, dumbfounded, as if he couldn't process what had just happened. Walking up to Sasuke, Yamato said calmly, "Don't worry. Naruto isn't dead." Sasuke snapped back to his senses after a moment and couldn't help but cry out, "How is he not dead? That idiot really has too much life. I've been sick of him for a long time. He should have just died." Even though he said it awkwardly, the tear stains on his face, and the corners of his mouth turning upward deeply betrayed Sasuke. Conan can't hold on much longer. Is he planning to open the 8 gates? It's dangerous to open them in this condition. It could leave serious permanent injuries. I'm going to help. After Yamato finished speaking, he headed straight for Conan's battlefield. As Raiga's attacks grew stronger and stronger, Kakashi's situation became more and more desperate. This guy must be sending chakra to the clouds in the sky, then guiding the lightning down from above. Although the power of the lightning gets stronger as time passes, the lightning itself is still just natural lightning. Kakashi took a deep breath. Earth style, earth flow wall. This time, Kakashi used more chakra than the previous few times. The raised earth wall completely wrapped around Kakashi, sealing him inside. Using earth style to fight lightning style, that's a pretty stupid idea. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Raiga. "Lord Raiga, be careful. There are strong chakra fluctuations behind that wall." Raiga became serious when he heard this. "I've had enough fun. It's time to end this." Looking at the flashes of light building in the clouds above, Raiga laughed. "The lightning has almost gathered enough. Let me show you the true meaning of the lightning swords. Lightning style, lightning burial." A massive pillar of lightning roared down from the sky. Conan, watching from a distance, was dumbfounded. This was simply a thunderbolt that had been shrunk down several times. Was there supposed to be a technique like this early in the story? Watching the huge beam of light falling from the sky, Kakashi showed no fear. A faint blue light gathered in his right hand. "I don't just survive by copying other people's skills. Experience the ninjutsu that can cut lightning." Lightning cutter. Compared to the roaring pillar of lightning, the silent lightning cutter in Kakashi's hand looked almost small. Kakashi charged forward at high speed, raising the lightning cutter high above his head. The lightning cutter collided with the lightning pillar. But the expected violent clash didn't happen. "Raiga, be careful. He's charging through." An urgent voice came from behind Raiga. The lightning pillar was split in half by the lightning cutter in Kakashi's hand. As Kakashi burst out from the other side of the pillar, the lightning cutter in his hand had grown even larger, shining with a deeper light. How is this possible? A moment later, the two passed each other. Thanks to Ranma's warning, Raiga had avoided his vital spots. But his left arm was gone. Raiga panted violently. His missing left arm was burned completely black, not even blood flowed from it. "I was gathering information about you during the earlier part of the battle. By constantly testing you, I finally collected the important information I needed." Raiga looked dazed. "Important information? The lightning swords in your hands can control thunder and lightning. But you still had to use ninjutsu to defend against my lightning style. That means you can't control my lightning style. The way you control the lightning in the sky is just through the attraction of positive and negative charges. So the attacks you form by controlling the lightning above are just natural lightning. Their density is far lower than chakra-based attacks. High-density lightning style can even amplify itself in that kind of weather. This kind of weather gives you an advantage. But it gives me one too." Facing Zabuza's violent attacks, Conan seemed to be in a critical situation. He had no choice but to use the 8 gates. He would need to open at least 2 gates. And his body was already in bad shape. He couldn't worry about that anymore. Just as Conan was about to release the 8 gates, the ground beneath Zabuza's feet suddenly broke open. Several huge wooden pillars surged out and instantly wrapped around Zabuza's arms and legs. Conan was a bit shocked, but he didn't let the opportunity slip. He slashed fiercely across Zabuza's chest, forming a cross with the scar from last time. In an instant, Zabuza completely lost his fighting ability. Several more wooden pillars rose from the ground, trapping Zabuza in place. Was this it? Conan felt a bit let down. After fighting for so long, the battle had ended in an instant. This was what a good teammate could do. At that moment, Conan deeply understood the importance of working together. Yamato walked over. Before Conan could speak, Yamato seemed to already know what Conan was going to ask. Don't worry. They're all fine. Just a few minor injuries. Conan looked around the battlefield. Kakashi seemed to have dealt with his opponent. So the battle was over. It felt so unreal. Just a moment ago, they had all been fighting desperately. And in the next second. But either way, they had won. Conan finally relaxed and lay down softly on the ground. Patreon. com/LoonyLover. Goal is 20 members for 5 bonus chapters. Bonus chapter for every 50 POWERSTONES. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. Cruel Choice 1538 words. Chapter 33. Cruel Choice. Naruto, wake up. Naruto rubbed his eyes and looked suspiciously at the empty wooden house and floor around him. Where is this? Is this hell? Conan smirked and twisted his face into a ghostly expression. Yes, this is hell. Come here and let me eat you. I don't want to die. I haven't become Hokage yet. Sasuke, why are you here? Sasuke, are you dead too? Naruto suddenly felt a little sad. I'm sorry, Sasuke. I'm the one who dragged you down. Seeing Naruto like this, Sasuke remembered the moment Naruto had stood in front of him. He felt moved. He opened his mouth several times, but didn't know what to say. Finally, it all came out as one word. Kakashi, you're here too. And who is this strange-looking person? Strange-looking. 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 Yamato felt like he had been hit hard in an instant. A moment later, Naruto finally reacted. Boss, you were messing with me. Haha, who made you so stupid? After getting initial treatment for their injuries, the group began discussing what to do with the prisoners. Looking at the 4 people tied up like rice balls, Conan and the others talked about how to handle them. Normally, these people should be sent straight back to Konoha. If nothing unexpected happened, they would have all their information extracted. After that, because of their special bloodline limits, Haku and Ranmaru would face a life of being treated like lab rats day after day. Conan felt moved by their situation too. Ranmaru was just a little kid. For a while, the group argued fiercely about what to do. Suddenly, several dark figures dropped down from the sky. Seeing these unexpected visitors, Conan, Kakashi, and the others immediately drew their weapons and stood on guard. Judging by their masks, they were Kirigakure's Hunter Nin. Kakashi looked at the unfriendly arrivals and said, "What are you doing here all of a sudden?" The group parted and a seductive woman stepped out from behind them. Terumi winked alluringly. Long time no see, Kakashi. So it's you, 5th Mizukage-sama. Kakashi had attended the ceremony on behalf of Konoha when the 5th Mizukage took office. In addition, they had crossed paths on several missions. Kakashi knew well that although the woman in front of him looked enchanting, she was actually very dangerous and extremely capable. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become Mizukage. She's the Mizukage, Naruto said in surprise. Hearing Naruto's astonishment, Terumi couldn't help feeling a little proud. Becoming Mizukage at such a young age had always been one of her proudest achievements. She doesn't look like a nice woman. Conan wanted to shut Naruto's mouth. Could he please use his brain before speaking? Suppressing the anger in her heart, Terumi gritted her teeth and said, "You can rest assured. I have no bad intentions toward you. We just want to take those people back." Take them back? Kakashi had already guessed the reason from the appearance of the Kirigakure hunter Nin. But why would the Mizukage come in person? Kakashi's many years of ninja experience made him catch every suspicious detail. Was there some important information on these people? Or something of great value? Kakashi's mind started racing. He couldn't just hand them over easily. Kakashi wanted to keep them, but he also knew these people had great value. Kirigakure wouldn't let Konoha have them. Kakashi thought for a moment, then raised a kunai towards Zabuza and the others as a test. Since the Mizukage says so, I'll just kill them now. Terumi hurriedly stopped him. They play an important role in our Kirigakure. They can't die yet. An important role. Kakashi grew even more suspicious. He felt he couldn't hand them over. Kakashi even started wondering if this attack by Zabuza was some kind of Kirigakure conspiracy. Could they be after the Nine Tails here? An important role. Kakashi raised the kunai vigilantly. Were they sent by you Kirigakure to attack our Konoha ninja? Terumi also seemed to realize she had been acting too urgently. Facing Kakashi's wild theories, she could only say helplessly, the child named Haku has the ice release bloodline limit that Kirigakure lost during the previous turmoil. The child named Ranmaru has the crimson red eye that also seems to have disappeared from our village. And Zabuza and Raiga have important experience using the 7 ninja swords. They are very important to our Kirigakure village. That's why I want to take them back alive. This made Kakashi want to keep them even more. Regardless of whether what Terumi said was true, just the fact that these two people might add 2 bloodline families to Kirigakure if they returned made it unacceptable to Kakashi. Konoha and Kirigakure were potential rivals. Strengthening Kirigakure would mean weakening Konoha. I'm sorry. These people attacked Konoha ninja. If you have to take them, you can only take corpses. Kakashi's voice was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Terumi couldn't hold back anymore. She let out the full aura of a powerful kunoichi. Kakashi, don't think you can push me around just because I'm being reasonable. I was just informing you. Do you really want to fight us in your current condition? Looking at the people around him, Kakashi hesitated. If he actually killed the prisoners, he and the others definitely wouldn't escape. But he was also unwilling to just let them go. Forget it. The value of his students to Konoha was far greater than the value of Zabuza to Kirigakure. Konoha couldn't afford to lose them. Naruto rushed forward. I've been sick of you for a while, old lady. Fight me if you want. I'm not afraid of you. Watching Naruto, who seemed ready to throw down with the Mizukage, Konan was speechless. Did Naruto really think all the Kage would go down as easily as the 3rd Hokage against the sexy jutsu? A big vein popped on Terumi head. She smiled, half angry and half amused. What a funny kid. I love training little guys like you the most. Kakashi realized that the other side was probably more anxious than he was. That gave him confidence. Sorry, but Konoha doesn't have any ninja who are afraid to die. Hearing Kakashi's stubborn words, Terumi was annoyed. I'm taking them today, no matter what. Yamato stepped forward at that moment and showed the scroll in his hand. This is Konoha's strongest barrier scroll. I believe it shouldn't be a problem to hold out for a while once we activate it. In less than 10 minutes, a steady stream of Konoha ninja will arrive here. Are you ready to fight our entire village? Terumi was overwhelmed. What should have been a simple matter had inexplicably turned into something that could lead to war. Was it really worth it to fight over a few people? But she was unwilling to leave empty-handed either. Konan thought for a moment, then stood up. Can you leave this to me? Mr. Kakashi knew that Konan was being trained as the next Hokage. He hesitated, then nodded. Konan looked at Terumi. You won't allow us to take them away. Terumi nodded. But we also won't allow these people to leave unharmed after attacking us. Leave half of them behind. Before Conan could finish, Terumime cut him off and said forcefully, "We are taking all these people." Conan sneered. "I'm sorry. I was just informing you, not asking for your opinion. If you want to use force, not only will you not get any of them, but you'll also have to face Konoha's anger. I've heard that Kirigakure has been in turmoil for years. Konoha has been wanting to test things out for a while." Terumime gritted her teeth with hatred but could only hold back. It was an undeniable fact that Kirigakure was weaker than Konoha. The most important thing was that her position as Kage actually worked against her right now. She couldn't throw around the word war as irresponsibly as the kid across from her. After having Yamato loosen the restraints on the prisoners, Conan walked in front of them. "I believe you heard what I said. Now I'm giving you the right to choose. Zabuza's team and Haku, Raiga, and Ranmaru's team, each team can only have one person left alive." Terumime realized that Conan was trying to keep both bloodline limits away from Kirigakure. She immediately shouted anxiously, "What do you mean by this, kid?" "Nothing much. I just want to see the ugly side of Kirigakure ninja." Terumime was so angry her eyes seemed to burst into flames. "Kid, don't push too far." "Boss, you." Naruto looked at Conan in disbelief. Conan stared sternly at Naruto. "Shut up, Naruto. This isn't a child's game. This is a dispute between countries. Do you know how much benefit these people will bring to Kirigakure if they return?" Conan turned his head and threw down a few kunai with an expressionless face. "Let's begin. Patreon. com/LoonyLover. Goal is 20 members for 5 bonus chapters. Bonus chapter for every 50 POWERSTONES. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. Lies 1371 words. Chapter 34. Lies. Zabuza picked up the kunai and stared at Haku. Haku smiled faintly, just like the day they had met many years ago. "Haku, as my tool, you will follow any order I give." "Yes," Haku nodded. "I order you." Everyone looked at Zabuza in shock, as if they had heard wrong. "I said, I order you to kill me." "I'm sorry, I can't do that, Lord Zabuza." "Why would you? I don't want to go back to a village like that again." "Haku, kill me. I'm not the kind of man who gives in so easily." Haku's hands trembled as he picked up the kunai. After a long moment, he aimed it at his own neck and stabbed fiercely. Zabuza reached out and grabbed the blade. Blood ran down Zabuza's arm. "Haku, you actually disobeyed my order." "I'm sorry, Lord Zabuza. I really can't do it." Looking into Haku's eyes, Zabuza sighed helplessly. "You really are a useless tool. Haku, you have never been a qualified tool. Your unnecessary kindness always puts me in danger. It even holds me back. Because of your kindness, you've repeatedly failed to complete missions. Like this time, if you had attacked when they were in the mist, you might have been able to defeat them. Instead, you could only block attacks meant for me. To be honest, I've never lacked men who would take damage for me." Hearing Zabuza's words, Haku felt a little hopeless. He murmured emptily, "I'm sorry, Lord Zabuza." Naruto couldn't stand it anymore. "How can you talk about your companion like that?" "Naruto, shut up. This is their business." Conan stared at Zabuza and Haku. "Have you decided?" "I don't have that much boring sympathy to waste. If you both refuse, then I'll just have to kill all of you." As he spoke, Conan took out a kunai and acted like he was ready to end them. Haku cried and begged, "Please, kill me instead. Let Lord Zabuza live." Haku looked back at Zabuza. "That way, I won't be considered a useless tool anymore. Haku, like I said, I don't want to go back to that village. And I don't want to be humiliated by them. As a tool, shouldn't you listen to me? But what meaning would my life have without you, Lord Zabuza?" Haku cried out in despair. "I can only live in this world as Lord Zabuza's tool. Now I've lost my reason to live." Looking at Haku's desperate eyes, Zabuza was silent for a long time. Then he lowered his head. I used to be just like you. In the past, I didn't want to kill people either. But to survive, I kept lying to myself. I kept telling myself that I would live, even if I became a demon. I don't know when, but after telling so many lies, I really did become a demon. I started loving to kill people. I loved the feeling of making everyone fear me. Until I met you. Haku, you are not a qualified tool. You can't kill people. You often put me in danger. But your value can't be replaced by any tool. Only with you by my side can I feel like I'm living like a person. Not living like a demon in cold numbness anymore. Finally, as if letting out all the feelings he had held in for so many years, Zabuza roared loudly with tears streaming down his face. If there is no Haku, then I have no reason to live either. Lord Zabuza. Conan watched. Kakashi watched. Tears shimmered in Naruto's eyes. Sasuke turned his head away awkwardly. Conan stepped forward, but Naruto suddenly moved to block him. Boss, I won't let you kill them. Conan pulled Naruto aside. Who said I was going to kill them? Conan walked up to Zabuza and Haku and looked down at them. Zabuza, I've heard about the evil things you've done. I would have killed you no matter what. But killing you would mean killing Haku too. You were lucky enough to have such a good companion in Haku. Just now, he chose to die himself rather than save his own life. If not for that, you would already be dead. I'll give you a chance. I'll let you live. But don't let me hear about you doing evil things again. Otherwise, Conan's eyes suddenly turned fierce. No matter where you hide, I will find you and kill you. After Conan finished speaking, he turned and left. He walked a few steps, then stopped. By the way, I don't really like the name Demon of the Hidden Mist. How can someone who can't even kill his own comrade be called a demon? From now on, you can call him the Ramen Demon. Don't overthink it. This is just an insult I'm giving to my defeated opponent. If you don't like it, you're welcome to come after me anytime. What about Raiga and Ranmaru? Kakashi asked. Kill them, of course. Everyone stared in shock. Haha, just kidding. This test was mainly for Zabuza and Haku. From Raiga's earlier fighting, he would rather be captured than abandon Ranmaru. That tells us they share a deep bond. There's no need to test them. But Raiga same as Zabuza. If I hear about you doing evil things again, I'll come after you. Senior Yamato, let them go. Kakashi signaled to Yamato not to release them. Letting them go like this it could bring two bloodline families back to Kirigakure. And having Zabuza and Raiga return would bring huge benefits to Kirigakure in both strength and reputation. Kakashi didn't finish the rest, but everyone understood clearly. Terumime had finally relaxed when she heard Conan say everyone would be released. But now, hearing Kakashi bring it up again, she grew tense. She glared fiercely at Kakashi with her enchanting eyes, wishing she could eat him alive. It doesn't matter, Conan said lightly. Conan thought to himself who knew how many years it would take for them to multiply into real families. Saving them now would give him some fighting strength at least. They would play a role in future wars. With that in mind, Conan acted completely unconcerned. Konoha has never been afraid of any challenge. Even when the four great nations attacked us together, we never backed down. We are never afraid of the enemy's strength, only of our own weakness. If Kirigakure thinks that relying on these people will start a war, Conan looked directly into Terumime's eyes. Then go ahead and try. For a moment, Terumime felt a little afraid to look into those eyes. What a hateful and terrifying kid. Thinking back, he had led her into his rhythm from the very beginning. She had been at a disadvantage the whole time. Their fighting ability was remarkable, and they weren't afraid to die. This really was a talented team of Konoha ninja. And this was a time of peace. For a while, Terumime felt a deep fear of Konoha. Terumi stared into Conan's eyes without backing down. After a moment, she seemed to think of something. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly. Then she did something astonishing. She gently leaned down and kissed Conan's ear. Speaking of which, I really should thank the Konoha ninja for their help this time. As thanks, consider this a thank you gift. Oh, cute little brother, I'll remember you. Conan stood there stunned for a long time. Soon, Conan's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. What was this? Seriously? Seeing Conan stunned, Terumi was very satisfied. A kid was still a kid. Everyone looked at Terumi, who was smiling so brightly as if she had gotten the better end of the deal. No one understood it. Let's go. Soon, Terumi gave the order to retreat. Watching the backs of Kirigakure's forces and Zabuza as they left, Conan inexplicably thought of the words Zabuza had said, the more lies you tell, the more they become real. It seemed he was also a liar. Patreon. com/LoonyLover. Goal is 20 members for 5 bonus chapters. Bonus chapter for every 50 POWERSTONES. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. Heroes 1790 words. Chapter 35. Heroes. On the way back to Tazuna's house, Conan and the others encountered a large number of armed villagers. It turned out that Gato had still sent people to arrest Tazuna's family. When they couldn't find them, they threatened the villagers to hand them over. They went door to door looking for them. In the end, they were all killed by the furious villagers. Originally, Conan had planned to use some genjutsu to provoke the people into resisting Gato. As long as someone took the lead, something like that would have been easy. He hadn't expected the plot to develop as usual. As for why Gato hadn't come after Conan, that was due to the butterfly effect. Conan didn't know that Gato had actually come with his men, but they had been scared away when they saw the terrifying sky phenomenon caused by Raiga's lightning. After returning to Tazuna's home, Conan noticed that Naruto and Sasuke seemed to have changed a lot. They were even different from before. Naruto had stopped his usual habit of arguing every day. He seemed a little unhappy all the time. Sasuke also appeared colder than before. The atmosphere felt wrong. Conan knew he couldn't let this continue. Seeing Naruto sitting alone on the roof, Conan climbed up and patted him on the shoulder. Naruto, what's been wrong with you lately? You're not as dull as this usually. This isn't your style. Naruto forced a smile. It's nothing. Is there something you can't tell me? Naruto was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. I trained so hard. I fought so hard. But why did I become a burden to everyone? That feeling when you all stood in front of me, it really hurt. Conan listened. Maybe Naruto was indeed very strong. No matter how difficult things got, he never gave up. No matter what kind of pain he suffered, he could face it with a smile. But Naruto was also human. He could get hurt. He could get sad. Conan believed that even without help, it wouldn't be long before Naruto would appear in front of everyone with a smile again. But that would just leave another scar on his heart. However, if Naruto had to heal his own wounds, then what was the point of having friends? TCH, Naruto, you're sad over something like this. I'm not going to comfort you for something like this. Conan stood up and looked down at Naruto. Naruto looked back at him in surprise. The Naruto I know doesn't need comfort from others at a time like this. Conan pointed at Naruto's chest. Work hard, Naruto. Remember this feeling well. Remember this pain deeply. Then work 100 times harder, 1,000 times harder, to come back. Desperately make yourself stronger. I'm looking forward to the next time you can stand in front of me and protect me. Seeing Naruto staring blankly at him, Conan smiled and held out his fist. This is a man's promise. Naruto finally found his fire again. He reached out and pressed his fist firmly against Conan's. Just wait, boss. Next time, I'll protect you. Conan suddenly felt that his behavior was a bit strange. But seeing Naruto's bright smile, he laughed too. There was no helping it. There would always be some people who made you willing to do stupid things with them. In fact, Conan had been wondering why Naruto hadn't had a breakdown. To understand that, you had to go back 2 weeks. Just when Naruto had fallen asleep outside from exhaustion, a wretched head quietly appeared beside him. This is really a mess. He'll catch a cold. The figure put a hand on Naruto's stomach. Hey, the seal is loose. Good thing we caught it early. Time to strengthen it. If this keeps up, Sasuke will wear his body down. Seeing Sasuke training desperately before his injuries had even healed, Conan felt a little helpless. They were all problem teenagers. And he had to work part-time as a psychiatrist. Very troublesome. It's fine. I know my own body. I have to become stronger as soon as possible. Then I'll kill that man. Sasuke recalled the night of the massacre. That feeling of powerlessness was exactly the same as in the previous battle. He took a deep look at Conan. Conan could defeat a Jonin, but Sasuke couldn't even do anything against ninja his own age. He had to become stronger. No matter the cost. If you keep this up, your body will break down before you even grow up. Sasuke didn't listen to Conan's advice at all. I said I know my own body. Conan tried again. There's more to life than just hatred. You have so many people who care about you. Before Conan could finish, Sasuke cut him off. But I live for hatred. Sasuke suddenly roared loudly. You're annoying today, Conan. Conan was silent for a while. Sasuke put away his ninja tools and walked past Conan toward the deeper part of the woods. He stopped suddenly after a few steps. Then he kept walking without looking back. Conan laughed bitterly at himself. Looks like my version of talk no jutsu doesn't work on everyone. And that makes sense. Naruto's talk no jutsu is so strong even he can't convince himself. So why would mine work on anyone else? Should he let Sasuke continue down that path? It was time to let him know the truth. After a few days of recovery, Conan and Kakashi discussed their plan to deal with Gato. Gato seems to have noticed something during this time. He's hiding in a very secure location. But that's not the real problem. The problem is that his assets are very well hidden. We haven't found most of them yet. There's no need to search for them, mister. There are plenty of ways to deal with people like him. We can just make him tell us where his wealth is hidden. A few days later, in Gato's secret hideout, Gato cried and begged for his life. Conan didn't waste words with him. He threw Gato directly to Kakashi. After an hour, Gato had explained all the information. Conan, this isn't good. Behind Gato are high-ranking officials of the Fire Nation. They wouldn't dare do anything. The plan continues. After that, Conan used the transformation jutsu to turn into Gato's appearance and reclaimed a large portion of Gato's assets. To help the Land of Waves gain courage and develop better, Conan used genjutsu to manipulate several people into leading the rebellion against Gato. Soon, all of Gato's lackeys and accomplices were caught and executed one by one. Finally, Conan threw Gato out to the crowd. Inari, what are you hesitating for? Didn't you say you wanted to kill him yourself? Looking at the tied-up Gato, Inari's hands trembled. If you don't do it, I will. Countless eyes looked at Gato, tied to a post, filled with hatred. Inari slashed at Gato's body like a madman, over and over until Gato was clearly dead. Conan grabbed Inari's arm. That's enough. He's dead. In the following days, Conan was busy using Gato's money to buy supplies for the Land of Waves. He distributed the remaining money to Kid Kyoko and Tazuna to help the poor. When the Great Bridge was finally completed, it was time for the team to leave. Unlike in the original story, where only a few people saw them off, almost everyone from the Land of Waves came when Conan and the others left. A dense crowd of people stood on the bridge. Let our heroes feel the passion of the land of waves. People played desperately on simple instruments. They brought all kinds of local goods to Conan and the others. In the end, they even had to hire 2 carriages to carry everything. Everyone grabbed Conan and the others' hands, thanking them over and over. From time to time, a beautiful woman would give an enthusiastic kiss, making the faces of the few who had never experienced such a battle turn bright red. Inari, I told you I would prove that heroes exist in this world. Yeah, Naruto. Even though you're not as handsome as Sasuke, and not as capable as Conan, and you're a little stupid, you're a real hero in my heart. Naruto wasn't sure if that was a compliment or not. This bridge doesn't have a name yet. Why don't we call it Conan Bridge? Conan was speechless. That was such an ugly name. Let's call it Konoha Bridge. To symbolize our friendship. And also, Conan thought to himself, his plan needed to spread Konoha's influence to the surrounding countries. You're going to be lonely after I'm gone, aren't you? If you want to cry, just cry, Naruto said, holding back his own tears. I'm not going to cry. But brother Naruto, don't hold it in either. I'm leaving. The moment Naruto turned around, tears burst from his eyes. Conan turned back and waved. If we get the chance, we'll come again. How does it feel to be a hero, Naruto? Pretty awesome. This was just the beginning. In Conan's plan suddenly, Kid Kyoko and Wakamaru appeared on the road ahead. Conan, this is a protective charm I got from the temple. I don't know if it will help. My brother and I really have nothing else to give you. Looking at the bruise on Kid Kyoko's forehead, Conan vaguely understood something. It seemed there was a custom like this. When asking for a charm, the harder you bowed your head, the more effective it would be. Thank you. I really like this gift. Conan could see something in the girl's behavior. But he didn't speak. Kid Kyoko somehow understood Conan's eyes. It's not that I don't like you. It's just that we're from different worlds. Kid Kyoko held back her tears and changed the words that had almost come out. Can I have a hug? Conan hugged Kid Kyoko tightly. From an angle no one else could see, Kid Kyoko quietly kissed Conan on the cheek. After a moment, Conan turned and waved goodbye. Watching Conan's back grow distant, Kid Kyoko couldn't hold back her tears anymore. Sister, what's wrong? Kid Kyoko wiped the tears from her eyes. It's nothing. Wakamaru, you have to grow up fast. Become a man like brother Conan. Kid Kyoko looked up again, but she could no longer see Conan and the others. The tears came again. Some feelings were never meant to have an ending. Patreon. com/LoonyLover goal is 20 members for 5 bonus chapters. Bonus chapter for every 50 POWERSTONES. Chapter 36. Chapter 36, Conan's Ambition. 1839 words. Chapter 36, Conan's Ambition. The Land of Waves mission had brought a lot of changes to the members of Team 7. Conan, Sasuke, and Naruto had all been strengthened to varying degrees. But no one knew that Conan was the one who had improved the most. After graduation, there had been more than 2 months of D-rank missions, plus the 2 months of the Land of Waves mission. Half a year had passed in total. Through Conan's hard work in the dungeons day after day, he had finally obtained the new abilities he wanted. He farmed Sasuke to get the bloodline for the intermediate Sharingan. He farmed Naruto to get a Chunin-level physique and basic Uzumaki bloodline. On top of his own training, he also used a copy of the experience book to forcefully upgrade the multiple shadow clone jutsu to the advanced level. The most useful of these was undoubtedly the Uzumaki physique. It not only brought 10 times the amount of chakra, but also raised his physical condition by an entire level. In an instant, Conan's original biggest weakness became a strength. He now had a top-tier ninja physique, and plenty of chakra. The intermediate Sharingan bloodline didn't add much, just a 20% reduction in chakra consumption for fire-style ninjutsu. Although it met the requirements for the Tsutomu Sharingan, that was useless for now. The basic multiple shadow clone jutsu doubled chakra consumption for both activation and maintaining the clones. The intermediate level increased consumption by 50%. The advanced level was considered normal consumption. Now that his chakra was abundant, Conan could finally train like Naruto did. Even if he could only make a dozen clones at a time. The problem was that the Sharingan's effects were too obvious. He still couldn't use it until he found a good excuse. It could be said that even without knowing how to open the 8 gates, Conan was already a proper elite ninja. He had a Jonin-level physique. He had the speed to accelerate to Jonin level using lightning style. He had the advanced White Fang sword technique. Originally, even if you had the right attributes, a physical ninja still needed all kinds of hard training to improve their reflexes. But with the Sharingan, that process could be skipped. There was no doubt that Conan's strength had surpassed the other young ninja his age. He had even surpassed Rock Lee. Lee had a speed that even Sasuke couldn't keep up with even after opening the Sharingan. That was undoubtedly Jonin level speed. If you opened 1 gate, you were at Genin level. 2 gates for Chunin. 4 gates for Jonin. 6 gates for Kage level. Being able to open 5 gates was definitely Jonin level physique. But what made Conan stronger than Rock Lee was his weapon. And he wouldn't run into the problem of not being able to attack enemies with strong defenses. Conan had long understood that his natural talent wasn't actually good. You could see it from how hard he had worked for so long just to increase his attributes by a little. It was extremely poor. Without the copy system, he would have been nothing but cannon fodder. Even so, Conan was still under a lot of pressure. He had to reach Superkage level combat power within 3 years. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be qualified to participate in the final battle. Never mind that he had reached Jonin level. Now the gap between that and Superkage level was huge. Not only were the secret level attributes hard to learn, but Superkage level skills like Wood Style and the Rinnegan had many prerequisites. Those people had countless techniques. It was also hard to learn the abilities he wanted. Stop thinking about it. First, go learn the Flying Thunder God technique. And while I'm at it, solve the problem of not being able to reveal various abilities. I didn't expect you, Conan, to have trained the sealing technique so well, the third Hokage said, looking at Conan with satisfaction on his face. He truly was a genius. This is the Flying Thunder God technique improved by the 4th Hokage. Just study it here. After confirming that Conan had fully memorized everything on the scroll, the 3rd Hokage destroyed it. After a moment, Conan made another request. Lord Third, I hope to obtain the 1st Hokage's Wood Style cells. I believe the village must have some. The 3rd Hokage's face suddenly became grim. Conan, I know you're chasing power. But this kind of thing has crossed my bottom line. Chasing power this way is going down a twisted path. You've disappointed me, Conan. Looking at Conan in front of him, the 3rd Hokage felt heartbroken. From Conan, he seemed to see the shadow of his favorite student, Orochimaru. Thinking that the successor he had trained had become like this, the 3rd Hokage seemed to age several years in an instant. Conan had anticipated the 3rd Hokage's reaction. He calmly took out a scroll he had prepared long ago. Lord Third, please don't worry. I'm different from people like Orochimaru. My reason for pursuing the 1st Hokage's power is completely different from his. After reading the scroll Conan provided, the 3rd Hokage's hands trembled slightly. His eyes were filled with undisguised astonishment. Did you really think of all this yourself? It's hard to believe you're only 12 years old. Conan chuckled. You're too kind, Lord Third. I've been wondering for a long time, why does war happen in this world? It wasn't until recently that I figured it out. The root of war comes from profit. What kind of profit? Plundering other people's resources to feed yourself. As a country develops, its population inevitably grows. Even the Land of Fire, with all its rich land, has an upper limit to how many people it can support. And poor countries are even worse off. To survive, they have to wage war. Win, and you plunder resources to survive. Lose, and you reduce your population to survive. This is the true nature of war in this world. Thinking of such a cruel reality, Conan's tone was a bit low. So in my opinion, people like the first Hokage who pinned their hopes on balance of power and deterrence through the tailed beasts had no real chance of succeeding. Even if all the countries were unified, they still couldn't survive without war. They would just start wars anyway. So there's only one way to eliminate war: solve the problem at its root. Conan raised his hands and gathered chakra. This is the way I came up with. Everyone has fallen into a misunderstanding that ninjutsu can only be used for killing. But what if it's used for civilian purposes instead of military ones? Any ninja can easily cultivate 100 times more land than an ordinary person. Water style can be used to create rain. Lightning style can be used to fertilize the soil. Earth style can be used to plow fields. Fire style can change temperatures. Wind style can spread pollen and scatter seeds. Conan stood up. Even he was getting a little excited. If we go further, the land of wind is full of sand. The land of earth is full of rocks. Both could be improved with water style and earth style. If I could master wood style, I could even completely change their terrain and turn them into areas rich in food. If the land of water doesn't get enough sunlight, we could clear away the clouds. Countries where it rains all the time could send their storm clouds to countries that lack water. Countries that have snow all year round could use geothermal heat to make them feel like spring. If there isn't enough land, we could even reclaim fields from the sea. Pull meteorites from the sky into the ocean. This is a world of ninjutsu. What can't ninjutsu do? If one day, everyone masters ninjutsu, anyone could work for 1 year and easily harvest enough food to last for 10 years. Even if there were a few ambitious people who wanted to start a war, they wouldn't get any support at all. Finally, and most importantly, we could develop contraceptive ninjutsu and tools, and let the state control population growth. Then permanent peace could be achieved. Conan couldn't help but think of the generally peaceful situation in his previous life, which had been stable for many years. What had caused such a relatively peaceful situation? Nuclear bombs? That was ridiculous. Would humans really not dare to use weapons they had created? It was because productivity had increased enough to feed more people. And the other biggest contributor might not be what many people imagine: contraceptives. Without those, the world's population would at least double. Facing that many extra mouths to feed, who would care about nuclear bombs? They would just fight. And when enough people had died, there would be peace. Hearing Conan's idea, the third Hokage couldn't stay calm for a long time. He had just heard a reasonable way to achieve true peace. The third Hokage, who had experienced countless wars, was actually the one who yearned for peace the most. In a world like this, most people were hoping for peace. No one wanted to wake up one day and find that they had lost their most important family and friends. The third Hokage had lost most of the things he cherished: parents, wife, children, and countless precious friends and subordinates. That was the cruelty of war. Even as a Hokage, he couldn't fully protect what mattered most to him. In this world, tragedies of clan massacres happened every day. Countless hatred and pain were tangled together, wailing in agony like hell on earth. Everyone was waiting for change to come. Wasn't the ultimate goal of villains like Obito and Madara also to eliminate war? Conan, your idea is very good. But you need to understand how dangerous the first Hokage's cells are. Conan had been waiting for those words. He revealed the Sharingan in his eyes. This is Lord Third, this is the result of my secret research. I didn't transplant anyone else's eyes. Maybe it's because I was born with all 7 chakra natures. I have almost no rejection of this bloodline. I awakened these eyes myself. So I'm quite confident about the first Hokage's cells. This was the most reasonable excuse Conan could think of. It would also explain things if he developed with style in the future. The third Hokage said in surprise, 7 natures. He thought for a long time, but couldn't find the right words. Finally, he just said, what a terrifying genius. Lord Third, I hope to establish a department dedicated to this research. Thinking of the peace that might be possible, the third Hokage's eyes grew distant. No problem, Conan. I entrust the future of Konoha, and the entire ninja world to you. Conan smiled. I'll do my best. Patreon. com/LoonyLover goal is 20 members for 5 bonus chapters, bonus chapter for every 50 power stones. Chapter 37, The Prophecy 1663 words. Chapter 37, The Prophecy. In the end, Conan received the access pass to Konoha's secret research base. Even Conan hadn't expected it to be this easy. The third Hokage also promised to find suitable candidates to create a new department as soon as possible. When Conan became a Jonin, he would hand over this department to him. Conan was even a little flattered. He had thought the third Hokage would investigate for a long time. After Conan left, a figure appeared in the third Hokage's room. Is this really okay, sensei? Aren't you afraid he'll turn into another Orochimaru? The third Hokage chuckled. I don't believe him. But I believe in my own judgment. Maybe there are many untruths in what he said, but there's no need to dig into that. I believe he won't harm Konoha. And I also believe he truly wants to change the world. Even though my strength has declined a lot with age, my ability to judge people is still sharp. Besides, isn't he the only one who meets the requirements of the child of prophecy? Jiraiya also recalled a scene from years ago. Jiraiya, when the Ninetales attacked Konoha, I saw a trace of fate. The sacrifice of the parents left behind a seed of hope. He would inherit the fourth Hokage's power, and become your disciple. With his desire for peace, he would bring change to the world. The strange thing is that should have been the original trajectory of fate. But I could see that the path of fate was twisted into a mess when the Ninetales attacked the village. Now, the future is hard to predict. Whether it will get back on track or not, that's something you'll have to discover for yourself, Jiraiya. Jiraiya thought back to what Conan had just said. Indeed, his idea really opens up a brand new path. If what he says is true, there's a strong possibility it could truly bring peace. According to the Toad Sage, the thread of fate has been fluctuating a lot in recent years. The future he sees has become more and more blurred. But according to the original path the Toad Sage provided, this child should be the most qualified candidate. That future belonged to Naruto. But now it seems it should be Conan. It's not like the ninja world could be saved with Naruto's IQ alone, is it? No one would have thought that Naruto, the seemingly unreliable guy who, in the original path seen by the Toad Sage, was supposed to become the child of prophecy and save the world, was being regarded as the so-called child of prophecy in this way. No wonder the third Hokage had given Conan the green light. Did you find that so-called variable, Jiraiya? According to my guess, this variable might become an obstacle to world peace. I've been searching all these years, and I've finally targeted the Akatsuki organization. According to the information Itachi sent back, their leader is very mysterious and unfathomably powerful. The organization is full of all kinds of dangerous Kage-level powerhouses. And this organization has amazing ambitions. Their ultimate goal seems to be collecting all the tailed beasts. I suspect they want to use the tailed beasts for war. The Ninetales attack on the village all those years ago might also be connected to this. I plan to leave and investigate deeper as soon as the current situation is settled. The third Hokage nodded. An investigation is necessary. But don't forget to train Conan. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. His parents died in the Ninetales attack. He inherited the fourth Hokage's power. That fits. The next step is for him to become my disciple. I'll definitely do my best to guide him on the right path. Speaking of which, I'm really envious. I've tried to learn the Flying Thunder God technique for so long, but I can't use it. I thought it would be impossible for Conan given his mental strength and release ability. I didn't expect him to succeed. Even now, it feels incredible. Maybe his talent is much stronger than Minato's. Jiraiya suddenly felt a little sad. He thought of his disciple who had also had talent far beyond ordinary people. I think it should be because of his Sharingan bloodline. Speaking of which, the Flying Thunder God technique has a lot to do with the Uchiha clan. Jiraiya was confused. What's the connection? According to my teacher, he and Izuna Uchiha fought hundreds of battles without a clear winner. In fact, he often found himself at a disadvantage. The body flicker technique couldn't be used effectively because of the momentary pause after activation. In actual combat, Izuna Uchiha used his Mangekyo Sharingan to shorten the cooldown of the teleportation technique to almost nothing. Almost no one could keep up with his speed. The second Hokage specially developed this technique to counter him. The first time, it wounded him badly and eventually killed him. But that was only the beginning. Only the beginning. Jiraiya grew more confused. Through continuous research, my teacher discovered that this technique is almost tailor-made for the Uchiha clan. The essence of the Flying Thunder God is actually using release spiritual energy to alter reality. It uses chakra to control space through the spirit. Only those with the talent for release can learn it. And the cooldown after using the Flying Thunder God is actually longer than the body flicker technique. Without the Sharingan, you can't use this technique at all. But the Uchiha clan's Sharingan enhances their ability to use release. Almost anyone who has awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan has the qualification to use the Flying Thunder God. Even talented users with just 1 Tomo can use it. The cooldown can also be compensated for by the Sharingan's kinetic vision. Although my teacher always said he hated the Uchiha clan and kept weakening them because of their ambition, I understand that it was actually because he feared them. My teacher developed too many ninjutsu techniques that could be said to be tailor-made for the Uchiha clan. In truth, even though the Uchiha clan was very strong, they could no longer shake the village's power structure. What really worried my teacher was that Uchiha had been secretly studying and developing their abilities. The growth potential of the Uchiha clan is limitless. That's why the second Hokage left quite a few countermeasures to deal with them. Once the Uchiha clan developed to a certain point, the massacre became inevitable. Only then did Jiraiya understand many things. So that's how it is. No wonder the Flying Thunder God technique has been kept hidden in the village. Anyone who learns it gets marked with a curse seal, and can't use it casually. At first, I didn't understand. Uchiha Shisui might have had the ability to stop the Uchiha clan. Itachi might have too. But as Hokage, I can't allow the existence of a force that threatens Konoha. If the Uchiha clan has 1 or 2 strong individuals, I can tolerate it. But Danzo and I could both clearly feel that the overall strength of the Uchiha clan was growing stronger and stronger. Just as the second Hokage feared, many of the ninjutsu he created back then became the foundation of the Uchiha clan's power. The fate of the Uchiha clan was actually sealed long ago. Jiraiya, I think you also understand the downside of the Sharingan. Once the user experiences certain stimuli, their personality can change drastically. I think this is also part of the reason the prophecy says you should become his teacher. You must guide him down the right path. Jiraiya answered firmly, I will definitely do my best. The third Hokage chuckled. Don't be so nervous. I believe that child has the willpower to control the power of the Sharingan. Speaking of which, how is your investigation going? It's been confirmed that the Sound Ninja Village founded by Orochimaru is coming with malicious intent. The Sand Ninja Village is also sending all elites. Their purpose is very clear. But Kirigakure and Kumogakure who have never been in contact with us, I haven't found any specific information about them sending anyone to the Chunin exams. It's unusual. The third Hokage stood up and looked out the window. It seems this will be another turbulent year. Land of Wind. The fourth Kazekage kept dispatching various manpower and supplies. Gaara, don't act on impulse and ruin this mission. Gaara snorted coldly. As long as I get to kill and enjoy myself, I don't care about following orders. Sound Ninja Village. Orochimaru secretly summoned Kabuto, gave him a mission, and began mobilizing various forces at the same time. Konoha, it's been a long time since I went back for a visit. Sensei, I've prepared a big surprise for you. Land of Lightning. The fourth Raikage gave an order to Samui. This time you go to Konoha. Test Konoha's strength as much as possible. I hear a newly graduated ninja actually defeated the famous demon of the Hidden Mist in a direct fight. Looks like I underestimated Konoha. Samui responded expressionlessly, yes, Lord Fourth Raikage. Land of Water. The fifth Mizukage looked at Zabuza with no doubt in her eyes. You're a missing nin who just returned to the village. Are you really so comfortable sending me out alone to perform missions? And with Haku too? Since when did Kirigakure become so naive? Terumi May chuckled. I believe you won't go missing again. Zabuza stared into Terumi May's eyes, trying to see something. Terumi May looked straight back at him without backing down. After a moment, Zabuza turned around. What a stupid woman. Don't blame me if I run away and become a missing nin again. For a moment, all the major powers were ready to move. And all their attention was focused on Konoha's Chunin exams. Patreon. com/LoonyLover. Goal is 20 members for 5 bonus chapters. Bonus chapter for every 50 POWERSTONES. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. Suna's Conspiracy. 1342 words. Chapter 38. Suna's Conspiracy. Kurenai-sensei, I'd like to ask for leave today, Hinata said timidly to Kurenai. What's the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Kurenai asked with concern. No, it's... Kiba laughed and said, Sensei, don't you get it? Conan is back. Oh, that's right. Our Hinata is going to meet her sweetheart. I'm sure of it. Hinata's face turned bright red, and she ran off without looking back. Watching Hinata leave, a hint of sadness flashed briefly in Kiba's eyes. Suddenly, Kiba felt Shino looking at him silently. Kiba laughed. Let's go do our mission. That guy Conan is getting stronger and stronger. We can't lose to him. Conan and Hinata walked hand in hand through the streets of Konoha. It seemed that because they had gotten used to it, even though Hinata was still blushing, she wasn't as shy as before, no longer looking like she might faint at any moment. Let me tell you, Hinata, on this mission we encountered the legendary demon of the Hidden Mist, Zabuza. He's a ruthless jonin. And then I defeated him just like that. Even though Conan was considered fairly mature mentally, showing off in front of the girl he liked was probably a common flaw among all men. Conan was certainly no exception. Hinata listened from beside him. Sometimes she furrowed her brow with worry for Conan. Sometimes she gasped with stars in her eyes. She kept saying things like, that's amazing, and Conan's heart just melted. Suddenly, there was a fierce argument up ahead. Not wanting to ruin their date, Conan planned to take a detour. But then he heard Naruto's voice. Kankuro stood on a high point in Konoha, admiring the scenery. What a lively village. But the more I look at it, the more uncomfortable I feel. Why is our village so harsh? Temari glanced at Kankuro indifferently. Just be patient and follow the plan. Kankuro waved his hands helplessly. Is that the kid? Doing something like that to a child really isn't right. Temari nodded helplessly as well. There's no choice. The security around the third Hokage is too tight. If his grandson gets seriously injured, he'll definitely go to the hospital to visit. Maybe then we can find a chance to kill him. But don't make it too obvious. Gaara, stop us if we go too far. Are you ordering me? Cold sweat broke out on Temari's forehead. It's a request. Gaara looked at Temari indifferently. How troublesome. I say we just kill him. Why go through all this trouble? Temari and Kankuro looked at each other with wry smiles. Konohamaru, who had been arguing with Naruto, accidentally bumped into someone. Ow, that hurts. Konohamaru held his head and cried out in pain. Kankuro grabbed him by the neck and lifted Konohamaru off the ground. I should be the one saying that, kid. You ran into me and it hurts. Temari played along. Forget it. Don't cause trouble. Kankuro said with a smile, I just want to have some fun before that nagging guy gets here. This way, their behavior would look like a spontaneous act because their team leader wasn't around. If something happened, they could just play it off as chaos. Let him go. Naruto roared angrily and charged forward. You're just a Konoha ninja. Kankuro smiled disdainfully. With a slight movement of his finger, Naruto fell to the ground. Is this the level of Konoha ninja? Damn it, you bastard. Let him go, or I won't forgive you. Stupid pig. You're very annoying. I hate short squirts the most. I really want to kill you. So let me kill this brat first, then I'll come kill you. Kankuro swung his fist at Konohamaru. Temari played along. There's no helping it. It's up to you. Just as he was about to strike, Kankuro stopped. Why can't my arms move? Kankuro looked closer and saw that at some point, Senbon had been inserted into his shoulder. He hadn't even noticed. Thinking about this, Kankuro broke out in a cold sweat. If those had been aimed at his vital spots. He looked up. The one who attacked looked like an unusually gentle beauty. Haku smiled at Kankuro. It's not good to attack children. Haku, why are you here? Naruto asked cluelessly. Naruto, didn't you know? We're ninja who don't belong to Konoha. We came to take the Chunin exams. The Chunin exams? What's that? Just then, Konan arrived. Each village has its own Chunin selection system. But between countries, there's another Chunin selection system. Originally, it was a way to strengthen bonds between allied countries. But now it's become a reflection of the open and secret struggles between nations. Each village sends its best ninja to take this test. Then they invite daimyo from all over to watch. Each ninja village uses this to show off their military strength and win more mission shares, Konan explained. Konan felt something was strange. No matter how reckless they were, they shouldn't try to kill someone in another village. If someone actually died, even a civilian Konoha would demand a life in return. Could they be using the Kazekage's son as a pawn? Konan couldn't guess their true intentions. But that didn't stop him from being unhappy about them causing trouble in Konoha. Konan gently held Muramaru and slowly began to draw it. Everyone felt the whole world grow quiet. The insects and birds had all fallen silent. A murderous intent comparable to a Kage level slowly rose. Speaking of which, Konan hadn't used Muramaru's ability to amplify killing intent very much. Konan himself was already at Jonin level, and had experienced many battles. With Muramaru's enhancement, his killing intent was no less than a Kage's. But the problem was that Muramaru's enhancement couldn't be controlled very well. It was basically an area of effect attack. Konan could only roughly control the main direction. For a moment, even Naruto and Sasuke, who had just arrived, looked at Konan in horror. Facing Konan's killing intent, the Suna ninja felt as if invisible blades were cutting their bodies. They felt like they would die in the next second. They couldn't even move. He's terrifying. Is this guy a monster even scarier than Gaara? Kankuro and Temari thought in fear. Sasuke stayed calm. Looks like the gap between me and Konan is getting wider and wider. Hidden in the shadows, the sound ninja discussed among themselves. Don't provoke this guy. Conan himself hadn't expected this kind of killing intent attack to be so effective. It was practically a perfect technique for clearing out weaker enemies. Gaara suddenly appeared in front of Temari and Kankuro. "You're very strong. Tell me your name." For Gaara, who faced a tailed beast every day, this kind of killing intent was nothing at all. Kankuro and Temari breathed a sigh of relief, and took a few steps back. Conan slowly sheathed his sword, and looked at the group. "This is just a warning. Konoha is not a place where people like you can run wild. As for my name Idagawa Conan." Conan silently cried on the inside. This was supposed to be a cool, intimidating moment. Why did this name have to sound so ridiculous? After Gaara left, Conan caught up with Haku. "How are things in Kirigakure?" "Very good. Much better than before. I don't have to hide and live in fear every day. And Lord Zabuza is with me. I'm very happy. Lately, I've been learning medical ninjutsu. My personality isn't really suited for the battlefield. Lord Raiga's injury couldn't be healed. He handed over the lightning swords to the village. Now he and Ranmaru run a curry shop. Business is very good." Suddenly, Sasuke made a request. "Fight me, Haku. I want to test how much I've improved." Haku didn't refuse. "I'm staying in the foreign guest area that Konoha set up. You're welcome to come find me anytime. Patreon. com/LoonyLover goal is 20 members for 5 bonus chapters. Bonus chapter for every 50 POWERSTONES. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. Team Uniforms. 1824 words. Chapter 39. Team Uniforms. Sakura, what's wrong with you? Asaka noticed that Sakura seemed to have something on her mind. Sakura forced a smile. "It's nothing. You're thinking about taking the Chunin exams, aren't you?" After a moment of silence, Sakura said with a smile, "No. The Chunin exams are too dangerous. Why would I want to take them?" Asaka stared at Sakura's face. Slowly, Sakura's smile faded. "I always feel like the distance between me and him is getting farther and farther. I'm not like Hinata. Conan doesn't adore me. And I'm not like Ino. She's not his sister, but she can always be by his side. I've hardly seen him since graduation. If this keeps up, I really won't have another chance." "Then go take the Chunin exams," Yuriko suddenly said. Asaka also chimed in. "Even though we're in the medical class, we're not weak." Sakura felt touched. "Everyone, forget it. It's too dangerous. Let's go find the teacher and sign up." Sakura was so moved she didn't know what to say. "There's one very important thing we need to do before taking the Chunin exams. And it involves both of you," Conan said with a serious face. "What is it, boss?" Naruto asked. Sasuke also looked puzzled. "That is," Conan chuckled. "It's time to change your look." Sasuke and Naruto looked bewildered. "Don't you think your outfits are too plain? Not cool at all." "Sasuke, I don't really care what you wear. But Naruto, I've been annoyed by your shit yellow jumpsuit for a long time." Naruto muttered in dissatisfaction, "What's wrong with shit yellow? I think this outfit looks good. Don't you think it's very energetic? In my opinion, the way you look in that outfit," just as Rock Lee passed by the group walking on his hands, Conan pointed at him. "Just like him." Seeing Conan point at him, Rock Lee raised a hand, gave a thumbs up, and flashed his gleaming teeth at them. Naruto suddenly had black lines all over his face. So that was the impression he gave people. "That's why no girl has ever liked you, Naruto." "Boss, just tell me what to change." Sasuke scoffed. He turned to leave. Conan grabbed Sasuke. "As a team, we need a team uniform. This is a major event that affects our teamwork." Sasuke struggled violently but couldn't break free. He gave up. After a while, both of them changed into royal robes like Conan's. The only difference was the symbol on the back. Sasuke had a rounded fan. Naruto had a whirlpool. And Conan had a sun that he had drawn himself. Naruto had changed the most. His hair had been cut into a flowing style. With the white royal robe, he looked like a young gentleman. Of course, that was only if he didn't open his mouth. The three of them standing together was simply a scenic view. Along the way, their head-turning rate was quite high. Various beauties secretly sent glances their way. Conan was very satisfied with this. It was enough to attract attention. Sasuke's face was full of awkwardness. He felt a bit out of place. Conan laughed. Sasuke, don't be embarrassed. If you don't have the strength to back it up, looking like this might be bad. But if you have the strength, even if you have a head of grass, it becomes fashionable. So just treat the stares of passers-by as a kind of training. A few days later, when the group arrived at the exam venue, they happened to see Rock Lee getting beaten up. Conan, Sakura greeted him. Oh, Sakura. Long time no see. It has been a long time. Sakura seemed a little down. Conan, you only remember Sakura. You forgot about us, Asaka called out in dissatisfaction. Yuriko also chimed in. Yeah. Conan quickly greeted the two of them. Conan felt like Sakura seemed to have changed somehow. He couldn't quite tell where the difference was. Naruto suddenly appeared. Sakura, did you miss me? You're Naruto. Sakura looked surprised. Naruto was wearing a royal robe, and his hair was cut short. He looked completely different from the old Naruto. Naruto leaned in. Of course it's me, Sakura. Do you think I've gotten handsome? Do you want to go out with me? Naruto raised his eyebrows suggestively. I'm sorry, Naruto. You know how I feel. Sakura looked straight at Conan. Conan felt a little embarrassed by Sakura's gaze. What was going on? He felt like he was disappointing her somehow. Naruto shouted in astonishment. Are you really Sakura? Usually, you would have knocked me to the ground by now. Sakura smiled softly. People always grow up, don't they? Conan wondered, was this the real Sakura? Sakura thought silently. Conan probably liked quieter girls. To escape the awkwardness, Conan walked toward the exam room door. Tenten smiled cutely. Let us in. Then she got punched mercilessly in the face, and knocked to the ground. Conan was speechless. You really worked hard for this exam. The place you got hit was your face. Was it really necessary to pretend? With your strength, you should be able to crush most teams. With people like you, there's no way you'll pass the exam. There's nothing wrong with driving you away. Conan stepped forward. Just undo the genjutsu already. What a pain. Kid, you can actually see through our genjutsu. But seeing through it isn't enough. The men charged forward. Before Conan could move, Rock Lee took care of him. Why did you change your mind? Didn't you say you wanted to show the enemy your weakness? Niji asked suspiciously. Rock Lee strode up to Sakura and said, My name is Rock Lee. Please go out with me. I swear I'll protect you with my life. As he spoke, he flashed his shining, signature teeth. Sakura felt a chill. Absolutely not. Your eyebrows are too thick. Rock Lee nodded. I understand. Sakura was confused. What did he understand? Rock Lee walked up to Conan. Conan, I've heard that you're the one Sakura likes. I will defeat you to prove who is stronger. Even though we're friends, this is something I can't let slide. Conan sighed. Rock Lee, I think we should forget about this. Leaf Whirlwind. Conan helplessly blocked Rock Lee's attack. He had to get serious. It was really hard to beat Rock Lee without using his sword. The two of them moved at full speed, attacking and counterattacking. For most of the ninja present, their speed was terrifying. They couldn't even see their figures, just two black lines crossing constantly. The only thing that let them know the battle was fierce was the dull bang-bang sound in the air. Sasuke activated his Tsutomu Sharingan. He could barely see their movements clearly. Was Conan already that strong? And that other ninja too? What had he been doing all these years? Naruto also clenched his fists tightly. The gap is getting bigger and bigger. This won't do. I promised to protect him. After a moment, Conan and Rock Lee separated. Both of them were breathing heavily. Stop, Rock Lee. You're not my opponent. You should know that my strongest skill is my sword. It's not over yet. I still have one more move. Conan pressed Rock Lee's hand down. I can also open the 8 gates. And I can open up to 6 gates. I'd die if I opened that many. I think you're about the same as me, Rock Lee. That's right. I've always wanted to prove that hard work can surpass genius. Rock Lee looked a little down. I didn't expect you to be my match. Conan was about to comfort him, when he saw Rock Lee's eyes burn with intensity. Conan, I will redouble my efforts to surpass you. From today on, you are my rival for life. Conan's head was full of black lines. He thought about having a rival like Mike Guy pestering him all day long. His whole life would be miserable, wouldn't it? Conan wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly thought of something. Rock Lee, actually, you don't need to choose me as your rival. In fact, yes, we two are the same. No matter how talented I am in ninjutsu and genjutsu, in the end, I am still a taijutsu-type ninja. Conan's words grew smoother. He looked at Rock Lee, full of positive energy, and said, Rock Lee, you should understand there are no shortcuts in taijutsu. Only continuous, hard training far beyond ordinary people can produce results. I don't have any special bloodline limit. I don't have any extraordinary talent. I just spend the time that other people use for eating, sleeping, going to the bathroom, and drinking coffee on training. I believe you're that kind of person too. Rock Lee grabbed Conan's hand with tears streaming down his face. He felt like he had found a true kindred spirit. Conan suppressed a disgusted smirk. Sasuke looked at Conan silently. Was this the secret to his strength? Sasuke suddenly recalled how much unnecessary time he had wasted. In the end, he just wasn't working hard enough. Naruto clenched his fists. So the boss really worked that hard. He had always thought he was training hard enough. Starting today, he would double his training. Neji squinted his eyes. He hadn't expected someone like Rock Lee to have a rival like this. It was admirable. Sakura, Tenten, and the other girls looked at Conan with stars in their eyes. Some people could rely on their looks. Others could rely on their talent. But if you had talent and still worked hard, that was a truly perfect man. Seeing that his words had worked, Conan quickly pressed his advantage. So Rock Lee, you and I shouldn't be rivals for life. We should be friends who encourage each other. Your real opponents should be. Conan's eyes circled around. He pointed at Sasuke and Neji. Your opponents should be geniuses like them. Only by defeating them can you prove the results of your training. Rock Lee looked at Conan with tears streaming down his face. Conan, you're right. Rock Lee pointed at Sasuke and Neji with burning intensity. From now on, you two are my rivals for life. Neji had black lines all over his face. Lee had never been this fanatical about making him a rival before. Neji had a bad feeling about this. Sasuke wasn't afraid of some nobody. He agreed confidently, I'll wait for you to challenge me. Sasuke had no idea how much trouble this decision would cause him. And how much resentment he would feel toward Conan because of it. Conan quietly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead when no one was looking. That was close. Good thing I think fast. Patreon. com/LoonyLover goal is 20 members for 5 bonus chapters. Bonus chapter for every 50 POWERSTONES Chapter 40, Chapter 40, Low 1230 words Chapter 40, Low-key Conan. As soon as they entered the examination room, Conan's team became the center of attention. Those boys are so handsome, some female ninja whispered among themselves. Of course, there were also those who said unhappily, dressed so flashy. Do you think this is a picnic? Seeing Conan, Ino ran over and jumped onto him. Brother, why are you here? As she spoke, Ino glared at Sakura. What surprised Ino was that Sakura just lowered her head sadly and didn't even argue back. Ino felt a little disappointed for a moment. Conan quickly pulled Ino down. There are so many people watching. This isn't a good look. You're just afraid Hinata will see it. Ino turned her head away arrogantly. Conan looked at Hinata awkwardly. Hinata smiled back at him to show she didn't mind. Naruto was loudly greeting people he knew from the side. Shikamaru, you're still so unmotivated. Choji, every time I see you, you're always eating. And your teeth. You are. I'm Naruto. The young ninja looked at Naruto in surprise. Even Akamaru's jaw dropped. He barked a few times. Kiba translated, Akamaru says he can't believe it. You're so ugly. Naruto had black lines all over his head. How ugly did they think he was? You're all new graduates from the Ninja Academy. You're chirping away like a bunch of birds. This isn't a picnic, Kabuto said. Sasuke looked at Kabuto with displeasure. Who are you, acting so self-righteous? My name is Kabuto. Take a look around. Everyone looked around suspiciously and saw pairs of murderous eyes. What's going on? Everyone's nervous before the exam. You'd better be careful. Don't provoke them. Looking again at the various murderous glares, they all swallowed at the same time. Conan smiled even more. This was a good time to show off a little, and avoid unnecessary trouble. Conan struck a pose he thought was his coolest and said slowly, I'm warning you, don't look at me with those eyes. You might die. The crowd suddenly became restless. You brat. I'll teach you a lesson. With the sound of Miramara being drawn, all the noise stopped abruptly. Cold sweat broke out on everyone's faces. They froze in place, looking at Conan in horror. The killing intent was astonishing. It felt like they would die in the next moment. Who said they wanted to teach me a lesson? Conan's eyes scanned the room. Aside from Gaara's group, Niji's group, Rock Lee's group, Haku's group, and an unknown group from Kumogakure, everyone Conan looked at lowered their heads. It seemed his only real opponents in this exam were a few groups. The rest he could ignore. The weak need to be aware that they are weak. Don't provoke the strong with looks like that. Next time, I will kill you. Conan sheathed his sword. A loud sigh of relief came from the crowd. Everyone was frustrated but couldn't argue. At the same time, they all decided that they absolutely must not fight against his team. Conan was very satisfied with the show he had put on. There was no helping it. He was just such a flashy person. After Conan put away his killing intent, the Konoha young ninja started talking with him in surprise. This time, no one even dared to look in their direction. Conan, I didn't know you were this strong. Haha, it's nothing. I just have a secret technique that increases my presence. You're a senior. Can you tell us about the exam content? Kabuto took out a stack of ninja information cards and explained them to everyone in detail. It might not be complete, but I have almost everyone. You're no exception. Tell me who you're looking for, and I'll find them. Sasuke asked Gaara from Suna, and Rock Lee from Konoha. Rock Lee has done 27 D-rank missions and 5 C-rank missions. He's very talented in taijutsu. He was a highly anticipated rookie last year, but he didn't take the exam. Gaara has 8 C-rank missions and 1 B-rank mission. I've heard he's never been injured during a mission. All the young ninja felt the pressure. Sakura sadly pulled on her teammate's sleeves. Why don't we just give up? Asaka and Yuriko comforted Sakura. It's okay. We actually want to participate too. Kiba suddenly came over, pointed at Conan, and said, do you have any information on him? Idagawa Conan. 7 D-rank missions and 1 C-rank mission. Skilled in swordsmanship. Nothing surprising in the data. But as soon as Kabuto mentioned Conan's name, the exam room went silent. Everyone perked up their ears. But what? But just recently, he did something big that shook the ninja world. He single-handedly defeated a former Kirigakure missing nin, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen Momochi Zabuza. All the candidates looked at Conan in fear. They firmly decided not to become enemies with him. Kiba asked cluelessly, the 7 ninja swordsmen. What's that? Shino replied, the 7 ninja swordsmen are the strongest ninja in Kirigakure, second only to the Kage. The weakest among them has the strength of an elite jonin. Even Kiba, who was usually easygoing, couldn't help but swallow hard. Conan is already this strong. Conan thought to himself. Can I say that beating Zabuza back then was just a lucky break? Zabuza's strength clearly wasn't elite jonin level. But now Conan could definitely beat him without any problem. Speaking of elite jonin level combat power, that was nothing. Wasn't Gaara or Kimimaro proper elite jonin level? Itachi was the same age as him, and had already reached Kage level. If Conan had to fight Gaara, that would be even harder than fighting Zabuza. Zabuza would just be an easy win. Conan coughed. You all know I'm a person who likes to stay low-key. Kiba rolled his eyes. Who doesn't know your personality? You love showing off the most. Conan retorted angrily, don't slander me. I'm really low-key. Everyone gave him a look of disbelief. Just then, Haku came over to greet Conan and the others. Naruto shouted in amazement, Haku, why are there only 2 people in your team? And why did this pretty sister shave her head bald? The pretty sister, Naruto was pointing at, got furious. I'm a man. Naruto looked at Haku in surprise. Haku nodded. His name is me. He really is a man. But why? Naruto couldn't understand. It was clearly a woman's face. With a wry smile, Haku held back Naruto, who was desperately trying to turn his head back for another look, and said, me, come out and say hello to everyone. A figure appeared from Haku's shadow, shocking everyone. This person was wearing a strange cloak, and his face was covered by a layer of white mist, making it impossible for others to see clearly. Haku, why are all of you weird? Naruto said without any filter. Everyone was speechless. Conan slammed Naruto on the head and said, if you can't talk properly, don't talk at all. The moment Conan's fist connected, there was a loud bang. After a puff of smoke, accompanied by a strong wind, Marino Ibiki appeared with a group of men. Conan silently complained. This guy was even more showy than he was. Patreon. com/LoonyLover. Goal is 20 members for 5 bonus chapters. Bonus chapter for every 50 POWERSTONES. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. The first exam 1430 words. Chapter 41. The first exam under the influence of Marino Ibiki's intense, intimidating psychological tactics. All the candidates sat trembling in their exam seats. Ibiki looked at the candidates below with satisfaction. It seemed his words had overwhelmed these little ones. Suddenly, Ibiki noticed a pair of eyes staring straight at him without any fear. Ibiki's eyes met Conan's. It's this kid. He's probably thinking of some bad idea again. The atmosphere Ibiki has created is very good. I can make good use of it. Unlike Conan's calmness, Naruto's face was so tense it had turned green, or maybe it was already green. Why does it have to be a written test? I'm no good at these. Conan looked at the dumbfounded Naruto with a sly smirk. Naruto was still as nervous as ever. Conan said with a grin, "Let me add some spice to this exam." Naruto, who was too nervous to do anything, suddenly felt someone slap him hard on the back. He almost peed his pants from fright and jumped up suddenly. "Do you have a problem, that examinee?" Naruto wanted to see who had hit him, but he didn't dare to look around. Tenten, who was adjusting the angle of her mirror, was shocked to find that the thread in her hand had broken. What happened? She reconnected it, but it broke again. Tenten realized someone was messing with her. She looked around for the culprit but found nothing. Gaara gathered some sand and sent it flying toward his target. To his surprise, the sand scattered inexplicably and flew off in a different direction. Neji suddenly opened his eyes wide, only to be hit in the face by sand. At that moment, Neji felt like a complete idiot. After a moment, Neji glared at Gaara with red eyes. Of course, Gaara didn't back down. He stared right back. Fierce sparks seemed to collide between their eyes. The insect that was helping Shino deliver information inexplicably flew straight into Akamaru's nose. Suddenly, Akamaru sneezed and fell off Kiba's head. Conan was having so much fun messing with everyone that he almost burst out laughing. For those he had a good relationship with, he only did it once. For those he didn't know, like Temari, he messed with them the whole time. As for Gaara, Conan could only bully him once. When he wasn't paying attention, he didn't succeed after that. All of this was thanks to Conan's successful sealing techniques and high-density chakra threads. The only exception was when he targeted the Kumogakure group. All of his attacks were blocked. There was at least one person with strong sensory abilities and considerable strength. The Kirigakure group also had extremely powerful people. Conan thought about it. These guys were clearly not at the Chunin level. Generally speaking, unless you had a real ace like Gaara or some other purpose like Gaara had, villages wouldn't send such strong ninja to take the exam in another village. At their level, their villages must have high hopes for them. So they weren't afraid of accidents. They must have come with a purpose. As Conan intensified his probing, these people not only defended against his interference but even started fighting back. A silent struggle began. Strange things kept happening in the exam room. Some people got their pants soaked by water orbs. Some suddenly fell to the ground for no reason. Others ended up attacking people from their own village. The examiners didn't stop any of it. In their opinion, this kind of competition was even better. When it was all over, Naruto hadn't written a single word. His clothes were soaked through from nerves. Naruto gritted his teeth tightly. His only hope was the 10th question. If he got this wrong, he would really lose his chance. And it would also drag Conan and Sasuke down with him. First, I'm giving you two choices. Take the 10th question or don't. If you don't take it, you'll get 0 points and lose your qualification for the exam. Of course I'm taking the exam. The candidates below answered one after another. Let me state in advance. If you choose to take it and answer incorrectly, you will lose your eligibility to take the Chunin exams for the rest of your life. And the other 2 members of your team will also be disqualified. Let me be clear, there will be no chance to cheat on this question. The examinees below started yelling, but Ibiki continued to intimidate them all indifferently. Those of you who lack confidence, it's better to choose not to take the exam. That way you can try again in the future. Everyone was under immense pressure. Some people kept choosing not to take the exam. Naruto was also under great pressure, his whole body trembling. Conan waited quietly for Naruto's answer. If he wanted to, he could have helped Naruto cheat. If he did that, Naruto wouldn't have to face this choice right now. Conan wanted to know if Naruto was still the same Naruto he knew. Finally, Naruto raised his hand. With the sound of his palm slamming against the desk, Naruto shouted, don't underestimate everyone. I won't back down. I want to take the exam. Even if I'm a genin for my whole life, I'll still work hard toward becoming Hokage. Bring on the question. Ibiki stared at Naruto with an oppressive glare. This decision affects your entire life. If you regret it, there's still time. I won't quit. Just say it already. This is my ninja way. Naruto's words really inspired confidence in many people. No one backed down after that. Conan was very satisfied with Naruto's performance. This was the Naruto he knew. But there were too many people left now. Ibiki's threats worked on the Konoha people, but they had no effect on people from other villages. Seeing that there were still over 100 people in the room, Conan slowly drew Muramaru. You weaklings should quit now. There won't be many spots left. I'll eliminate the irrelevant ones in the next round. If you don't want to get hurt, wait until next year. Especially those of you who are hoping for some kind of lucky break. Except for a few people who had good relationships with Conan, and those who weren't afraid of him, everyone else's expressions changed. After a moment, some people quit. In the end, only 84 people remained. Most of them were Konoha ninja. There was no helping Ibiki's threats only worked on Konoha people. Conan nodded with satisfaction. The situation was dangerous enough. Konoha should have fewer casualties. This way, there shouldn't be any more problems. They could leave the higher elimination rates to the other exams. But he couldn't say for sure, knowing how that woman Anko operated. I declare that all of you have passed this exam. Everyone looked at Ibiki suspiciously. Ibiki suddenly changed his tone and smiled. The choice between the two options earlier was the 10th question. You should understand that the previous test was about gathering information. After Ibiki explained in detail, everyone understood the true meaning of the previous test. Sometimes, no matter how dangerous a mission is, you have to accept it. At times like that, having the courage to inspire your teammates and the ability to get out of trouble are essential qualities for a Chunin as a leader of troops. In my eyes, people who are timid in critical moments, people who pin their hopes on some uncertain future, and people who quit voluntarily, they all weak-willed trash. They don't deserve to become Chunin. The 10th question was meant to test whether you have the ability to overcome difficulties. Before Ibiki could finish speaking, a dark figure crashed through the window and flew into the room. It's too early to be happy. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the woman in the fishnet outfit. I'm the examiner for your second exam, Madarashi Anko. The next exam is waiting for you. Follow me. Anko shouted, raising her left hand high. Anko couldn't keep her cool. She looked at Ibiki, the corner of her mouth twitching. 84 people. Your exam was too easy. The candidates this time are a bit stronger. Anko cut Ibiki off. Forget it. I'll cut the number by more than half. More than half. The candidates suffered another psychological blow before the exam even started. Conan's eyes suddenly wandered. Was he going to run into Orochimaru? Patreon. com/LoonyLover goal is 20 members for 5 bonus chapters. Bonus chapter for every 50 POWERSTONES. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. Respective plans 1423 words. Chapter 42. Respective plans. To put it simply, the rules of the second exam are a test of survival at the limits. You will be challenged by ultimate weapon ninjutsu, and must find ways to survive in this limited space. The goal is to fight for the scrolls. You must collect both the Heaven Scroll and the Earth Scroll. Half of you will start with the Heaven Scroll, and half with the Earth Scroll. In the end, more than half of you will be eliminated. Also, peeking at the scroll before reaching the tower is strictly forbidden. While Anko was explaining the rules, Conan scanned the crowd. Where would Orochimaru be? In the end, Conan locked his eyes on a long-haired woman. Although this woman didn't look like the character Orochimaru had disguised himself as in the original story, from the way he occasionally stuck out his tongue to lick his lips and his predator-like gaze, it was clearly him. The person suspected of being Orochimaru also locked his eyes on Conan. What a sharp kid. It seems he's the so-called genius Konoha has been talking about lately. Heh, I've seen too many geniuses like this. Even with his extraordinary abilities, without a special bloodline limit, he'll probably stop at Jonin. He has no value as a vessel at all. Orochimaru glanced at Sasuke, a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. Only he is the perfect vessel I want. Sasuke felt a chill for no reason, and shot his gaze in Orochimaru's direction, glaring fiercely. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue, and licked his lips indifferently, continuing to stare at Sasuke playfully. Several teams from Kumogakure gathered together. One of them, who looked like the leader and had several large dragon tattoos on his body, took out some strange insects and pointed cryptically at Conan. I've already planted the scent of a female insect on him. These insects will lead you to find the target once we enter the exam room. Don't act rashly after you track him down. Wait until everyone is together before starting. Everyone nodded in understanding. The leader then took out 3 scrolls. When all the members are gathered, activate this scroll to kill him. The leader of another team, a long-haired ninja, with an unknown totem printed on his left cheek, looked at the leader suspiciously. Hey Lung, it's just killing 1 genin. There's no need to waste so many resources. We've already dispatched 3 jonin and 6 elite chunin. Isn't that enough? And you even brought those secret scrolls. Shaw, how many times have I told you? Don't underestimate any opponent. Even if the opponent is just a genin, that's a genin who has already defeated a jonin. Shaw shrugged. Sorry, I'm not underestimating him. I just don't understand why we need to target him like this. Don't you know? He's the heir to White Fang's sword style. So what if he's the heir to White Fang's sword style? Forget whether he'll even grow up. Even if he does, is the so-called White Fang really that scary? It seems you still don't understand. The Raikage told me this before we left. Perhaps White Fang wasn't the strongest of all the Kage-level powerhouses. But he was definitely the scariest. Konoha has always been full of freaks among Kage-level powerhouses, people like White Fang and the 4th Hokage. Shaw asked suspiciously. The kind of freaks who were born for the battlefield. They could display their full power on real battlefields. They led their own blade squads across all fronts. No matter where there was a weakness, they would catch it immediately. Numbers meant nothing to them. In terms of lethality and destructive power alone, they were enough to match several Kage-level powerhouses. Back then, White Fang led his team straight through the entire battle line. He struck deep into Suna's rear, killed many high-ranking officials, destroyed countless supplies, and forcibly stopped the war. His very existence made other ninja villages afraid to provoke Konoha lightly. Heilung glanced at everyone's faces. Preventing trouble before it starts assassinating the geniuses of other villages has always been an unspoken strategy of every village. Even if we sacrifice all of us to take out a genius with unlimited potential, it's worth it. And this Chunin exam gives us such a good opportunity. There might not even be any sacrifices. Only then did the Kumogakure ninja understand the meaning of this mission. Whether this mission is reasonable or not, this is our best chance. Heilung's tone suddenly became fanatical. This time, we must succeed in one blow. Once we complete the mission, we'll be able to live in the sunlight. No more living in the shadows. No more not even having names, only using code names. Hearing this, the eyes of the ninja gathered there grew hot. Several people from Kirigakure also gathered together. Our mission this time is very simple. Assess the overall strength of the new generation of Konoha ninja. This will be very important for our future diplomatic relations with Konoha. If you encounter any excellent seedlings, feel free to kill them. Just don't be too obvious. As for the one named Idagawa Konan, leave him to me. A woman with colorful paint on her hands said this. Mi angrily pointed at the woman and shouted, "Gifu, you're clearly our leader. Why are you giving orders here? And didn't the Mizukage say that Konan is so powerful we shouldn't provoke him?" Gifu pointed at Haku and laughed. "Can he become our leader just because of him? He's just a coward who won't even kill anyone. If it weren't for his connection to Zabuza, would he even be here?" Mi wanted to argue with Gifu again, but Haku held him back. Haku shook his head. "I don't care about things like that. It's just," Haku looked at Gifu. "Since the Mizukage issued that order, there must be a reason for it. It's better not to disobey." Gifu chuckled. "A coward is a coward. You won't even argue with me. I have my own way of doing things. You can't control me." With that, she turned and left. Several people followed Gifu. Haku grabbed me, who wanted to rush forward. "It's fine. Let's go too." Mi looked at Gifu and stomped his foot on the ground in anger. A quiet voice said, "Mi, you stepped on me." Mi angrily stomped a few more times. On the other side, Konan didn't know that a conspiracy against him had quietly begun. He called together all the young Konoha ninja he had good relationships with. "Hinata, I'm not worried about your team. You have such strong abilities. As long as you don't go looking for trouble, you'll be fine." Konan pointed at Gaara, the Kirigakure group, and the Kumogakure group. "Remember, run as soon as you see them." Konan turned to Shikamaru and Sakura. "Run as soon as you see them. If you can't get a scroll, just hide. If you run into danger, throw the scroll away. I'll grab a few extra copies." All the young ninja nodded. Only Kiba shouted in dissatisfaction, "Konan, don't underestimate us. We're strong too." Kiba looked at the others, trying to find someone who agreed with him. The lazy Shikamaru's team was silent. The weak Sakura's team was silent. The shy Hinata and the low-key Shino were both silent. Kiba scratched his head in embarrassment. "Fine, fine. We'll run if we run into enemies that are too strong." Konan nodded and turned his gaze toward Orochimaru. Konan analyzed Orochimaru's purpose. Orochimaru's goal should still be Sasuke. So he probably won't kill Sasuke's teammates Naruto and me. After all, Sasuke still cares about his companions right now. If Orochimaru killed us, Sasuke wouldn't go with him. That should keep us safe. Even though I don't want Sasuke to go down that same path, the improvement from the curse mark will probably be significant. Besides, if Orochimaru wants to put a curse mark on Sasuke, there are 10,000 ways to do it. There's no way to stop him. I could copy this curse mark from Orochimaru after I learn it, then modify it. Maybe I can even get rid of the side effects. Of course, I can't pin my hopes on the enemy's kindness. Konan touched the strangely shaped kunai in his ninja pouch. Even though it can't be used in actual combat, moving 3 people should be no problem. Patreon. com/LoonyLover goal is 20 members for 5 bonus chapters. Bonus chapter for every 50 POWERSTONES. Chapter 43. Chapter 43. The Fierce Battle with Orochimaru Part 1, 1317 words. Chapter 43. The Fierce Battle with Orochimaru Part 1. Konan led Sasuke and Naruto carefully through the jungle. Even though most candidates probably wouldn't dare to come after them, anyone who did would definitely not be weak. They had to be careful. Suddenly, Naruto's expression changed and he stopped. "What's wrong, Naruto?" Konan and Sasuke asked nervously at the same time. "I need to go to the bathroom." Konan and Sasuke both groaned. "Naruto, can you not be so dramatic?" Naruto smiled and turned around, unbuttoning his belt. Suddenly, a gust of wind hit. Naruto was blown off his feet and slammed straight into the ground. Ignoring Naruto's unfortunate situation, Konan and Sasuke went on alert at the same time. As the smoke cleared, a tall woman slowly walked toward them. Konan complained internally. Why did everyone have to make such a flashy entrance? Would they die if they didn't show off? Your team's vigilance is really strong. I've been chasing you this whole time, and you still haven't separated, Orochimaru said with a sinister smile. At the same time, he freely emitted the aura of a Kage-level powerhouse. Feeling the aura coming from the opposite side, Sasuke couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. So strong. Just in terms of aura alone, he was stronger than Konan. Sasuke looked around. Where were his teammates? Konan narrowed his eyes. Don't bother looking, Sasuke. He came alone. Hearing this, Sasuke calmed down. In terms of numbers, his side still had the advantage. And his own team's strength should be among the best. Naruto got up from the ground at that moment and shouted angrily, "That's so cheap. Attacking while someone is peeing. I won't forgive you." Naruto charged forward. Naruto, come back. Naruto, watch out. Sasuke and Konan shouted at the same time. Orochimaru chuckled. Interesting kid. Orochimaru raised his hand to his eyes. Genjutsu, killing intent eye. The three of them seemed to see visions of themselves being killed. Konan paused for a moment. Sasuke couldn't move for a long time. Naruto froze in place without any reaction at all. Summoning, Destruction Chaos Snake. Orochimaru directly released his signature ninjutsu. Several giant snakes suddenly appeared and rushed toward them. Naruto, who was still stunned, was swallowed by one of the giant snakes before he could even react. Sasuke charged forward without saying a word. Konan rushed forward at the same time. Konan and Sasuke looked at each other and simultaneously pulled out several large shuriken. Ninja tool technique, windmill shuriken. The tails of the shuriken were connected to long wires. As the shuriken flew through the air, the steel wires wrapped around the bodies of the giant snakes one by one. The several giant snakes were tightly bound together. Ninja technique, black oil jutsu. Fire style, dragon fire jutsu. First, the black oil released by Konan spread along the steel wires. Then Sasuke's fire style followed closely behind. In an instant, the several giant snakes emitted the smell of cooked meat, and lost their ability to fight. Konan and Sasuke stared at Orochimaru while keeping an eye on the giant snakes in front of them. After the two exchanged a glance, Sasuke went to save Naruto while Konan continued to face down Orochimaru. Before Sasuke could rescue Naruto, the belly of one of the giant snakes suddenly swelled up. Boom! A swarm of Naruto's shadow clones burst out from the snake's stomach. I was suffocating in there. Seeing that Naruto was safe and sound, Sasuke scolded, "Idiot. You're always falling behind." Surprisingly, Naruto didn't argue back. After a moment of silence, he tightened his forehead protector, gripped his kunai firmly, and stared viciously at Orochimaru. "I won't keep falling behind. Come on, Sasuke. I'll create an opening for you." Naruto's tone was extremely firm. Sasuke was stunned for a moment. Then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "I hope you're not just talking big." Konan also stood beside the two of them and gathered chakra. As Konan poured more and more chakra into his sword, Muramaru began to emit a dazzling white light. "Let him see our teamwork." Trinity formation. The three of them charged at Orochimaru at the same time. Naruto took the front of the formation, while Konan and Sasuke flanked him on either side, forming a triangle. Orochimaru chuckled. "In my eyes, your teamwork is full of holes." "Then try this." Naruto growled loudly. Summoning, evil snake winding. Orochimaru was still relying on summoning. A giant snake suddenly appeared and slammed straight toward them. It had to be said that Orochimaru's summoning techniques had many advantages. Low chakra consumption. Flexible attacks. It was indeed a very useful method. Earth style, earth flow wall. A wall of earth blocked the front. Summoning, Rain of Evil Snakes. A dense swarm of poisonous snakes rained down on them. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke breathed out a fireball. A large number of poisonous snakes were burned to death. The remaining snakes spat venom from their mouths at the same time. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto split into more than a dozen shadow clones to block in front of them and take the damage. Seeing their seamless teamwork, Orochimaru put away his contempt. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Interesting. More and more interesting. Watching them get closer, Orochimaru set his sights on Muramaru in Conan's hand. White Fang's sword style. I remember it well. Let me see how good you are with it. Orochimaru reached into his mouth and pulled out a long sword. It was the Kusanagi sword. Moments later, the three of them clashed together in a flurry of strikes. Manipulated kunai. Sasuke's kunai surrounded Orochimaru, looking for an opening. Naruto combination. Naruto's shadow clones not only helped everyone block damage, but also launched attacks in perfect coordination. Flash Swift Shadow. Conan was the main attacking force, using various moves in quick succession. The three of them worked together seamlessly. No matter how Orochimaru attacked, one of them would help defend while another would strike at his vital points. But Orochimaru was after all a Kage-level powerhouse with no real weaknesses. Even if his resistance to Genjutsu was weaker later due to his repeated reincarnations, that weakness was only compared to someone like Itachi. It was impossible for them to threaten Orochimaru with Genjutsu. Orochimaru's taijutsu was genuinely strong. Just relying on the Kusanagi sword and his flexible, modified body, he was able to completely block the three of them. Just as Conan and the others countered another of Orochimaru's attacks, Orochimaru's arm suddenly stretched out. His sword left a wound on Conan's body. Soon, all three of them had been injured. Even though Orochimaru had also accumulated many wounds, Orochimaru suddenly opened his mouth wide. A figure crawled out of his mouth. In an instant, a brand new Orochimaru appeared in front of them. Naruto was stunned. That's disgusting. What kind of technique is that? You can think of it as a technique that instantly heals any injury I receive. How about it? Do you feel hopeless yet? Orochimaru smiled cruelly. Whatever your technique is, will still blow you away. Naruto continued to split into shadow clones and attacked. Orochimaru seemed to have lost interest in close combat. He casually scattered Naruto's shadow clones and said to the three of them, if this is all you have, then this battle is meaningless. Hiding Shadow Snake Hand. After Orochimaru forced them back, his hands began to form seals. 10,000 Snake Formation. Moments later, countless snakes rushed toward them like a tidal wave. Their scalps tingled. This number was too many. Even if they had ninjutsu for large-scale attacks, it might not be enough. The three of them were in danger. Patreon. com/LoonyLover goal is 20 members for 5 bonus chapters. Bonus chapter for every 50 POWERSTONES. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. The Fierce Battle with Orochimaru Part 2, 1347 words. Chapter 44. The Fierce Battle with Orochimaru Part 2, Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. Wind Style, Great Breakthrough. Conan and Sasuke used combined ninjutsu. Instantly, a huge fireball flew out, burning countless small snakes to death. But against the sheer number of snakes Orochimaru had summoned, these losses were almost nothing. It's not working. What do we do if this keeps up? Sasuke shouted anxiously. Naruto was also panicking. This was a situation he wasn't good at handling. The three of them retreated while dodging the snake's venom attacks. Conan suddenly untied his shirt and threw it out. In an instant, all the snakes rushed forward and tore Conan's clothes to pieces. Just as the swarm of snakes was about to overwhelm them, Conan smiled slightly. Just as he had guessed. Conan formed hand seals. Isolation Jutsu. In an instant, all the snakes seemed to have lost their target. They stopped moving. The dense swarm of snakes turned into a loose group of small snakes in an instant, stopping a few steps away from Conan and the others. Naruto, Sasuke, and even Orochimaru were stunned. What's going on? The three of them looked at Conan suspiciously at the same time. Orochimaru tried to mobilize the snakes again. The snake group moved forward once more. But except for the snakes that came within a few steps of Conan and the others, the rest of the snakes passed by them as if they couldn't see Conan and the others at all. Only a small portion of snakes rushed forward, and Conan and the others easily dealt with them. Even with the large number of snakes, it was no problem for Conan and the others to just handle the ones coming from the front. They were out of danger for the moment. Orochimaru tried several more attacks but all failed. Seeing that the snake group's attack was ineffective, Orochimaru called them back. Orochimaru looked at Conan playfully. Interesting. Truly interesting. I'm curious how you broke my technique. Conan chuckled. Even if he didn't say anything, someone with Orochimaru's intelligence and experience would figure it out soon enough. So he simply replied, actually, my technique is very simple. It's a basic technique that all ninja in the ninja world often use. Orochimaru grew more curious. What technique is that? The isolation jutsu. Ninja use it during secret meetings to prevent others from overhearing their information. Isolation jutsu. Orochimaru muttered the words thoughtfully. Naruto was also confused. I think I remember Iruka-sensei mentioning the isolation jutsu, but I forgot the details. Conan continued to explain. The isolation jutsu is a very simple ninjutsu. It condenses chakra into a membrane that covers the surrounding area. It effectively isolates sound, smell, and temperature from communicating with the outside world. The five Kage often use it during their meetings. But because this technique produces obvious chakra fluctuations, it's too noticeable to other ninja. That's why it can't be used in actual combat. In fact, this technique is the basic form of most stealth techniques. Many advanced concealment techniques were developed by finding ways to hide chakra fluctuations based on this technique. Conan looked directly into Orochimaru's eyes and said slowly, I had a guess when I saw the snakes you summoned earlier. Orochimaru understood something and clapped his hands. Remarkable combat intuition. I have to admit, I underestimated you before. You truly live up to the name of a genius. Thank you for pointing out the weakness of this technique. I will improve it when I return. Naruto and Sasuke were still confused. What are you two talking about? Conan explained, I've done some research on snakes. Snakes are almost blind. From a snake's perspective, we're no different from stones on the side of the road. Snakes use sound, smell, and even body temperature detection to locate enemies and food. That means if we isolate sound, smell, and temperature, the snakes won't be able to find us. I threw out my clothes earlier because they still had my body heat on them. It was a test to see if the snakes he summoned behaved the same as ordinary snakes in nature. I didn't expect it to work so well. Hearing this, Naruto and Sasuke finally understood the principle behind Conan's countermeasure. They looked at him with admiration. No one knew that this method of breaking the technique was important information Conan had gained from several battles with Orochimaru in the dungeon. Orochimaru looked at Conan admiringly. There's no doubt about it, you're a genius when it comes to using jutsu. You've reminded me that in the ninja world, there's no such thing as the strongest ninjutsu, only the strongest ninja. A C-rank ninjutsu broke my S-rank ninjutsu. Your ability to adapt and use techniques has far surpassed mine back in the day. Orochimaru said seriously, I admire you greatly. Are you interested in becoming my subordinate? I can give you everything: power, wealth, status. All of it would be within your reach if you worked for me. Conan responded, sorry, but I have no interest in being someone else's subordinate. And you can't give me what I want. Orochimaru was curious. What do you want? What if what I want is eternal life? Conan gave Orochimaru an unexpected answer. Orochimaru was silent for a moment. Then he laughed wildly. How interesting. I didn't expect there to be someone like me. I want you even more now. Conan pointed Muramaru at Orochimaru. We might be able to cooperate. But if you want me to be your subordinate, don't waste your time. What a fine young man. Seeing you reminds me of myself back then. I also formed a team with that idiot. Speaking of this, Orochimaru fell silent for a moment. Clearly, that so-called idiot meant something special to him as well. Orochimaru's voice suddenly grew louder. That's why I understand the weakness of a team like yours. With that, Orochimaru launched another fierce attack. Summoning, Evil Snake Wrist Explosion. Several giant snakes surrounded them and suddenly self-destructed. Before anyone could react, Orochimaru launched a vicious attack on Naruto. Hiding shadow many snake hands. Conan and Sasuke were inevitably hit by the poisonous snakes because they were trying to help Naruto. Orochimaru smiled darkly. The strength of a team like yours is like a wooden barrel full of water. The strength isn't determined by the longest piece of wood, it's determined by the shortest one. Having had similar experiences to yours, I know that all too well. Conan and Sasuke were soon injured to varying degrees as Orochimaru despicably kept targeting Naruto. You should give up on such useless waste as soon as possible, Orochimaru said, trying to drive a wedge between them. Is it like this again? Naruto was filled with frustration. He had promised to protect them, but in the end, he was just a hindrance. Why was he still so useless? Conan sensed that Naruto's state was wrong. He slashed fiercely at Orochimaru. That's not true. Naruto is an important comrade I've acknowledged. I've always believed that one day, he will become stronger than me and stand in front of me to protect me. I've watched his efforts this whole time. One day, his name will echo throughout the entire ninja world. He's not the trash you say he is. Conan was unusually angry. If you're capable, come at me. I'll kill you, bastard. Sasuke's face was also cold. Even though Naruto is an idiot sometimes, he's definitely not the kind of guy who just holds everyone back. Don't underestimate him. He's someone I can trust to watch my back. I can feel Naruto getting stronger. It won't be long, Sasuke angrily released another ninjutsu. Before he could kill 10 of you. Naruto's eyes grew blurry. Everyone believed in him so much. How could he just hold them back? Naruto's eyes slowly turned red. Suddenly, Naruto exploded with speed that shocked everyone. He grabbed Orochimaru's wrist. You made me angry. Patreon. com/LoonyLover. Goal is 20 members for 5 bonus chapters. Bonus chapter for every 50 POWERSTONES. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. The Fierce Battle with Orochimaru, Part 3, 1267 words. Chapter 45. The Fierce Battle with Orochimaru, Part 3. Orochimaru tried to break free, but found that Naruto's strength was so great that he couldn't escape. How is this possible? Orochimaru's snake-like pupils widened. Today, Conan's team had given him too many surprises. He had only come for the Uchiha descendant. Who would have thought that not only did Conan have talent that impressed him, but this silly-looking kid in front of him had suddenly become so strong for no apparent reason. Naruto's chakra fluctuated more and more violently. Gradually, the leaking chakra gathered around him, and even became solid. Naruto's expression grew increasingly ferocious. He stared at Orochimaru with tyrannical, vertical pupils. I'm going to kill you. With Naruto's loud roar, Orochimaru was thrown into the air. Shadow Clone Jutsu. More than a dozen Narutos rushed into the sky one after another. Orochimaru was caught off guard. Before he could even react, he was treated like a punching bag by Naruto. A dozen or so Narutos came and went, throwing Orochimaru around like a toy. Sasuke and Konan could only watch Orochimaru floating in the air, unable to even touch the ground. Is this really Naruto? Sasuke swallowed hard. Could Naruto really be that strong? I said he could kill 10 of him, and it actually came true. Konan wasn't very surprised. It was normal for Naruto to have an outburst. In fact, it was more surprising that Naruto hadn't had an outburst last time. Bang 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 bang. Naruto stopped after hammering Orochimaru for a full 3 minutes. Orochimaru was thrown violently and broke through several large trees. When Orochimaru hit the ground, he had already turned into a pile of mush. Naruto panted slightly. Now you know I'm not someone to mess with, you snake guy. Orochimaru lifted his head and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. He chuckled. I didn't expect to get beaten up like this by accident. Not bad at all. But kid, I told you injuries like this don't mean anything to me. With that, Orochimaru opened his mouth. The same scene happened again. A brand new Orochimaru crawled out from the mouth of the previous one. There was no trace of the earlier damage. Naruto was dumbfounded. What kind of monster is this? After a moment, Naruto's eyes grew firm again. It doesn't matter what kind of monster you are. As long as you can get back up, I'll just blow you away again. Naruto gathered his chakra and charged forward again. Just as Naruto was about to punch Orochimaru in the face, Orochimaru smiled. You fell for it, kid. Look at your 2 teammates. Naruto subconsciously looked back. He saw Konan and Sasuke standing where they were, unharmed. Naruto, watch out! Konan and Sasuke shouted at the same time. When Naruto turned his head back, he realized that Orochimaru had stretched out his long tongue and wrapped it around his body. Just as Naruto was about to break free, Orochimaru had already completed his hand seals. I'm sorry, kid. I didn't expect you to be the Ninetales Jinchuriki. I thought the old man had hidden you well. Even though I'd like to keep playing with you, letting you continue like this would not only be troublesome, but would also attract Konoha's people. That wouldn't be fun. With that, Orochimaru pressed his hand seal onto Naruto's lower abdomen. 5 Elements Seal. Naruto's eyes suddenly went wide. He went limp and collapsed to the ground. Looking at the seal now visible on Naruto's stomach, Orochimaru retracted his tongue. The seal left by the 4th Hokage is truly interesting. There's a gap in it. Is he trying to train this child? Truly, this child's chakra reserves are astonishing. When his emotions fluctuate violently, he can actually borrow the Ninetales' power. If I weren't in a hurry, I'd like to study it. What did you do to Naruto? Sasuke charged at Orochimaru. Orochimaru chuckled. After playing with you for so long, it's time to end this. Sasuke, don't be impulsive. Konan grabbed Sasuke, but he wasn't fast enough. Sasuke, now alone and full of openings, was tightly entangled by Orochimaru's tongue. Looking at Sasuke's Tsutomu Sharingan, Orochimaru showed a frenzied look. You truly have perfect eyes. Just as expected of Itachi's younger brother. You've already awakened the Tsutomu at this age. You're a genius as well. Sasuke struggled violently. Who are you? What's your relationship with that guy? Are you in the same group? Where is he? Where is he? After hearing Itachi's name, Sasuke's mood became noticeably more unhinged. Do you want to know where Itachi is? Do you want revenge against him? With your current strength, you couldn't even take one of his moves. Where is he? Orochimaru looked directly into Sasuke's Sharingan. I see hatred and desire for power in your eyes. Come to me. I'll send my men to find you. Whether it's information about Itachi or power enough to rival him, you can get it all from me. Remember my name. My name is Orochimaru. With that, Orochimaru's neck suddenly stretched forward. He bit Sasuke's neck fiercely. A three-tomo Heaven's Curse mark appeared on Sasuke's neck. This is my parting gift to you. Ah, it hurts. Sasuke crouched down in pain. Conan watched this scene with a blank expression. So far, the events hadn't exceeded his expectations. There was no way the three of them could be a match for Orochimaru. The fact that they had fought for this long was already beyond what Conan had expected. He had gotten what he wanted. It was time for Orochimaru to leave. Suddenly, Orochimaru made an unexpected move. This brat had a good time beating me earlier. Let me just finish him off. Orochimaru pointed the Kusanagi sword at Naruto, ready to stab him. Conan was shocked. What was happening? Was this the butterfly effect he had caused? Naruto couldn't die. Without time to think, Conan rushed forward to block Orochimaru's attack. But Orochimaru chuckled. You're all a bunch of naive kids. Conan suddenly realized something was wrong, but it was too late. Orochimaru's attack had been aimed at him from the start. In an instant, Conan was pierced by the Kusanagi sword and pinned to the ground. Immediately after, Orochimaru's neck stretched again and bit Conan's neck. As a parting gift, let me give you something too. Ah, Conan knelt on the ground in pain. You'd better survive. It's rare to find someone like me. I'll be waiting for the day you come to join me. You'll make a fine subordinate. Dream on, Conan said with difficulty. You freak. I'm not coming to you. Since Orochimaru had placed this curse mark on him, he naturally wouldn't do anything else to him. Conan immediately started cursing. Orochimaru smiled. What an interesting kid. I look forward to our next meeting. With that, Orochimaru slowly sank into the ground. After Orochimaru left, Conan finally relaxed. Orochimaru was truly terrifying. Not just his strength, but his ability to manipulate people's hearts was top tier. And he was despicable and ruthless. Conan really needed to be more careful. He walked over to the unconscious Naruto and Sasuke. After confirming they were both alive, Conan took out a strangely shaped kunai. I can't hold on much longer. I'd better go back and recover before sending us back. Conan gathered his remaining chakra. Someone's coming. Conan suddenly looked in the direction of the approaching person. Patreon. com/LoonyLover goal is 20 members for 5 bonus chapters. Bonus chapter for every 50 POWERSTONES. Chapter 46. Chapter 46. Sakura's Decision 13. Oh, for words. Chapter 46. Sakura's Decision. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, several figures appeared in the distance. What's wrong with you? Sakura exclaimed. Team 6, the medical team that Sakura was on, came into Conan's view. It's Sakura. Conan didn't let his guard down. Before we left, do you still remember the code word I told you? Sakura fluently recited the complicated password. Conan relaxed his grip on the kunai. Sakura ran over and saw Conan's injuries. Tears streamed down her face. Conan, what happened to you? How could you be so badly hurt? Sakura crouched beside Conan and examined his wounds. Conan waved his hand. I ran into a very troublesome enemy. I can't explain it clearly right now. Seeing Sakura's anxious face, Conan smiled. Don't worry so much. They're just some surface wounds. That's not the real problem. It's nothing serious. But Sakura's tears flowed even more. You can still laugh when you're hurt this badly. It was true that Conan looked terrible at the moment. His exposed skin was covered with sword wounds from Orochimaru and purple-black bite marks from the poisonous snakes. In truth, as Conan had said, his injuries only looked serious. Orochimaru hadn't been fighting at full strength. Even the snakes he used were mostly not very poisonous. If he had used snakes that could kill instantly, Conan would have been done for long ago. At that moment, Asaka and Yuriko ran over after checking on Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke and Naruto are in a strange state. They don't have any serious injuries, but they're both unconscious. Especially Sasuke, he's in a very dangerous condition right now. His body temperature and heartbeat are fluctuating. It might be some kind of powerful toxin. After hearing what the two said, Sakura hurriedly checked Conan's body carefully. She found that Conan's condition was similar to Sasuke's. She panicked. What can we do? There's no medical equipment here. Conan comforted Sakura. Like I said, it's fine. The injuries on me, Sasuke, and Naruto are indeed beyond your ability to treat. But they're not a serious problem right now. Don't worry. After getting Conan's reassurance, Sakura finally calmed down. She began carefully treating Conan's wounds. But as she worked, the tears never stopped. Seeing Sakura crying so bitterly, Conan was silent for a long time. Suddenly, Conan spoke. It's not worth it. Even though saying this might be cruel, it was better to make things clear sooner. You know I have Hinata. You liking me like this isn't going to lead anywhere. Sakura suddenly trembled. She lowered her head and didn't say a word. Conan could hear Sakura's choked sobs. He felt a little uncomfortable. Asaka, who was nearby, heard Conan's words and immediately scolded him. Conan, do you have a conscience? How could you hurt Sakura like that? Do you know how much effort Sakura has put in for you? Sakura, let's go. Forget about them. Sakura stopped her. She continued silently treating Conan's wounds. Tears kept falling like broken beads. I know you never liked me, Conan. I also know there's no future for us. Sakura lowered her head and spoke to herself. I always tried to force my way between you and Hinata like a clown. Even competing with Ino over something that was never mine. Conan, you probably hate me. Sakura finally couldn't hold back anymore and cried out loud. But I still want you to notice me, Conan. Even though I know you don't like me. Even though I know it might make you hate me. I still want to spend more time with you. Conan, can you understand how I feel? Conan felt uncomfortable. He didn't know what to say. The atmosphere grew silent for a moment. Suddenly, an annoying voice interrupted the silence. Hey, look what we found here. 3 ninja with sound ninja symbols engraved on their headbands suddenly appeared. One of them, with gauze wrapped around his face, smiled darkly. After seeing how strong that kid with the sword was, I thought the mission Lord Orochimaru gave us to kill Sasuke would be impossible. But this is a great opportunity. Sakura's team immediately went on alert. Hey, do people at your level really think you can stop us? The 3 sound ninja burst into laughter. Their dismissive attitude put tremendous pressure on Sakura and the others. Sakura's mind raced. What should she do? The enemy looked like very strong ninja. Her medical team had no combat power at all. Conan and the others couldn't fight. Their only option was to run fast. Aside from medical skills, the only thing Asaka-sensei had taught them was a powerful movement technique. The battle began. Sakura and the others were pretty good at running away, but their close combat skills were terrible. The enemy easily knocked Sakura and her teammates to the ground with a few hits. They lay there unable to get up. Seeing this, Conan felt angry and helpless at the same time. If it weren't for Sakura and her team, he could still escape with the Flying Thunder God technique. But he couldn't just leave them behind, could he? Opening the 8 gates would be fine normally. But right now, his body was adapting to the curse mark. He didn't even dare to use chakra. Opening the 8 gates now would be suicide. Even if he survived, Konoha would seal the curse mark, and his body would suffer irreparable damage. In the worst case, it could threaten his life. One of the short-haired ninja walked up to Conan. Weren't you so arrogant before? Show me how arrogant you are now. He threw a kunai, aiming to stab Conan. This was really unlucky. Conan guessed these guys were pawns Orochimaru had sent long ago to test Sasuke. Orochimaru had probably already forgotten about them. If Conan actually died at the hands of worthless trash like these, it would be ridiculous. No matter what, he would open the 8 gates. Just as Conan was about to open the 8 gates, a figure stepped in front of him. Sakura had blocked the attack for Conan. "I won't let you hurt Conan," Sakura said firmly. "Heh, such deep feelings." One of the female ninjas slapped Sakura across the face. "I hate women who are prettier than me." After a moment, Sakura struggled for a long time before shakily standing up again. Thin lines of blood trickled from Sakura's ears and nose. She had been injured by the enemy's sonic attack. The woman punched Sakura hard in the stomach again. Sakura struggled for a moment but didn't get up. Conan stared blankly at Sakura. "Sakura, why are you doing this?" Sakura struggled to her feet again. She spat out blood and said, "Even if you don't like me, Conan, I've been working hard. Chasing after your footsteps. Even if I can only watch you from a distance." Sakura suddenly turned around and gave a bright smile. "As long as I'm here, I won't let anyone hurt you, Conan." Conan suddenly remembered some comments about Sakura from his past life, people saying she had no brain. For example, when Naruto was pinned down by pain, Hinata desperately tried to save Naruto while Sakura just watched. But there was no comparison at all. That was the difference between friendship and love. Sakura might be willing to give her life for Naruto, but not in that kind of irrational sacrifice. If the person pinned down by pain back then had been Sasuke, Sakura probably would have done the same thing as Hinata. Because love is irrational. Seeing Sakura get knocked to the ground again, Conan felt his anger rise. Dark patterns with an ominous aura gradually appeared on his body. Patreon. com/LoonyLover goal is 20 members for 5 bonus chapters. Bonus chapter for every 50 POWERSTONES. Chapter 47. Chapter 47, Coincidence. 1214 words. Chapter 47, Coincidence. Conan suddenly felt his body fill with power. A violent emotion surged in his heart. Ha 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 ha. Conan laughed darkly. "I'm going to have some fun with you guys." As he spoke, Conan appeared behind the sound ninja, at a speed they couldn't even see. In an instant, several wounds appeared on their faces. This is just the beginning. As Conan moved at high speed, more wounds appeared on the sound ninjas' bodies. The air gradually filled with the strong smell of blood. Conan circled around them like a cat playing with mice. Whenever any of them tried to escape, Conan would mercilessly kick them back. Ha 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 ha, this is really fun. Conan took a deep breath. For some reason, he was enjoying the smell of blood in the air. Under the pressure of Conan's terrifying attacks and killing intent, it didn't take long for the sound ninja to break down. They wailed endlessly. One of them even had a foul-smelling yellow liquid running down his leg. "Please, don't kill me. Please don't kill me," the woman who had bullied Sakura kept crying. Seeing that they had gradually lost the will to fight, the corners of Conan's mouth curled up into an evil smile. How boring. Let's play some more interesting games. As he spoke, Conan approached the sound ninja step by step. Hearing Conan's words, they huddled together in fear, trembling uncontrollably. "Stop it, Conan." Sakura hugged Conan tightly from behind. "Please, Conan, stop." Sakura buried her face deep into Conan's back. Soon, his back was wet with her tears. "Sakura." Conan was dazed. "The Conan I know is definitely not like this. The Conan I know is kind, gentle, and full of sunshine. He would never do something so cruel. Please, bring that Conan back." Sakura sobbed. Gradually, the dark patterns on Conan's body faded. Conan slowly came back to his senses. What was wrong with him? Conan recalled the feeling from just now. He hadn't expected the curse mark to have such a strong influence on him. Even though this might be because it was his first time using it, and his body hadn't adapted yet, the more important issue was that his willpower wasn't strong enough. He had been having things too easy lately. He hadn't faced any real setbacks. He relied too much on the copy system, and didn't train hard enough. When it came to willpower, he might be far worse than Sasuke. He needed to take this issue seriously. After a moment of thought, Conan turned around, reached out, and gently stroked Sakura's hair. He gave her a bright smile. "I'm fine. I just had a small problem with my body. It won't happen again." "Thank you, Sakura." Seeing that Conan had returned to his familiar self, Sakura threw herself into his arms. Conan stroked Sakura's hair with pity. "Sakura, to be honest, I've never hated you. But I've always thought of you as a little sister just like Ino." "I'm sorry. I know this hurts to hear, but it's better to make some things clear sooner." Even though it was cruel to say it directly, it was better to say it clearly now. He couldn't keep stringing Sakura along like this. The longer it went on, the more it would hurt her in the end. Sakura paused in Conan's arms and fell silent. "Just a sister," Sakura thought quietly. After a moment, Sakura raised her head. "Actually, I've known for a long time that Conan only likes Hinata. Conan, if you don't hate me, I'll be satisfied if you just think of me as a little sister." If she was his little sister, she could rightfully stay by his side, Sakura thought silently. Even though she felt so sad she wanted to cry, Sakura managed to force a smile. "Conan, I wish you and Hinata happiness. I've decided to stop competing with her." Conan could see the pain in Sakura's eyes. He was silent, not knowing what to say. He felt guilty. Suddenly, Sakura grabbed Conan's head and kissed him on the lips. Conan was stunned. He immediately tried to pull away, but stopped when he saw the tears in Sakura's eyes. After a moment, Sakura pushed Conan away and wiped her mouth carelessly. "I've wanted to do that for a long time. Too bad it wasn't your first kiss." Sakura gave a big smile. "Let's say goodbye to the past. From now on, Conan, I'll really be your little sister." Looking at Sakura's smile, Conan couldn't tell if it was real or not. He could only silently nod. In the woods not far away, Hinata's Team 8 was rushing toward Conan's location. Kiba shouted anxiously, "Conan's scent is that way. They're very close. They might be in danger. There's a strong smell of blood." Hearing this, Hinata grew anxious. "Byakugan, activate." Hinata stopped abruptly. Kiba and Shino also stopped. "What's wrong, Hinata?" they asked doubtfully. Hinata lowered her head silently. After a moment she said quietly, "No. It's nothing. Conan and the others aren't in danger. We'd better wait before going over there." Even though Kiba and Shino were confused, they waited in place with Hinata. "Hinata, Shino. Please don't tell Conan about this." In another forest, a strange insect suddenly sped up. "Hurry up. It shouldn't be far now. Before the other teams arrive, we need to scout out information. If they pass the Chunin exams, we'll lose our chance. We have to seize this opportunity to kill him," a jonin from one of the Kumogakure teams shouted loudly. "Senior Ki, we really can't keep up with your speed." This jonin named Ki was originally a ninja who specialized in speed. As a jonin, it was naturally hard for two Chunin to keep up with him. "You two are useless. What good are you?" Ki scolded mercilessly, even though he had no choice but to slow down. Behind them, a deep voice sounded quietly. "How interesting. I didn't expect to find such good material right as I was about to leave. It seems to be the swift-release bloodline of Kumogakure's Wind Clan. Even if he's just from a branch family, he should still have some research value." A pair of bewitching snake eyes gleamed with interest. Ah Ki, who was advancing at high speed, heard the screams of his subordinates behind him. What's going on? There are snakes. The venom is extremely potent. Akutagawa is on the verge of death from just one bite. How did we run into such poisonous snakes? Suddenly, there was a rustling sound. The members of the Kumogakure team opened their eyes wide in horror. Why are there so many snakes? After a moment, Orochimaru looked with satisfaction at the corpses in his hands, admiring his spoils. This scroll seems to contain some kind of powerful technique. If it were complete, it might even be able to hurt me. Unfortunately, this is only a fragment. Still worth researching. I wonder why he was carrying it with him. Speaking of which, today's harvest has been quite good. Orochimaru had inexplicably saved Conan's life. But no one would ever know. Patreon. com/LoonyLover goal is 20 members for 5 bonus chapters. Bonus chapter for every 50 POWERSTONES. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. Refuse to compromise. 1551 words. Chapter 48. Refuse to compromise. Conan, what happened? Your team is so strong. How could this happen? It's just the Chunin exams. You shouldn't have run into such a powerful enemy, Kurenai said, looking at the wounded Conan, and the several people lying on the ground. And what's going on with these guys? The sound ninja had clearly been brutally abused. Could Conan have done that? Conan didn't know how to answer. He could only say, we ran into a very troublesome enemy. We already drove him away. My injuries only look serious. Nothing too bad happened. Hearing this, everyone relaxed. Especially Hinata, who sighed in relief. But then she remembered something and silently lowered her head. Seeing this, Conan thought Hinata was still upset about his injuries. He quickly ran over and hugged her. The moment Conan hugged Hinata, she froze. After a moment, she silently rested her head on Conan's chest. What's wrong? I told you I'm fine. Don't be so unhappy. Come on, smile. Hinata didn't respond. She continued to stay silent. Conan thought Hinata was still feeling bad for him, so he didn't think much of it. He glanced at Sakura, who reluctantly gave him a smile and shook her head to show she was fine. Seeing this scene, Hinata grew even more silent. Kiba and Shino exchanged glances, not sure what had gone wrong. After entrusting the injured Sakura and her team to Hinata's group, Conan left a coordinate marker at the spot. Then he used the Flying Thunder God technique to transport Naruto and Sasuke back to the village. At Konoha's underground base, the third Hokage listened to Conan's report. After a moment of silence, the third Hokage finally spoke. I didn't expect you to run into Orochimaru there. Is his target Sasuke? Conan nodded. Yes, his target is Sasuke. But after seeing my abilities, he seems interested in me as well. The third Hokage looked distracted. He seemed lost in thought, his expression somewhat sad. He's gone further and further down the wrong path. After a moment, the third Hokage snapped out of it. Seeing the curse mark on Conan's neck, his expression grew serious. Do you really want to keep this curse mark unsealed? This curse mark is not as simple as you think. The village has researched this curse mark using materials left behind by Orochimaru. Although this curse mark can enhance a person's strength, it contains a rather evil chakra. It not only erodes the body but also affects the personality. I think you've already experienced that firsthand. I already know. I still remember the uncontrollable violent emotions from earlier. But precisely because of that, I've decided not to seal it. I want to use it to temper my will, Conan replied firmly. Conan had always thought his strength was sufficient, and his future path was already planned out. But he hadn't expected his willpower to have such a big weakness. He had to seize this opportunity to train himself. The third Hokage looked at Conan's determined eyes and sighed deeply. Do you know, Conan? Orochimaru was once my proudest disciple. He had many similarities to you. He also had superhuman intelligence and abilities far beyond ordinary people. He even loved the village as much as you do. He wanted to become Hokage. The third Hokage's face showed complex emotions: regret, guilt, sadness, and more. It was I who failed to guide him onto the right path. I have an undeniable responsibility. I clearly promised him he would become Hokage, but in the end, I personally ended that dream at the last moment. I also gave him all kinds of materials on forbidden techniques, but failed to discipline him strictly. That's what led him further and further down the wrong path. To be honest, I overlooked his experiments on human bodies. The experiments related to Konoha were not insignificant either. But what I couldn't tolerate was him turning on his comrades. The third Hokage clearly had deep feelings for Orochimaru. He talked about him for over 10 minutes. Conan, do you know why I'm telling you all this about Orochimaru? To be honest, your ambition is something I've never seen before. You want to change the entire system of the ninja world. You came up with such an idea to end this troubled era, something beyond ordinary imagination. But you have the talent, wisdom, and courage to realize such an idea. Even though I believe your intentions are good, I still worry that one day you might go astray like Orochimaru. Having said this, the third Hokage's eyes suddenly grew sharp. I will watch you, Conan. If one day you take the wrong path, I will kill you with my own hands. As he spoke, an astonishing aura erupted from him. Conan ignored the third Hokage's pressure and laughed calmly. That day will never come. Because you said something wrong, Lord Third. I don't plan to calm this troubled world by myself. I've already set the direction. Next, I will seek out like-minded comrades in the ninja world. I believe there are countless people who share the same ideas as me. Once they gather together, it won't matter whether I'm there or not. Even I couldn't stop that kind of momentum. The third Hokage sighed deeply. It's not that I don't believe you. It's just, Conan smiled. I understand, Lord Third. Suddenly, Conan asked a question. From what you said earlier, does that mean you already knew Orochimaru was coming? And you also knew about Suna's unusual movements? The third Hokage nodded. It's no secret among our leadership that the Sound Village founded by Orochimaru and Suna formed a secret alliance to attack Konoha. It's just that we don't have enough evidence. You're asking why I didn't take action to eliminate them in advance. Simply put, Konoha can't initiate a war with any other ninja village. Because the other villages won't care who started the war, they'll all attack Konoha together to suppress its growth. Given Konoha's current situation, even dealing with just one village would be very difficult. Even if that's the case, just warning them would prevent war. Starting a war right in the village is too much. Conan thought of the innocent people who would die in the war and felt emotional. The third Hokage closed his eyes. Of course I understand that. Konoha needs this war. It needs to be an easy victory that gives outsiders the illusion that Konoha is strong. That will buy us more time to develop. I have a feeling the real Great War is not far away. It's not just about buying time. It's also about creating a good atmosphere through pain. Otherwise, even more people will die in the real Great War to come. Conan lowered his head and said nothing. In an instant, many thoughts ran through his mind. When he had watched the anime in his past life, there was an episode where the third Hokage had Kosuke deliver a message to the Inoshikacho trio the day before the war with Suna and the Sound. The next day, the three of them acted according to plan. Their prolonged performance clearly proved that Konoha had been prepared for a long time. But they still had to endure the attack. Even with full preparation, Conan knew there would never be fewer civilian casualties in Konoha. Thinking even deeper, Moonlight Hiate's death might have been just to give the enemy a false impression that Konoha hadn't discovered the situation. This world was much more complicated and darker than he had imagined. The third Hokage patted Conan on the shoulder. If you want to become Hokage, you must learn to be cold-blooded. For the greater good of the village, you have to make some painful choices. And at the same time, you must bear the burden of that pain. It's precisely because I love this village that I have to make all kinds of decisions, even ones I can barely accept for its future. I believe that if you want to realize your ideals, Conan, you will face choices like this more than once. There will even be cruel choices that make you lose your family and comrades. As he mentioned family and comrades, the third Hokage's eyes dimmed. He was clearly thinking of something. Conan, this world has never been simple. It's not as naive as you think. What you will face is resistance from the entire world. You'd better make up your mind as soon as possible. Conan lowered his head in silence for a moment. Then he suddenly raised it again. Flames blazed in his eyes. I won't compromise with this world. I don't plan to learn that kind of mentality. I won't face those kinds of choices either. I will become strong enough to overthrow the entire world by myself. The third Hokage looked at Conan in surprise. After a moment he smiled. I'll wait and see. The third Hokage's heart couldn't calm down for a long time. He truly lived up to the legendary child of prophecy. This kind of spirit. He really looked forward to seeing how Conan would grow in the future. Patreon. com/LoonyLover goal is 20 members for 5 bonus chapters. Bonus chapter for every 50 POWERSTONES. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.